I thought I had hit the button, but apparently I did not hit the button.
Oh, I meant like build the diesel maker thing.
The refinery?
Yeah,
We don't have anything to feed it.
we can make that happen.
I mean, we could do, I guess, wood chips. I kind of buffed the wood chip recipe a little bit.
Yeah.
But, alright, I'm going to take this Unimog. I'm going to
Hey, you
sell
called
it.
it by the right vehicle.
It's the iTruck. Um,
You didn't
so,
call it the iTruck this time.
let's see. Owned vehicles. Trucks.
Ooh.
Wow, that was a leg spike.
Yeah, followed by another one.
Um, Unimog. Um, sell this. Yes. Go. Then do the modded version. The reason I have both is if I remove the other one, the vehicle would have disappeared from the game, and that would have been bad.
And also because of the tank mod that you did, it still requires the base game vehicle.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I might have to fix that.
Any special tasks you want me working on?
Well, I've been cutting down a bunch of wood if you want to mess with that.
Knicker. I can do some loading.
Yeah.
Well, I'd prefer not to actually do the chopping of it. I mean, as nice as that vehicle is, I think controllers are a much better way to go than mouse interaction.
Yeah. I'm not even using my controller on it because I don't feel like setting up the whole steering wheel too. Just
Yeah,
for whatever reason, when I do the side panel, and I've done it like this before, and it works fine, but now it starts trying to make the vehicle turn to the right nonstop, even though there's
huh.
no keybinds in that thing that should be making it do that.
I blame Buggy.
Hmm, fair. Oh, I suppose now we can start setting up some prefab walls for production.
It's true.
We should only need about 5 pallets worth of them to do the whole thing.
I thought you were just gonna say straight up 5. I'm like, but.
Yeah.
I think that's over here.
It's too bad you can't get the custom roads to show up on the map.
Oh, some maps do have that coded in to be able to do, but not the base game maps. It's a real pain.
Yeah.
Because like some of the maps also show like while you're driving by the crop, what crop is in the map, the mini map, and like what its growth stage and stuff.
Oh, I need some metal over here before I get those. Before we get prefab walls. Well, the way I set up these recipes now, yeah, I updated all of these. Now that I know how the recipes work, I actually found some documentation on it. Um, but the recipes are set up where all of the boosters give you a bonus. So the more boosters you supply, the more you get out as it increases with the boosters. So like this one, if you because they're prefab walls, I just have shingles as part of that, and it's a 25% boost to the
Nice.
production. because you already supply the shingles, right?
Mhm.
So if we enable shingles and get these running, then this will pop in here eventually. It'll say, hey, we
Ooh.
have shingles.
You
There
should
it
have
is.
made the requirement to be paper, and then boom, wallpaper for your prefab walls.
Yeah, that would have been a use for paper, I guess. But I figured all combined, it's 100% boost. If you put all of them together, it's 100%. And I was like, that's good. You get 200% out, which is a lot of
I
prefab
wonder
walls.
if you did on some of them, like, you know how the paper factory can make the cardboard? You can use that for the cardboard boxes that the pallets come in for the actual goods, like the cereal.
Yeah, I was trying not to get too crazy because yeah, you could get crazy. You could get like Bob's Mods Factorial crazy with how the recipes all tie to one.
Right.
But I wanted to keep it a little bit simpler just because
So you don't have
we're
like
having to
20
truck all this stuff
factories.
around, right? I do not want to use the built-in distribution system. I want to be able to have an industry built around trucking all this stuff around. Because when we go to our Uber production, we're going to have semis that are just dedicated to one type of product. I've been doing this in my test world. Like I have one of those big semi trailers. I have one of those that just has metal in it. So I hook it up, fill it up with metal, go around to all the metal and fill up all of the metal in all the factories, and then I just park the trailer. And the trailer sits there probably full of metal still. And then when I need it again, I just back up, grab it, and I go around and I fill it up. So we'll have trailers that are full of various products. And remember, they have reefer trailers as well with the same sort of system. So we'll be able to have food products as well. So it's like having industries like that have a big parking lot that just has a ton of these. What I was looking also to do is modding the trailer because I was looking at it and I did discover how like what polygon, what cube in the i3D actually determines where it loads because there's like a loading trigger inside of that inside of the trailer.
Boss, you might want to move forward.
But one of the things I want to do is, or really want to do, is add because you've got the like the Lizard Logistics sticker on the side of the trailer. What I want to do is I want to go in and try, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to because I don't know how to get a DDS file, but add like Lizard and then all of the different product types, metal, planks, boards, like so many different product types. That way the trailer is actually labeled for what's inside of it, which would be nice. But
There are some trailers that do that.
what, that have separate textures that you can apply to them?
Yeah. But
Or
I
one
think
like the trailer that we have has several in it. There's Lizard Logistics and Lizard something and Lizard something. But there's not one for every type of product.
yeah. The ones I'm thinking of are mainly for liquid products. So like the trailer, the liquid tanker trailer has like this trailer is milk, this trailer is slurry, this trailer is diesel, and it has a big icon on the side of it. Now we've done pretty decent about cutting down all these trees.
Yeah. All right. What do we need for more prefab walls here? Oh, that's the old sawmill. Literally have made 287. Oh, this wood is such a loss up here though.
Yeah.
Almost 40,000 wood.
If you sell it, you'll probably get the. If you sell the old sawmill, you should get the money from it. So at least there's that.
Yeah.
But we should only need like maybe 5 or 6 pallets of the prefab wall to finish the roller coaster.
We do need a load of wood over here for the prefab wall. It's the only recipe I added in here to use raw wood. It's a 25% recipe buff if you deliver raw wood.
Well, Oz has got a trailer over here. I can get some wood delivered.
Yeah, and then we need to do metal. So where do we have metal? Metal. We have a ton of it up here.
Dude, metal.
Yeah.
All right.
Which factory is it that does the wood? I mean, the prefab wall?
It's the advanced sawmill over.
Okay. Okay, I'll come bring a load of wood. If I don't drive into a stump.
So the trigger point for the sawmill should be in a much better place.
I do believe I remember that from testing the other night.
I forgot to look while I was over there. Oh yeah, I need to take that rock out right there.
Oh, who left a trailer parked here?
It's probably.
Look, we already have a prefab wall.
That's right, dear. Run away from the guy from the guy with a chainsaw.
Probably a smart idea.
Words are hard, by the way.
Yes, they are.
Oh, you taking the stumps out with a chainsaw?
Yeah, I figured this way we don't pockmark the ground.
Okay.
I imagine you'll want to get fields set up, but or not fields, but lines. But we may as well clear these random ones out before doing that.
There we go.
Next
Now we got some wood
thing
in
I was.
here.
Ah,
Not a crazy amount, but just enough.
so weird. I could have swore you could take a chainsaw to these dog trees and just zip them to nothing.
Yes, you can. Make sure your chainsaw is vertical.
Yeah, it is. Just it's not giving me a red.
It might be a funky little place to get it.
Oh. It's like the tree is already chopped down. So I can trim it. Weird.
That was
Huh. Then there's these. I know the mower can't take care of these, but I can't find the point to chop it down.
Yeah, these... I've just been hiding. Itch.
Ah!
What? Come on.
Okay, cool. So
Hot
we're doing
itch.
good there. The roller coaster has all the materials it needs.
Yeah, this dogwood stump is not.
Can you walk right through it, or does it have a collision?
Oh, it has a collision.
Okay.
I think the water is kind of interfering a little bit with some of this stuff.
Definitely possible.
Oh, you know, for those wood chippers, the ones that you load from the side and stuff, I actually had an idea on that. I wonder if it would work better if you use super strength to flip it on its side.
Possibly. Ooh, Buggy. There is a contract for long plank delivered to Elm Creek, and it's 700,000.
Ooh. Let's see how many long planks we have. How many? How many long planks? Well, I guess I can look. Wait, where is that? Honey, wheat, planks long. 172,000 liters of planks long to Elm Creek. Well, we actually have that. Let me grab our trucky-doo here. Where is...
The only catch is we have to load it onto the train.
How are we going to load 172 pallets on the train? I don't think the train held in one load 172 pallets.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many pallets it'll hold.
Yeah. How much are those worth now? Like planks long. Not that we're gonna sell them because we need them, but I mean, best price roughly 2,600 per 1,000 liters. I don't know. If you think it's worth it, we can do it.
I mean, we have plenty of money. It's just if you want to mess around with that contract.
Plenty of money. Who has ever said that in history? We have plenty of money. These are planks long. Yeah, I did edit this, the sawmill. So I edited the place where these things spawn. So I'm going to have to get a truck and back that out. This truck, for instance. Alright, so the spawning place is moved. I'm going to have to back out of here. And we're going to spawn in. Hey, there's the train going by again.
Must have fixed itself
Yeah.
after, or with the map restart.
Yeah, let's break it again.
Yeah, right?
Planks long spawn. Yeah, we have 604 pallets with planks long. I think we have enough.
Nice. That's a good spot for loading. I like that.
Yeah, so I edited these, and you can hit all of them by going like that. And if you get it right, they'll start respawning, and they won't stop until the thing is full. As you can see, it's going. It's still going. Dun, 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 dun. It's not even filling all of them up. So you can get it so it just constantly fills up. And we're going to have to stop it when I get at least close to 250. Because I don't want to have planks long sitting here. But you can see it. We're just constantly... It's the shop itself is just constantly supplying them. It's glorious. There are certain ones that it doesn't work with. Because of just how the stuff is packaged.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do storing. 108. But yeah, the thing in McDougal, what that constant thing, what it doesn't work with is like paper rolls, because paper rolls are huge. They're way bigger in size, so the thing doesn't spawn them as fast. Let's see if I can get over.
Oh, that's new.
Get
It
over.
says rent train for percent S per hour. Uh-oh. Maybe it'll say something different.
Percent S sounds like it's probably a, well, no, I was gonna say a programming thing, but
Because it used to be $1,000 per hour.
or can you use percent S like you do %1 buggy?
Percent S, there's a bunch of things in the game that have percent S, like the recipes. A lot of the recipes will have percent S. It's a trigger for the game to actually look up in the table whatever localized language there is.
Yeah.
So the languages are the way that the localization works is really, really simple, and percent S is just a trigger to actually look it up.
Seem a little quieter than usual.
Me?
Not that I necessarily mind. Yeah.
It's about normal.
Okay. Maybe I turned him down on Wednesday. And just... I suppose usually I talk to you at some point throughout the week, and you're a little quieter then, so I need to turn you up. But we hadn't talked much this week.
172,000 liters. Did you rent the train?
No, I was gonna see what it said for you.
Yeah, percent S.
Interesting. Well, we'll see what happens.
I hit R and it doesn't do anything.
Oh, weird. Because the train temporarily turns blue on the mini-map, as if it was one of your vehicles, and then it doesn't. And then it goes back to normal.
Oops, there's my turnaround point.
So,
Oh.
did we break it?
There is a possibility we did.
Well, yeah, the locomotive is coming, but
It's just driving its normal route.
yeah. Hmm.
It won't let me drive it.
Yeah, it's not letting me rent it either.
That's weird. Maybe it'll do it when it'll do something when it actually gets here. We'll see if it stops. No, it's not stopping.
I wonder. It's probably one of your modding changes, but question would be which one?
Yeah. But the catch is, he didn't mod anything with the train.
Yeah.
Because the train is base game part of the map stuff, and I know Buggy didn't really touch those things.
Right.
See if we can. Let's see. Hello.
Did it work?
You came back.
Would you look at that? That's weird.
All right. Well, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Um.
Alright. I'll hop on the train here and see if I can get it to load.
Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's load those last 4 there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get those last 4 over. I'll hop off this platform and then back up that ramp.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Because of how it unloads. Now that I know how it unloads, I should be able to.
And it appears to load them 4 high, which is not terrible.
Okay, let's square this off here. Trying to minimize how much you have to fiddle with it. Get back here. And...
I
oh,
thought you said squared off.
yeah. Don't judge.
Buggy and trailers backing up. Much better. That should do it.
Let's back up a little bit more. Right there. Does it reach?
Yep. There it goes. Oh, nice. Yeah, if you do it in the right time frame, it just keeps on going. So we might have to do more than one load with the train, but... oh, we're gonna have to bring it down here now. I'll just push these.
It has to be near the zone of... bastard.
Yeah.
What the hell? No, I don't want to go up. Can't you slide across the ground, you stupid thing?
If you do it carefully and stand far enough back when you start pushing.
We're almost done anyway, so let's get the rest of these. That is... Oh, they're 4 high. Okay, nice. Unloading. No, don't want to unload. Where's load?
Did it disappear? Oh, I got it.
You need
Okay. 6 more?
6 more. Yeah.
Hopefully those aren't too close.
Oh, did Buggy accidentally hide the water plane?
Probably.
Apparently, because there is no lake.
Oh, yeah, I think I did.
We can unhide it. I can't remember the key command offhand. It's like Shift S or Shift H.
Show list of hidden objects. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shh.
Anyway, Bugs, you want me to drive this train?
Yep, go for it.
Okay.
Looks kind of cool with the water hidden.
Mm-hmm. It does. Because all the lily pads and stuff are still the way they would be with the water plane.
You know,
There we go. Well, that's 112,000 liters of wood, Bugs.
Yeah, we need, what,
170?
172, I think?
Yeah. So now we just need 60 more.
And,
The pain is you're going to have to re-rent the train because you don't keep it between cycles.
that was only $104 to lease that thing.
Not bad. We didn't use it for very long.
Only 50, that should have been more than 58%.
The way it does its percentage is really weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Like, it should be way more than 58%. That was 112,000 out of 172,000. That should have been like, yeah, it should have been more than 50%.
70?
We have 60 left out of 172. That is, yeah, that should be at least like 66%. Which is,
That's weird. I hit the rent train per hour button and I heard the train engine start.
ooh.
he's magical.
I'm not seeing it on the map yet.
Nope.
All right.
It'll take some time. And of course it's not saying the distance away because of that.
Oh, there's a log. Yeah, I moved the trigger too, if you didn't notice. The sell wood trigger is now off to the side of the building instead of like right in the middle of the damn wood patch.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a little less likely to get consumed by, you know, a truck or stacks of logs or whatever. Oh, Oss is mowing the lake.
Yep.
All right, now.
Here comes the train.
Damn it, I found another rock that I need. Ow!
There's a lot of them. Yeah, I saw what I thought was going to be a really cool attachment for the skid steer for picking up rocks, but it's meant for removing rocks from a field. So you can't just pick up a pile of rocks on the ground.
Ah, jittery. That was weird.
Good bug.
Autosave maybe, or
No. That's just you. That one was all you. There's another rock I didn't clear. God dang it. Another one. Oh, man. I'm slacking in my rock clearing duties here. Let's see.
Here we go. This should complete the contract.
Excellent. Did you clear out the truck too?
Yep.
Is that all?
Truck is empty.
Excellent.
So we'll probably get a little bit of money on top of it.
More money, more money.
Oh, that's why. That'll do it. I forgot about that issue.
Yeah, what's that?
Come over to where I'm at and you'll see.
That's very vague.
Yep.
I'm over where I'm at.
So the train does an annoying thing, and I thought they fixed this bug, but I guess not.
Oh, snap.
That's why we didn't get all of the percentage.
It just like exploded.
Yeah, because there's a collision wall, and even though it is, you know, strapped down, it does this, and it has done this since the game, or this map has been introduced. Yeah, so that's a thing. Which is probably why we didn't hit that full percentage. But either way, the contract is complete, so if you want to go and complete it, you get the money.
Collect.
Nice. Yeah, if I noticed that contract at the very beginning, it probably would have been twice as much value. Well, let me know if you're ready to advance a month so we can hit the next stage of the roller coaster and do something with the cotton here soon.
March.
I think I saw a streak of lightning that resembled coffee.
I had a few cups today.
Yeah.
I guess we could sleep. I would like. You know, you could get in the vehicle and drive it, honest. That's one thing you could do.
I didn't plan on moving it this far, but my original thought was just to move it a little bit, but the trailer was kind of wonky, so I started moving it further.
Let's see. Yeah, we own all the land in here. Gotta be. Oh, there's another rock I missed. Yeah, I didn't go anywhere into this land here, but yeah, we can harvest all of this stuff in here. Another rock. Okay, let's go up here. Haas is just falling asleep on this lawnmower. Just crashed out.
No, actually, I hopped off, which is a good thing because I think it consumes gas when you sleep. If you're driving it.
Really? That's funny.
Yeah.
I do believe vehicles do consume gas while idling.
I think
Yeah.
that's why you had to refuel the lawnmower.
Yeah.
That's funny. Just falling asleep on the lawnmower. That's not unsafe at all. Lawnmower's like
No.
you're just like
Not at all.
you're just completely. Why don't you with the lawnmower? If you're into lawnmower, focus on areas that we have not harvested trees yet. If the trees are all gone, that means we're largely moving on to new areas, and we need to get the brush cleaned off from treed areas more. These damn dogwoods, I don't know why these even exist.
Give the game some variety. And it is as it is. Cool. Well, we're on growth stage number 3 on the cotton.
Excellent.
The boat is coming along nicely. The roller coaster is coming along. Ooh, the boat has a hole now, and it's not just a frame.
Yeah, I noticed that. It was actually looking like a boat.
Had a surprise tree in my way.
Surprise. As far as mulching the ground goes, can't we just plant it as grass and have the grass reappear?
Theoretically, yes.
Because that mulcher attachment is really good for clearing out some of these bigger bushes and stuff. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, it
Like,
has the side effect of making the ground look like this, and when you plant grass, it does look a little bit different. It's not going to look like this grass meadow here. It's going to look like a field that's all dark underneath still, but with grass growing.
you don't get the grass texture.
No, you still have a field texture.
What?
It's weird.
How do you get that rich looking grass texture underneath? Like, how do you get that?
By painting the meadow again.
But doesn't that override the grass and override the field when you paint like that?
It does override the field.
Lame.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Ah,
let's get in here. Come on. Yeah, I was playing till like, I want to say like 1:30 this morning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I kind of laughed at myself from a comment you made yesterday, or I think it was yesterday. You were playing like War Thunder and stuff. And no, what am I doing? God, no. Stop. B. Oh my god. Stop with that. Turn on processor. What are you doing, game? Turn on. So, I mean, you have been playing this game. The thing that made me laugh was you've been playing this game for literally years trying to get me to play. And, so yesterday you made a comment about not wanting
Play too much on
to get,
non-stream.
yeah, you didn't want to get burned out. I'm like, you've been playing this game for like 15 years. And now you're worried about getting burned out on it when I start playing it and like we could we could actually play together. It's like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to play. I don't want to get burned out. It's like you have been play. I don't even know how many hundreds of hours you have in the game compared to me. And it's like now you're concerned about it. I'm like, God damn it. Sure, when I actually get into something, everybody's like, no, I don't want to play that anymore. It's like, God, I can't win. I just can't win.
Oh no, I'm perfectly happy playing it on stream. It's playing it on the off time because like the testing is fun and I can test the stuff and then
Oh
it's
my
like in the test world there isn't really much of a goal that I've set for myself. But on the stream world, obviously we have a goal. And right now my goal is taking this little go-kart buggy thing around these dirt roads and trying not to hit trees.
I think part of it is that he, you know, when he plays, I see him start it up sometimes for a half hour and then quit. You know, so it's more of a casual thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when you sit down and play for 8 hours straight on stream, which is good, you know, good to have that stream time, but it's also more taxing.
So, Bugs, did you put the modded, or I mean, did you customize the Unimog with the special horn?
I don't remember a horn when I bought that thing.
Okay. I might have to take it over to the shop to customize it. It's worth it.
That's weird. I set the cruise control to 5 miles an hour, but then I got off it and got back on, and it was back to 10.
I think that's something with the vehicle control add-on that it does.
Ah.
Well, it usually saves it for me, but some vehicles have a minimum. Like my car, I could not set a cruise control to 5 miles an hour in my car. Like my real life car, like there is a minimum speed that you have to be driving to enable that.
Usually it's like 25.
Yeah. And believe it or not, I've actually used my cruise control at those kinds of speeds because I had a job years ago working in a cabinet shop, and I discovered that an issue I've been having forever hadn't gone away, and that is when I'm on my feet for a really long time, you know, more than a couple hours, it starts getting painful, and it gets excruciatingly painful eventually. And so there were times that I would leave work. God damn, I hate when I do that. There were times when I would leave work and my feet would be in so much pain that I would use cruise control. God damn it. What are the odds that that log would be pointing right at... Oh, it's not liking that at all. There we go. There were times when my feet would be in so much pain that when I would drive home at the end of the day, I would use cruise control, like 30 miles an hour in the city, because pushing the pedal was so painful. And yeah, if I'm on my feet for a really, really long time, it is unbearable.
I mean, I use cruise control on base all the time because the speed limit is 30 miles an hour.
I don't know. God, I wish I could figure out the little jumpy hoppy at the end, and they would fix that. That last stick, which doesn't weigh anything, seems to be the thing that holds all the weight. And so when this thing gets done chopping, that last the last 5 feet at the end is like causes the cutter header. See that? It's just like flips the cutter header. It's just weird. That last little bit is all it takes.
Yeah, coffee, I imagine.
Does O work? No, O doesn't work.
I can imagine you want to set a cruise control there, because when it comes to some things, the military is very strict about enforcing laws. I assume.
Oh, the security forces on base love their speed traps.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, the horn. And copyright strike.
Unfortunately, possibly.
God damn it. These damn logs. No, I didn't want to pick up the machine, you stupid game. There we go. Yeah, hopefully when I get those joysticks.
It's not too much of a pain to set up the keybinds and stuff.
No, I actually found somebody's video that they basically, like, how to set up the Thrustmaster Duo with Climbing Simulator, and it was literally the exact, like, somebody did that. But I thought of a plan. You know, those brackets were just obscenely expensive.
They really are.
Like, it's just a couple hunks of metal, and yeah, they're charging crazy amounts for those.
Yeah.
But I need to get a thin board for my dolly. I got or otherwise known as a hand truck. I use one of those to haul in my firewood. Right, you can almost see it right off camera. Like right there. So what I want to do is I want to get a board. I want to attach a board to the back because if a stop rolling down the hill, you stupid thing. I want to get a board for the back because if I get a log that's shorter than the bars, there's 2 bars going down of the thing. If I get a log that's shorter than the bars, it falls through the bars. Yeah. So I want to get a board to go on the back of that thing and just something really simple. One of those hard boards, sort of like imagine whatever type of material like the back of a clipboard is. You know, if you ever used an old school clipboard where there's that hard wood, like particle board wood on the back of it, getting something like that for the back. And when we were thinking about, like, what was that? Oh, collectible. We were thinking about like what to do about the, like, when you suggested Velcro, like a Velcro strap or Velcro strip for the supporting of it. That made me, what the hell? I just got kicked out of the machine with a splash sound.
That's a new one. That happened to you the first time we were streaming.
Broken, needs to be reset.
Huh?
Broken.
Water? Because that's what happens when you drive a vehicle into water.
No, I'm up on the mountain.
That's weird.
Broken, needs to be reset. I need to reset this thing?
Yeah, with the map.
Oh my god. That means I have to drive it all the way back here.
Yep.
Broken, needs to be reset. What the? Why did I hear a splash sound? Is this because of that damn lake that I hid?
It shouldn't be.
I was up on the side of the mountain.
We can unhide that. Must have to be off of that. Shift H.
I can't believe that.
There it is, water plane.
Yeah, that doesn't help. All right.
Hey, good. There it remembered my cruise control. Wonder if maybe somehow I had bumped some of the speeds. Speed setting. I don't know what it is, but this game is kind of giving me a headache. I don't know if it's the sounds or what.
Well, turn the sounds down.
Yeah, I turned the master volume down to 10% now. Might turn it down a little bit more even on the individual settings. It's weird that it's 10% increments only.
Oh, let's see if we can do this without freaking glitching out again. Stupid.
Don't jinx it.
That's like, why would it splash at me? I don't understand.
Yeah. That was weird.
Oh, and then this length change. Let's get this back up to 10 meters. And turn on processor.
I thought we were doing 20 meters now.
Uh,
Not that I care, just
10. Well, I mean, 10s are a little bit more manageable as far as like trying to get this machine to do it. But because 20, I mean, yeah. Either way, it doesn't. I'm not too concerned with it.
yeah. Not many machines would have, trees would have 20 meters.
No. Last time I tried to cut this tree down, it barked at me.
Woof. Or do you mean it shed some of its exoskeleton and threw it at you?
It tree barked at me. Yeah, I like these ponderosa pines. If I could figure out a way to include these in the No Man's Land map, that would be great. But I have no idea what their triggers are. What its name is. A bunch of dead trees up in here. Bunch of dead trees up in here.
It's elms. Look for morels. I don't know if everybody gets that comment, but that was one thing. A theory about morel mushrooms is that they tend to grow under elms, usually dead elms. And often they think it's because of Dutch elms disease.
Dutch.
Why there may be a connection, I don't know, but
Oh, yep, out here. Hit L. Get out. Yeah.
When you modded the Unimog, did you also adjust its strength on engine braking?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, because when I let go of the gas pedal, it like comes to a dead stop really quick.
Out of curiosity, have you guys ever had like morel mushrooms at a restaurant or anything like that?
Can't say I have.
As a general rule, I don't eat mushrooms.
Yeah. Yeah, some people just don't like fungi.
I
Thought
like
there was
Yeah.
something specifically for. But yeah, I've heard that some restaurants have it, like a platter of morels for like $100 or something like that. And
like it.
I can go out and depending on the season, like right now I think it's too late in the year. April, May I believe is morel hunting season in this region, and just go out and grab a huge bag of it if all goes well. Sometimes you get
When is it
skunked.
wabbit season?
That I don't know.
Oh my god, you stupid log. Come on. No, rotate. Rotate. No. Why did you go up? I went over, not up. Wow. Really? You're not even gonna pretend you weigh as much as you. Alright. Yeah, I think this truck is set for the long. Oh no, don't pick up the truck. No, stop. I'm not even looking at the truck.
He's looking at me.
Up over her.
Okay, yep. You're just gonna go over here. I'm gonna drop this wood off.
Well, has my mowing had much impact on your efficiency?
Yeah, getting rid of those bushes is very, very helpful.
Good.
Less things to get caught up on.
Well, it's
Yeah.
just visibility. I mean,
That too.
you got to be able to see what you're doing, and it's really hard to do that.
Really hard to mow in here without going really slow. But that's okay.
I'd love to know how the other sawmill triggers the wood without the player triggering it manually.
Yeah. That's a good question.
I need to set my lengths to 20 meters now. Slow down. Oh god, I got caught up on a bush. These damn, like, whatever these bushes are. What are these called? Can't even get the...
It's really tough. Something weird
No,
too.
there's... The game is funny. The engine, if there's anything around you that you can interact with, that overrides everything.
Yeah.
There it is. Downy Service Berry.
Yeah.
Those things are everywhere. And I think, yeah, I think the mulcher thing on the Bobcat can take care of those, I think.
Yeah, that finds them fairly easy. You can take them down with a chainsaw, but finding the hitbox is
Yeah, it's tiny on that bush. It's just tiny. So
and sometimes it's way offset. Like some of them, it's 2 feet away from the center. I mean, left and right, not up and down. So it's just confusing as all hell.
why wouldn't it see this log? There it is. here. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. It's too good to be true.
Maybe I just need to play a less thought-provoking game, you know, like Stationeers.
Yeah, the way your mind works is baffling to me. That you can
No.
play Stationeers for literally hours and not have any effect, and then mowing grass. Mowing grass is like too much. It's like, what? For me, like mowing grass is like the most peaceful, like just chill. I gotta cut these dogwoods down. These are super, super annoying. Any of these little trees we need to cut down.
And yes, I know my brain confuses the hell out of me too.
Wow, there's dogwoods everywhere around. Alright. I like these little tiny dogwoods actually have the the same sound effect of getting cut down as like the sequoias.
Yeah, they
It's like,
have the same sound effect no matter what. One of these does not match the other. Or I guess they do.
Oops. I did
Yeah.
not run over the Scorpion King. Didn't happen.
It's okay, a lag spike almost yeeted me into the river.
Oh. Oh, this dogwood stayed standing even though I cut it down.
Mm.
Alright.
Well, Buggy, since we use the train again, it is currently stopped at the top of the map.
Yeah, figures.
So weird. But hey, at least we don't have to deal with it, factorioing into us.
But hey.
Knicker, butt weird.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was gonna purchase forestry. There it is. I wanna try this thing out.
Oh boy, what thing?
There's literally no options with this. Okay. A new foul beast. That's an oak. Oak actually makes really good firewood. All these deadfalls in here, I bought the firewood processor thing.
Ooh, fun.
Somebody with a truck with a hitch can go pick that up, bring it over here. I want to see
Heading that way now.
if we can't chop some firewood. Because I actually need firewood in real life, and the firewood guy has not. I've been using the same firewood guy for, man, since I moved here. Years.
Yeah.
And
The
he's...
past few years I've been using the same guy too. It's been good.
But trees in my neck of the woods are not nearly as frequent.
Yeah.
And abundant as you, Coffee. So
yeah, we have all these orchards, so I get that almond wood.
yeah, basically like the most abundant wood here is like cottonwood, like out in the wild, and that is the shittiest, nastiest firewood ever. So it's like, for me, you know, I want oak, maple, or hickory. Those are like the three top wish listed. Where there's some Native American tribes in the area that they don't care. You know, when they have their sweats, they don't care what wood they get. So he's able to drop off like the crappy wood to them. But when I reached out to him like back in May-ish, like end of May, for getting a re-up on my firewood, like he was like, yeah, I'm swamped with orders right now. Like he had so many orders for wood. He was just like, I don't know, you know, when I'm going to be able to get to everybody else. Oh yeah, I should probably start long planks again. Well, planks, I definitely want. Nope. I want planks to run. No, not the old sawmill. Can somebody go up and sell the old sawmill? If you have
Sure.
if you have a minute. Planks. Yeah, we're gonna need more of those. We're gonna need more of those. We don't really need any more paper rolls. We don't really need any more pallets. Oh yeah, and then I need to drop some wood off there.
I don't know if I can. Oh, there it is.
Excellent.
I got your firewood maker delivered.
Ooh. Alright, let's grab... I just want to try...
The firewood maker is a vehicle in its own.
That's not bushes, it's a downed tree.
Yeah, I cut some trees down.
No worries. Or just mumbling to myself.
Alright. So...
So it looks like your pickup size is right here, so you're gonna have to cut that into little chunks.
yeah, you can actually get in this. There's a bunch of controls with this. So, my guess is it's going to be like 4-meter lengths ish. Like that. Okay. Now, firewood processor, cut tree log. Okay, there's that. Load tree log. There's O. Yeah, there it goes.
Neat.
Okay. Move it forward. Okay, and then you cut it. So B, move it forward, and then firewood V.
Ooh, look at that! You have some cut wood.
So B, V, Z, B, V,
Is your
Z.
conveyor belt turned on. And also, how do we haul this? That's funny. It
Firewood.
still calls it deadwood.
Video settings. You.
Me?
Funky. But yeah, it's firewood.
Look at that! That is glorious.
It looks cool. You got yourself a pile of firewood.
Oh, you got an automated machine for it?
It's a
Yeah,
well,
pretty
it's.
much.
I mean, it's you have to. It's a machine you control like a vehicle, but yeah, like
Nice.
Z.
Oh.
B. V. Oh, I missed that one. That is so cool. Because they actually, I mean, these actually exist in real life, so.
Nice and satisfying. And then it looks like you're just splitting the tree or the log piece in half. I wonder if there's more pieces that you could make it split too.
No, I'm actually splitting it into 6. If you look at that knife or that cutter,
Oh, right, that knife.
it's a six splitter.
I think you can move that cutter down, and then you'll get better chunks. That one was done with like one of the arrow.
Oh.
cutters, 'cause a lot of these logs are coming out just split in half because that cutter's so high.
Okay.
Or arrow key. I didn't mean arrow key. I meant mouse button and dragging.
There we go.
There it is. Yeah.
Oh, I can lower the.
Oh, nice.
V. No. Z. B. V. Z. B. V. Let's lower that even more. Z. B. V.
Oh yeah, those are some nice good,
Z.
start the fire pieces.
B. Z. Oh, that one's gonna come out all funky. And then O. Z. B. V.
So now the question is, what's the best way to load all this up and use it?
Oh, cool. You don't actually have to hold down V. You can just push it.
Nice.
So cool. Splitting diameter set to 305 millimeters. Wow. Current cut length. It's firewood! That is so cool. And the deadwood is like the bestest. I don't know how to stop that though. I don't think this is running. it's not running. Okay. So that's what we can do with the deadwood. Where can we sell firewood? Let's look at... is there a thingy McDougal in here for firewood? I don't know.
The witch burning emporium?
I still have yet to figure out what can be dropped off at each, because like there's a like a wood cottage up the road a little bit, and there's a drop off point, but I have no idea what you can drop off at the cottage.
Rural farm. The rural farm can take. I'll let you know, but I'm sure it's going to be like wood chips. They buy wood chips.
Rural farm. So if that is just wood, sawmill, wood turner, old sawmill, modded sawmill. So it doesn't actually, the firewood thing doesn't actually turn it into a new product. That would have been the ideal thing, is to turn the wood into little bits of firewood. Although I don't know how the game would handle that.
Unless it made it like into a pallet of it.
Yeah, but you know, that would be, with the way that this looks, I mean, this looks exactly how it would be.
Yeah.
Making a pallet, like how much is in a pallet? When you cut a piece of wood, it only cuts it into, 4 to 6 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not a pallet of wood.
No,
So
you would have to cut enough of it to make, like a decent pallet, or if you could sell it by the cord or something like that. But yeah, it looks like the only thing that rural farm cottage thing takes is wood chips.
wood
I
chips.
didn't
Okay.
see anything else on there.
See if you can load. You might have to dump the stone in the back. See if you can load that into the Unimog container.
How about I swap out the Unimog for the lower side trailer, because the Unimog doesn't have that auto loading option.
I mean, I don't know. You can just experiment with it. I need to take a quick break, little bio break, and then I'll be back, and we'll cut some more trees.
Bio break.
Yeah, bio break. Go over and supervise coffee over here.
That's gonna be.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go break some bios too. I should grab something for lunch.
Okay.
So I'll be back soon.
I have a feeling this is gonna end very poorly.
All right. Refill coffee while I'm watching coffee.
The pickup truck
There we go.
does have an auto loading feature.
That's how I get my firewood. Just guy drives up and loaded in the back of the pickup.
Yeah. Usually they come with a trailer loaded with a half cord of wood. Usually a little more than a half cord, although that's what I purchase is the half cord. And he dumps it in the driveway, and then I use the wheelbarrow and put it in the backyard on the log rack.
Yeah, I put mine in the very, very back of the garage. I usually try to get it really early in the season so it sits in the garage, bakes all summer, but this year I don't even know if I'm gonna get I'm gonna be very sad if I don't get it.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to reduce the engine braking force on the Unimog, because it's actually, excuse me, kind of a pain to drive like that. Because like you expect to be able to let go of the gas and coast a little bit, but it just stops immediately. Yeah, now the question is what to do with this deadwood.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Go sell it at the old sawmill or something. I don't know.
yeah, and there is a firewood sell point. I just don't know what the cost of, or what that one does, but you could probably take, because it's part of the firewood processor mod, you could probably increase the price of deadwood for that particular sell point.
On this map, I couldn't edit that. I can't edit any of that kind of stuff with this map because I don't have access to the files that it drops in the save game. Are only those things that do not change.
Oh, okay. Even though that one's
Or that do.
modded?
Yeah, the files are like the economy file for the game or for the save game is like how many things have you sold of this type. It doesn't allow you to say now wood is worth this much. That is part of the map file that we don't have access to.
Darn.
Yeah, I looked. I tried. We need to work on getting rid of all these little itty bitty trees. So I can come in here with the beast. And the deadwood trees can all... I want these to all be firewood. Because... Oh my god, really? Where did the tree go?
Oh, there might be another vehicle that, or a truck with a bed that could be used for that.
Yeah. If I would have done the firewood mod, that firewood thing, I would have actually had it make a new object called firewood, and I would have had somehow, I don't know how, but somehow made it so deadwood firewood was worth more. I don't even know if that's because if I could get some of this, although this is pine, this would be shit firewood, but it'd be super crackly. Pine it's very gassy, sort of like me.
I was about to say, but you beat me to it.
Like some of the best firewood, oak is phenomenal firewood. Hickory, oak, hickory, maple, are the more or less like the really good wider spread. I'm sure there are probably exotic woods that would like super dense, anything super dense, makes really good firewood.
Yeah.
go. I need to take a load. Oh, there's a stupid dogwood. Man this over to here. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna need somebody to go through and cut down all the little trees. And what happened to our lawnmower guy?
Aisle break.
Ah. Who approved that?
Not the Overlord.
Wow, this thing is chewed through all that wood. There was 242,000 liters in here. And it's already gone. Yeah, I watched like the early... I've been watching... A lot of times that I'm playing, I'll have somebody's either stream or episodes or supercuts going. And I'll be watching that. Yeah, the early game when nobody knew how to mod industries yet. Like, one of the guys DJ's stream, I remember he was feeding a bakery with flour, and literally he would sleep for an entire day, and he would have one pallet of bread made in that day. So he'd go back with another full load of flour, and there'd be one thing of bread, and he would be able to unload maybe one pallet of flour. And his trailer was completely full of flour, and like literally one pallet worth of flour sold, and the rest was just like, what do I do with all this? Because they hadn't balanced the production to the consumption, right? So you have the production here and you have the consumption. Well, the production of flour was way high, whereas the consumption was minuscule, super slow. And it was like so imbalanced that he was just like, what the, like, he was just struggling like crazy. And I was like, yeah, it's, you know, and he didn't know how to mod it. Like, he's not a modder. I was watching and I was like, oh my God, this guy is not a technical person. And it was kind of cringe watching him trying to mod stuff because I was like, ugh. But
He figured it out.
yeah, eventually, you know, other modders and stuff. But it's funny, like, sorry, I watched his stream where, I mean, the game literally had just come out, and come on. Oh yeah, I need to set the length to 20. Let's do 19.5. And lip. 19.5 seems a good compromise.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh, Puggy, we were talking about my weird brain earlier, and another one occurred to me. Days where I'm feeling kind of melancholic, or however you want to phrase that. I play games that are literally apocalyptic, like Green Hell or The Long Dark,
Makes sense.
or Stationeers, which isn't technically apocalyptic. I just, make it so.
Yeah, that game is apocalyptic. Yeah, that makes sense. Like when you're down, seeing stuff that's worse makes you kind of feel better. Because it's like
It's not actually even that though. It's weird. It's just being alone, and not me being alone, because hell, I'm
You're
practically
you're
always alone. It's just
you're never alone. I am always with you.
Oh boy.
that's true. All the voices.
Here we go again.
In fact, look behind you. No.
Late gasp.
I like when these trees fall and they're pointing right at the cab. It's like, let's not do that. Yeah. I need some lawn mowing to be done up in here. Some bush mowing.
You actually inadvertently almost quoted a TV show I saw once about the whole never alone thing. Always with you. Have you ever gotten into Kevin Smith movies and the TV show spinoff?
The one I think movie of his that I've seen is called Dogma.
Okay.
With Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. It's like Jane, Silent Bob, right? That's who you
Yep.
mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dogma. I've seen. I really like Dogma, but like Mallrats, stuff like that. Like I know his body of work, but Dogma is really the only one I've seen, and I mean I really did enjoy it. It was very well done. Kind of making fun of religion in a way that, yeah, it's kind of funny.
Oh, funny story. I mean, he's kind of self-deprecating. That's the word I was looking for. And he didn't really like his own work to a certain degree. And then partly for fun, he joined the protesters. He actually went out and protested his own movie.
That's good. I mean, I heard that he was like when he first got his start, he was like super shy, and that's why he never gave himself lines in his movies. He's Silent Bob. The reason why is he just didn't have the confidence to say anything in his movies, which is kind of funny. I don't know if that's true or not, but
he would stand to reason, because he kind of popped out of nowhere. The tale I've heard is that he sold his comic book collection to make his first movie, which was Clerks. Black and white movie, and but it was rather witty, I felt. Often very crude though, so that kind of stuff doesn't appeal to you. But yeah, that got a start, and then I think it was after that movie, the money he made off of that was enough to not only fund his next project, but also give him. He bought his comic book collection back.
Oh,
Which is important.
Yep. Yeah, when it comes to comic book movies, he's one of the first people who's consulted on it. Is this in line? Does this stuff make sense? Is it somewhat true to the comics and stuff like that? But now with all the, what is it, phase 3 or whatever, I think it's probably going out of the
Oh, we're already on phase 5 of the
phase
MCU,
5. Okay.
and it is so, people are so fatigued. They've got superhero fatigue like crazy. Like nobody cares anymore. Like nobody. Like there's literally a movie out right now called The Blue Beetle. It's a superhero movie. Nobody is watching it. Like nobody cares. Like it's some of the most atrocious box office like ever. Come on, you stupid. There you go. Yeah. Like literally it did like 7 million over the weekend. Like nobody cares anymore. Oh god, it's so bad. And it's like, yeah, Disney bought Marvel, and then they just started spitting out movies, movie after movie, and then TV show, and then movie, and it's just like nobody cares anymore. And they're so preachy. You know, a show like a show like She-Hulk is laughably bad. They're just so bad. And nobody asked for those. And then the worst part about it is, you know, the She-Hulk character was actually from the comic books, but they didn't use any of the comic book character story. None of it. Was just, it's like they used the name, but nothing that people who had actually read the comics. Oh my god, the stupid thing flipped up again. There we go. That's going to become a thing, isn't it?
Yep. Well, I was getting annoyed with it the other day.
Wasn't there actually an attorney bent to the comics though? I thought that was.
Yeah, it was like She-Hulk attorney at law, but they literally made like it was the character. It was just awful. I mean, it was just awful. And
I've seen it. Everything's a competition with her, even though they try to say it isn't.
Well, when you have She-Hulk twerking in the office, I think that the shark has effectively jumped at that point. And it's just so bad. I mean, laughably bad. And this is what Hollywood is on strike for, is we need to get paid more for this shit. And it's like, you know, literally like nobody cares anymore. Nobody in Hollywood really has any idea how bad these shows are because they all pat themselves on the back. And it's like, you know, right now the number one movie in the box office is freaking Barbie. And it is one of the most feminist, man-hating like movies out there, like ever. But it's doing really well because that's the audience, right? That it's a largely female audience, so yeah, that message kind of rings true. But when you're doing like a superhero movie, if you emasculate all the men who is your number one audience, then you're not going to do very well in the box office. It's just simple math, right? If you're not going to entertain, if you're going to preach instead, then, you know, that's what you get. So it's just really funny that the writers went on strike and now the actors are on strike, and Hollywood is literally its worst since like 2004 or something like that. Like the box office returns are nothing right now. Wow, that is a big rock. I wonder if we can. Wow, that is a big rock.
I wanted to go see Oppenheimer, but I don't really feel like sitting in the movie theater for 3 hours on a movie that's probably not going to have an intermission like a movie like that deserves.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't have intermission. I watched a review of it yesterday, and yeah, it's a long movie. Everybody I watched said it could have easily been 2 hours. There's like an sex scene in it, and the people are like, it was really bizarre. Like the scene that, you know, it's the first like love, like explicit nudity scene that Nolan did in any of his movies, and it just is like, not
It's in
sure.
that movie.
Yeah, it's like why, you know, there's the so-called Trinity event happens at the 2-hour mark. So yeah, it's one of those like why is this you know, it's another hour of politics afterwards because I mean it largely follows exactly
What
happened. Like it became very political. Like after Oppenheimer did it, he came out against he came out against the bomb. He came out against it, and the politicians tried to demonize him because of that. And so the last hour of the movie is just him, you know, speaking about how we should never use these, we should never make these anymore. Like it's just it's too much. Yeah, and he was demonized for it in politics. But they even tried to erase him from the records as the man who was in charge of the most expensive and secretive endeavor in human history.
Yeah. So I just sold a truck bed full of that wood that I cut just to see. $35.
Wow.
I wish I could buy a truck bed full of wood for $35.
Me too. Especially that good wood. Like that dead wood is glorious. Where did you sell it? Did you just sell it at like
The sawmill, just to see. Also, loading the wood into the vehicle like this, and even though it's strapped down, everything shakes and it's just ready to explode all over the place.
why aren't you detecting that log? Did we not set this? Ugh. Fine. Did we not
I don't know how much wood is in here, but it's probably maybe $40 worth.
You might as well just drop it off at the sawmill and see if you can. Like, I don't even know if it goes by the liter. I'm assuming the sawmill will take it.
Like the one that you're at right here, or the one
Yeah.
next to us?
Well,
You know, it's really weird that they would pick liter rather than meters cubed.
well,
Yeah.
a cubic meter is 1,000 liters. Well, they're kind of one and the same.
Yeah.
Some equipment in the game and store shows its fill capacity by that. Other equipment uses liters. But
Yep. But yeah, since it can interchange so easily, I'm just shocked that often they don't go for that instead. I mean, even liquids could be represented that way. Only thing it would really affect is if a person tries to visualize that in real life. So everybody has or well, not everybody, I can't speak for everybody, but most people would know what a 2-liter bottle is. Maybe 1-liter bottle nowadays. 'Cause I'm old.
I drink my water out of 2-liter bottles.
Yeah?
I drink about 2 a day.
Jeez.
I need to find a good quality glass jar. I've been reusing Aquafina bottles, as they're the sturdiest. Reusing them for years, and yeah, you're not really supposed to reuse plastic bottles.
No, definitely not.
Um,
Especially if they're exposed to the sun,
yeah, they're not exposed to the
even
sun.
at all. Well,
Um,
you have sunlight in your room,
no,
not even reflective?
nope.
Huh.
Like, yeah, my place is pretty dark. Because I can't have light reflecting off my monitor. I can't have ambient
Yeah.
light like making me super bright. Like, it's just, no matter which way I turn, I can't. You know, the only window that's open is my dining room, and that only gets light in the mornings, like early in the mornings.
A
Come
little
on,
surprising, but yeah, even then, you're still not supposed to.
but yeah. Because
if I may recommend,
they bleed chemicals into the water, which is why I want to change it up.
yep. Yeah, that's why you also shouldn't use a plastic container in a vehicle. Like if you've got an emergency kit, which is recommended. If you have a vehicle that you travel long distances, especially in the winter, you should have some kind of preparedness kit. If you're stuck out in a snowstorm, you don't have a little something to get by. Well, that could literally be the difference between life and death. But anyway, yeah, don't use plastic for containing water. Of course, if it's a winter preparedness, obviously water is a little difficult. But oh yeah, if I can recommend, if you're looking for something to drink out of instead of plastic, maybe copper. There's a lot of people who've been looking.
Wouldn't that bleed?
looking
Wouldn't
back-
that bleed copper into the?
To a slight degree, yes, but that's actually a good thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I doubt I could afford it, because I literally have 8 2-liter bottles of water in my fridge. So I need to replace those 8 bottles with glass or whatever, and
Oh, I meant as a glass to drink out of, rather than drinking straight out of a.
oh no, I just
A
drink it
large
out of the bottle. Like, I don't.
Fair.
I keep them in my fridge so they're cold. I grab one for supper. I drink it right out of the bottle, and then I wash it when I'm done. But yeah, it's. Why
I'm
is it?
shocked you don't get used to room temperature water.
I mean, eventually it becomes room temperature.
True.
Oh my god. How am I stuck on a curb? Come on, people. Walk by me or get run over. There we go.
So is it tap water, or do you?
Yep.
Okay.
I actually like our tap water, even though I shouldn't, because I see what's in it in the wintertime with my humidifier.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something in our water, some like white powder in our water, and it's disgusting. So
That's probably just a calcium buildup, because we have some pretty hard water here, and the calcium buildup is ridiculous.
I doubt it's calcium. I mean, it's a white. It's something. Anyway,
Sure.
but yeah, the water. Since I stopped drinking so much Pepsi, I stopped drinking soda altogether 2 years ago. So it was like, since then I've been drinking a lot of water, and a lot of water out of those water bottles, and I'm sure that it's had some effect on my hormone levels, because
Yeah, unfortunately, as cool as this firewood processor is, it's kind of pointless.
Due to the value.
Yeah, due to the value
Yeah.
and how you load it up and stuff. Because when you try and put that many entities of wood into like the bed of the pickup truck and strap it down, it has issues.
Ah, yeah. Because, yeah, that much fire would be worth a lot.
And it would be glorious firewood too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like these 2 truck beds and what's on the ground here, I'd probably pay like $200 for that where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would pay probably $100 for that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that's what I would value it at, but that's what that much wood would cost out here.
All right. So I need somebody wants to help. What I need is somebody to cut these tiny ass trees down, and just straight up haul them over to the sawmill, and then leave the tall ones. I can take the tall ones out. But yeah, all these tiny pines, tiny dogwoods, and then
Oh man, those tiny trees give us such a negligible amount of wood.
oh, I know, which is why I'm not really bothering cutting them, trimming them.
Alright, I'm just about to call this area good for now. I've been targeting the bushes in particular.
Yeah, definitely target those bushes.
Because to do a good job, I have to, have the stumps out of there so I can actually mow all the grass, which is infeasible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the grass. We can always plow it. Like, once the stumps are gone, we can just come through and plow it and then get it all down to nothing. Like, I don't care if it's... I mean, yeah, it would be kind of cool to have grass texture, but we can always add grass texture and then seed it or something. I don't know. I don't know what order you would do those in, but... Oh, there's another big rock.
I do wish that they offered some more vehicles for the rock crushing.
There are trailers you can get for crushing rock.
Oh.
I believe. Yeah.
Oh, you mean like taking the gravel and turning it into sand or something? I meant like the attachment for the skid steer. That's like the only thing in the game that can do that.
Oh, the jackhammer, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need a. I don't anticipate or see a need for more than what that is. Like that's a fine tool. I can zip around and get all the rocks really fast, and not really care. I don't need anything that's too crazy.
Just got kicked off the lawnmower.
Weird. I've been having some weird issues where it starts making splashing noises like I'm in water, but I'm on the side of a hill. And yeah, the lawnmower is broken and needs to be reset because it determined it was in water somehow.
I think this is right about where Buggy had that issue with the Scorpion King, too. Yeah, I don't always get those tool tips of errors. Like, I hit E and nothing happens.
Interesting. Well, I saw that in the bottom right-hand corner with the info HUD thing. It said broken needs to be repaired.
Ah, okay. How does one do that?
I just walked up to it and it shows it in the box. Oh wait, are you asking how to reset it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you go on the map, and then you click on the vehicle. Although you have to be standing far enough away so you're not trying to click on yourself. And then when you finally get it clicked, you hit reset and it goes back to the shop. And then you have to drive back here again.
Yeah.
So you're also going to have to reset the mowing deck.
Oh.
the mowing deck also might not work without being reset and repaired.
Oh yeah, it does say needs to be reset. There it be. Alright, how does one attach this? Do you just put it over top of it?
You just drive it over and hit Q.
Okay. Because it's that simple in real life, everyone.
They're not terribly difficult to take off.
Oh, it depends on the model.
That's fair.
My
Yeah.
dad has been struggling with a riding lawnmower for a little over a week. Although, the way he works, it's not necessarily 8 hours a day or anything.
Yeah, when I was little, then my dad was going to go work on something on the car. Because one time I remember vividly, the auto, the window roll up and roll down, that broke because that's the vehicle was like the first like minivan model, like the Chrysler, like the old minivan models. So it was super cheap. So it was a plastic runner that controls that, and that broke. So the window wouldn't roll up and down anymore. And so he wanted to fix it himself, which means pulling off the door panel and all of that.
Yeah.
I remember him doing that vividly because at the time I would ask him when he had a project like that, I would ask him how many swear words this project was going to be. Like, because he would be in the middle of, work. I mean, he'd just be like, just swearing up a storm. And I just remember that growing up, like, just that notion of, God, can't even look. Oh, I got 2 deadwood trees over here. Might as well just cut these for wood chips. Wood chips, we can actually deliver wood chips to the carpenter and make pallets out of. So maybe sell the firewood thing and take the deadwood and make wood chips with it. If somebody wanted to do that.
Although, doesn't our sawmill, when we make normal stuff, also produce wood chips anyway?
Yeah, but I couldn't get wood chips to unload with the wood because those are 2 very, very different triggers.
Yeah.
Because the wood has to be manually triggered, and then the wood chips is more like dumping a grain, or dumping like a pallet, which is 2 vastly different. In XML, it's vastly different triggers, and I literally, God, what the hell is up with my mouse? Yeah, I literally spent hours and hours on the sawmill trying to get the triggers to work, or the advanced factory rather, because the advanced factory, I wanted to unload like grain style stuff, pallet stuff, and wood, and possibly liquids, and that's too much. It was just too much. So yeah, I had to abandon that completely.
This is very weird. I'm just running around, and now I'm floating in the air. In water, quote unquote. I keep on hearing the water sound effect.
What? Oh.
Did it again to you too?
Yep.
Yeah, there's something weird going on with the fill plane of water.
Well, Buggy was talking. It happened to me on the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was over here trying to move a tree, and then next thing I knew, I was 30 feet in the air, and it was giving me a weird water bug.
So should we
Yeah, it
just?
happened.
So we just like, how do we fix that?
Probably reload. The
Yeah,
game.
probably.
Okay.
The other
Well,
thing that was happening was I'd come over here, and I would just sink right into the water like it wasn't there.
okay. Well, I will save it. Oh, they're saving. I'm gonna save it again anyway. Save. Are you guys exited?
Not
Mhm.
just yet. There.
If you want to do more with wood chips, you should add that beaverator mod real quick, because the
Ooh.
wood chippers in game are a pain.
Okay. Quit game. Yes.
I approve of name.
I was gonna try to look at how to set my name too. Like,
Oh, right when you go into multiplayer, before you even click join server or anything, that's where you can set that.
okay.
I think it's in the upper right-hand corner.
Forestry equipment. Dun, 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 dun. Beaverator, beaverator, beaverator. 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 Oh, the cell. There's a sell point for firewood. We got to try that. There's a separate sell point. Maybe
Yeah, it might get a better price.
get a better price. Yeah. Standard sell point. So logs to firewood. Yeah, the icon here shows the logs would sell for 3,300. When you cut them in firewood, it sells for 1,700, and then selling it at the firewood sell point is 5,900.
There we go.
Yeah, so that is what we're missing is the firewood sell point.
You want to add that like
that's
near that one random cottage.
sure. Yeah. Okay, let's beaverator. I can't get distracted.
It's a little more than halfway down.
Yeah, there it is. This is a beast, 22.5 megs. Wow, this thing is huge.
It is.
And the rolling train beaverator. Oh, it even has its own. God, I wonder how. I'm gonna be kind of curious to see how that works.
It's a pain, but it's not too.
All right, so I need to let me load up this, quit, and
Works decently fast.
let my computer like say, "Hey, Steam client web helper, why are you?" Oh my God, Steam, just don't. What are you doing, Steam? Better not be doing something. Okay, let's start her back up again. Oh, there's change name. Yay! Okay, create game. This one. Then I need to find the beaverator in the mod list again. Da, 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 da. Come on, where is it? Yeah, we have a lot of mods. I'm not seeing it in here. Where is it? Is it not downloaded yet?
Did you quit the game entirely?
Yeah.
It's possible that it stopped the download halfway through if it wasn't done. And then canceled it.
Oh my God. No. Come on, where is it? Oh my God. Did I pass it? Now it's not even showing up in here.
It's weird.
There it is. Oh, it says it's installed.
Okay.
Okay. Create game. There. If these were in some sort of order, that would be glorious, but they're not.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're not.
I mean, is it too much to ask to have something alphabetical? Like, hey, let's just at least. There's the beaverator. All right. And now we're loading. Okay. Silver Run Forest. I did add that vines mod, variable vine width. I don't know if you noticed that,
I did not.
but yeah, I added that before I stopped last night. When I went to bed last night, I had like 5 workers working. Like, I had so much stuff going on. I was like, I really don't want to leave right now, but it was 1:30 in the morning. I was like, I have to go to bed, and then, and then Glorious, like, was even already I was still late to the stream. All right. So the firewood sell point, let me look that up really quick. P construction. Go up to this house up here. Where is it? There. Here. There's the house. Yeah, there's this, but let's do production selling points. Firewood processor and sell point. At selling point, you can sell your harvested and produced goods. Wow, this thing is rather large. But let's put this like kind of on the side of the house, maybe. Because that's where I would have my firewood, off to the side. There we go. Firewood. There it is. Rename. No, I don't want to rename it. Let's, landscape, painting, gravel. Oh, I can't. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, Jesus, that was sudden. I thought I did something.
Oh.
Synchronizing with other players. The beaverator. I need to purchase that. But now that we have the sell point, we have 2 different options that we can do. I want to change this back to grass.
Hopefully, the firewood sell point gives you good price for for deadwood firewood.
Yeah, we can try. We can have a test, because I'm pretty sure all the firewood you have there right now is all deadwood.
Yep.
So we could do a test where you could sell a load of that, and then throw some fresh stuff on there.
I'm just gonna go unload this Unimog because I can't strap down the woods, so it's dangerous as it is. suppose if I put the flatbed on the back of the Unimog with the quote-unquote bale loading bed, then maybe.
All right, we have a lot of wood up here. Da, 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 da.
Just hear that in the woods while you're cutting
Yeah.
down trees.
All right, just trying to pick out any of the dead. Oh, there's another dead wood. Okay.
I'm not 100% certain, but I think that the deadwood also does not give you very much from the mulchers.
Yeah, deadwood is kind of a crap wood all around. Like, it doesn't give you much at the sawmill. It doesn't give you much pretty much anywhere. But it makes excellent firewood.
Well, we'll find out here. I don't know how much I got here, but... $129 for that.
Well, that wasn't very much, though. The back of that thing does not hold much.
No, it does not. So the pickup truck might be better off.
All right, any more things I can cull out of here? To grab? Sometimes my mouse clicker doesn't click. It should.
It finally listed your game, but then I had
Yep.
to download the content. I should have searched independently for that. Oh,
Yeah.
good. It showed up right away this time. So weird how sometimes it just doesn't list you.
Yeah.
Oh, just about to cut.
Mm-hmm.
Good timing then. Or was that bad timing?
Yes.
Fair enough. Alright, hopefully the vehicles won't get wrecked now.
I'm really curious to know if we can all ride the roller coaster at the same time or not.
I hope so.
Kinda weird if it couldn't.
Yeah, I hope we can.
What stage are we on that, by the way?
Like, maybe stage 3
Okay.
out of 11.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to go look at that.
I mean, that wasn't much more wood, but it still wasn't great. That was $163.
That's at the specialized drop point?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm cutting a bunch here. You want to grab a chunk of one of these and make it into firewood. Make sure you don't mix it. And you can just see if dead wood is just shit all around or what. Because it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I'll try that.
I should look at the XML on that and see how it actually determines the cost, and then I could, like, if there's a special like thing in there regarding deadwood, it'd be easy to just be like, oh, if it's deadwood, multiply the instead of multiplying the price by 0.5 or something, multiply it by 5, because it's like deadwood should be worth more as firewood at the firewood's, sell point.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the XML that has anything to do with price or multipliers. It just.
Well, is there a file called like fill types? Is there a script? It could be done via script.
Fill types is just wood, and it's a basic wood trigger. So that one would have to mess with changing the base game price of what wood is worth, and what.
Yeah, but the fact that you can get more at the firewood place means there's something that is being done at that sell point that is modifying the price of short pieces of wood.
There is a different folder that has scripts, and it has a Lua file for firewood sell point.
Yep, that is what would do it. Yeah, the Lua script is what would do it.
Alright, so if size X is less than 0.8 and volume is less than 0.25, then is firewood equals true. And if is firewood sell price per liter times 2.5.
Okay, so it is including the fact that deadwood is worth less. So it's taking the base game value and multiplying it by 2 1/4.
Yep.
I don't know how. Oh my God. The fact that I have to hold the mouse button down is what really aggravates me about controlling this. So I'm really looking forward to getting those joysticks. Because from what I've seen, you can get crazy with the controls. Every axis of the joystick you can map to a specific thing. And then those Thrustmaster joysticks have like thumb trigger, like they have a thumb D-pad, there's buttons, and oh man.
Yeah. Each joystick has X amount of controls on it too, on the base of it.
Right, they have buttons on the base.
stick.
I'm gonna have to get something to like
Label maker.
label the freaking buttons or something, or else just play the game enough where I just memorize.
Well, as long as you don't use it for other things, then yeah, you will be able to memorize it. Oof. Almost took out a buggy.
Alrighty, I'm approaching the end of this field then, or this, getting this all debrushed. Is there another area I should mow, or should I focus on something else?
Oh, what do you want to do? Are you happy mowing, or?
Yeah, I'm good with mowing.
Yeah, and just come into an area that I'm in and just start clearing her out.
Just like that Taco Bell.
Now Taco Bell clears you out.
Hee hee hee. Careful, you clear too much land there and a Dollar General's gonna pop up.
Or a Starbucks.
Yeah. No, there's a coffee shop at the roller coaster when it's done.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what the tables and chairs are for.
Spoiler alert, jeez.
I'm sorry. Just it might be like 3 weeks until we're at the point of the roller coaster being done. So you'll forget about it.
Good about what?
Exactly.
There's a lot of stumps up in here, so just be careful.
Alright.
Yeah, Bugs, if you want to like trim down like a 5-meter section of one of those trees, I'll come and get it in a little bit here once I'm done loading up and selling all this dead wood.
Alright, the next tree I find. Alright. This is kind of a thin tree, though. I don't know if this is going to be a good one.
Oh no, the thin trees kind of clip through the machine.
Should load some freaking sequoias up into that thing and see what happens.
Oh, that would be interesting. You think bad things would happen.
Excellent, let's do it.
Come on. Get it? Come on. Give me? Am I just deceptively far? It's like gripping it, but there it is. All right. This is too thin to do firewood, so let's just Yeah, might as well just take one of the logs that's not deadwood and just cut a little swath off the bottom of it. It doesn't matter what the truck loads in. Like it's all going to the sawmill anyway, so might as well just cut off what we have. And that way you don't have to wait on me.
Well, I mean, I guess I could just move the firewood processor out of the way. I've just been clearing this path so I can see what non-dead wood cells were.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just take one of the logs that's not deadwood that I've already cut and just trim off a section off the bottom of it. Like, loading it on the truck, it doesn't matter how long it is. It'll load it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why my camera was so screwed up. It was attached to the boom and not the cab. I was like, why is my camera so messed up? But it was...
I could see that being helpful for lining stuff up, but yeah, as tooling around would be rather tedious.
All right. 200? I mean, it's a small amount. You could probably grab our big trailer and just load that thing up with firewood, but
Yeah,
I'd-
I'm
I'd-
just afraid what's gonna happen, like if it's gonna fall through.
yeah, it's really not worth it. Like, we make more by loading it into the sawmill and actually making products out of it. So, and
it
so,
that was still the deadwood.
yeah, I was just hoping the deadwood would be worth more, because that would have made it worthwhile to like harvest the deadwood. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, we can just get a beaverator and grind her down. Yeah, I've actually seen videos of one of these kinds of machines, like actually operating in real life. It is freaky how efficient these things are at deforestation. Like, when you get a guy who really knows how to operate it, and you just like, they're so efficient. Like, oh, cut this tree, cut this tree, cut this tree. It's like, oh my god, all the tree huggers in the world are just like, no. I mean, I like nature, but I also know that humans need wood. Like, you know, I'm rather fond of toilet paper, and I would not.
He was about to say he's fond of wood.
You know, even though we're like the only country in the world that uses toilet paper,
Bidets are superior.
I would love a really nice bidet, but they're thousands of dollars. Like,
Yeah, the really nice ones. Plus, you have to have the electrical set up in your bathroom to be able to make that work, and the hot water. Okay, that should be enough for the deadwood.
I just like how logging gets such a bad name. If it done responsibly, it's actually better.
oh, it's beneficial to the forest. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's why, you know, a lot of times on the like Yellowstone in the past, when Yellowstone starts on fire, they just let it burn for a while because it's actually good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's actually beneficial.
Wildfires are part of nature when they're started by nature.
True, but out in California, they need more logging. That's part of the problem. Is that they refuse to
Do it, and then that causes all these crazy fires. And then, of course, because you have people living everywhere, they have to put the fires out because they don't want houses to burn down.
Yeah.
Or, you know, the energy company starts the fires because of their horrible infrastructure.
Oh man, don't even get me started on that shit.
I wonder what would
Yeah, true.
happen
Probably
if
good
I just
idea.
parked the truck underneath the conveyor belt for the firewood processor. How well that would go.
You have to be so far up from the ground in order to cut these things. Part of my problem is I'm too efficient. I get that cutter super close to the ground and it doesn't even like acknowledge.
Yeah.
Another rock I missed. Oh yeah, I need to buy.
Oh, we got a couple of comments in chat. Oh, they're pretty recent. I was worried I was slacking.
For the large fires. Oh, the bush, yeah. Well, the other problem in California was just so dry for like 12 years. You get a 12, you get a 12, 15-year drought. It doesn't matter how much like you want to do. It's going to burn like badly and quickly.
Yeah.
They
Is
should
that
have done
mo-
some controlled burns.
They try to occasionally in the more populated areas, but it doesn't always work well. The other big issue that we have is you'll get these really wet winters that, you know, everything wants to grow again, and then
Oh, and then it dies
and then the
off.
dry summer. Yeah.
Yeah, the super blooms, everything grows all at once, just like California had, and then everything dies all at once, leaving back a massive amount of like burnable stuff. Yeah.
Okay, here is a truck bed full of good wood.
Oh wait, just a second. So this thing will do stone to lime, wood to wood chips, sugar beet to sugar beet cut, and bale to windrow. So it'll grind all the things.
Yeah,
I don't like that you have to choose what it is.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't like that about it, but okay. Well, I am ready to hit the sell on this load of spruce or whatever it was.
Just
Whenever you
let's see. Where would the little trailer thing for this be? Miscellaneous?
One of the things you can do is go to forestry machines again, find that, and then hit combinations, and you'll find it. But it should be in the dollies section of the trailers.
Hit comment. Oh. It doesn't tell me what category this is in. But
Dollies.
Dollies? Dollies!
Yeah.
Change the color. Rims. That's so cool. Okay. Alright, go ahead and sell.
Okay. And sell.
Oh,
That's much better.
that's much better.
That's some California prices.
Yeah, one of the unfortunate things when I went to search for like a firewood supplier, I found one with the name of the city that I'm in, and it was Firewood Supply, and they had a website. I was like, oh, cool. And I went to their website and was searching around, and they had phenomenal prices, an amazing selection of wood. And I was like, holy crap. Then I realized, oh, it's in a different state. It's the same city name in a different state, and they're in Maine.
Ooh.
And massive amount of wood. Like, it's just nothing but forest out there. And I was like, of course they had just an infinite amount of firewood. But yeah, I was like so disappointed. I was like, oh man, that sucks. I know that I was able to take one of these out. There it is. There it is. I hate these bushes, whatever they are. I mean, I'd like to do it with the chainsaw, but it's not giving me any... not giving me any option for that. Toss that in there. Let's go look at this beaverator here. Beaverator. Oh, he's already got it set up. Oh, you're missing something.
Oh, no, you'll see. I was just showing, or I was just undoing it so you can see, but we'll need a truck over here.
Like,
But yeah, unfortunately, you have to be in the beaverator itself to attach that.
oh.
I don't think I could imagine playing this game without super strength, because it just comes in handy so dang often.
Yes, it does.
Let's purchase.
Are you going to get a new truck? I was just going to
Yeah.
bring one over.
Purchase one of the Mac modded. I think it's this Superliner X modded. I don't know what the service frame is. I don't know what.
It is
Why there's
one that
two.
doesn't have a fifth wheel hitch, and it's made so you can put essentially like a big truck bed on the back of it, like a stake bed or something. But the problem is we don't have any of the stake beds for that.
Hmm.
So there's a separate mod that is required for it. But I was going to say you should get that big Volvo that comes with the Platinum expansion for this thing. Triple rear axle. Huh. Well, the train rental says $1,000 per hour again.
Oh, that's good.
Weird bugs.
Bumper. One bumper. What guard? Yes for lights. No rack. No visor. I don't know what to do about the strobes. Oh, X strobes. Vinyls. No. Cabin is crimson red. Cabin details. Crimson red. Metals. And frame. I usually get carbon fiber. Rim color. White. Rim color will do. Chrome.
Did you buy 2 trucks?
I did.
Okay.
Why have one when you can have two?
True.
Was that intentional coding contact?
Why is your name tag mine, Coffee?
Because you can hop in the back of this thing and steer the rear axle.
Oh, but it was weird. It was my name. It wasn't.
That's weird.
It wasn't your name. It's my name. So you are mean right now.
Well, apparently steering the back axle actually does nothing, so...
Wow, this thing does not move very fast. Oh my god. Every time. Oh, it wasn't letting me move very fast because you were in the back.
Interesting. Well, I apologize. I thought, it was one of those fun steering axle type trailers.
Like the old school,
Convoy.
well, old school, words today. Fire truck. Like the old, like ladder, like the ladder trucks. They have steering in the back because they're so long. Yeah, I upped the brake force of the Mac for the modded version too, because we were having some major issues.
Yeah, you'll have
so
to go to the...
this Q.
It takes a moment, I think.
No, it's not letting me
That's weird.
I think you fucked it up. Yeah, something messed it up. Let me look. Yeah, probably getting in the back of it was not the best option.
Yeah, I guess not.
Okay, G. Why aren't you giving me G? Literally none of these options are Q. Why aren't you to G, Q? There we go.
There it goes.
Then Q again.
The Beaverator.
Actually, we're probably gonna need one of these.
Yeah, I suppose now we'll have to get a excavator or something with a hook arm to move stuff around. And yes, you will need one of those.
Ooh, that sounds cool. All right. Well, let's. Where do we want the Beaverator?
Probably over here. Actually, let me just run to the other side and then say there.
Yeah, not gonna happen there, buddy.
You see the massive engine in that thing?
Oh yeah, you need some torque.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how we're gonna have this thing run with nobody in it.
Without having the auto engine start-stop turned off, you won't.
But I hate that that is a map level thing.
Mm-hmm.
Unfold wood chipper. Okay. Open AI menu, unload here. Control.
Ooh, shiny. And there goes coffee.
Yeah, your coffee would not exist anymore. Why can't I have this machine only run? Because if I turn that flag on, every machine will stay going when you get out of it now.
Unless you turn off the engine. But, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant.
Normally I like to play with that mod or that setting like that to turn on the engine and stuff, but do you want me to grab a piece of equipment to move these logs and load them in here, or you just want to super strength it?
It's up to you. If you wanna move them in with the machine. You can find, find one that you like and use that.
Yeah. I suppose it'll depend on how nice the machine is deciding to be and not being a pain.
Oh, I should really turn down my run speed, but just too damn convenient. So that some of the big news coming out. I don't know how many people out there follow me on Twitter, but I'm pretty snarky on Twitter. One of the news stories I saw and responded to this week was the news story that the Pfizer factory was hit with a tornado and like obliterated. Like it literally ruined like 50,000 like pallets or something of medication. And so I responded and I said, yes, but the tornado had the biggest boner afterwards.
I like it. Demonetized.
Yeah, well, it's Twitter. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really snarky on Twitter.
Not as snarky as Arby's is, or Wendy's PR page.
Oh, you know who's really bad? Burger King. Whoever is in charge of the Burger King account, they must hate their customers. Or it's a parody account that they can't control or shut down.
There's definitely a possibility.
Like, I have seen some, like, it's just like at Burger King. I've seen some of their posts that are like, holy crap. Like, just F, like somebody asks them a question about their food and they just respond like, F you. Like, it's like, whoa, like crazy responses. So it has to be a parody account or something, because, oh shit. He's got a serious machine over here. Look at this thing. Holy crap. You gotta lower the scoop a little bit more. There you go. Oh man. Loggage. Holy shit. Okay, I need to turn on autosave.
Yep. I'm like, oh shit.
What is it?
I mean, I can also just load up the tub, hop out, hop into that machine, and mulch it all up.
I can't remember where the option is.
Game settings, it'll be the other one for you, the one with the tractor.
Vehicle. I want to do dirty fast. I want to do that. Automatic. I like automatic engine start. Why can't we have an option to, like, yeah, automatically start, but just not automatically stop? Like, have a separate one.
There is a mod.
Of course there is. Yep. It's the beauty of mods, except the number of mods that we have now it's just keep the brake button held for brake and automatically start reversing. Okay, no.
I like that one, the stop and go braking, because otherwise you have to wait till you come to a stop and then hit the key again to go.
Right. Yeah, I have that one. I have that one on, so.
Actually, you know what? I'll wait and let Buggy do the honors.
Ooh. I get to grind?
Buggy gets to grind.
Oh, start engine first. Whoa, that was fast.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that was fast. Let's see how much wood chips those three.
Oh,
Oh,
got that other one too? Nice.
I didn't get to see how much wood chips were in there.
There was nothing, and now there is.
1,213. Which these are dry, these are dead woods, so now we have something we can do with all the stubs. There's 2 more deadwood logs there. Then when I find deadwood, I pull it out independently of everything else because I don't want it to mix. There's another one right there. Okay. Oh, get off. There we go. There's the log. There it is. Oh, there you go. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, start. I got.
The issue with this
that's
is
gonna-
there is no way to lock these logs in here except for with the grapple, and it does not always work. That's a pretty good scoopful. I just wish I could take this and tip it on its side when I'm unloading it.
Come on, get that last one. Come on. What the hell is going on here? I don't understand why this sometimes just is like, nope. Let's try to chop this down. It's tempting. Oh. Gonna be using a lot more fuel, I have a feeling. Yeah, this will hold 1,000,000 liters. I don't even know if this trailer, the fact that the iron ore was weighing so much means that this trailer doesn't have the update mass false flag on it.
No, it does not.
Which is funny considering how much it can store.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with this particular machine, and the reason I bought it was because I saw it was on sale there, it works best when you have smaller, like 5-meter length chopped up pieces, but of course the deadwood just is not giving us very...
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of that is to chop the stubs in the deadwood. So even if because it doesn't give us much, all that we're going to be making out of that is going to be pallets. Like, oh shit, he's loading the logs straight up out of there. Maybe not.
Oh, I forgot, I turned it off. I was just gonna see what one worked best. 'Cause doing it that way does work pretty well.
Okay, go back over here.
Ooh, what'd you sell?
Firewood
Ah,
thingy. Okay. Okay, there's a stub. There's 2 stubs. Yeah. So the stubbies, ideal for the chipper. Because they are not going to give us... So I'll try to stake. The stubs, some of the stubs are longer than others, but should be able to scoop those up.
Yep.
Oh, there's another stub, of course.
I wonder how much wood you'd get from mulching up a good full-size normal log.
Like a sequoia?
Oh, a sequoia. We could. I know you could.
We could find one of those.
Yeah.
In fact, well, no, that's a ponderosa pine. Could grow a bunch of those.
Yeah. You can spawn in like a 39-meter sequoia chunk. It's already pre-whatever. Just to see what that does. That would give the Beaverator a run for its money. Uh-oh. Accidentally picked up the Beaverator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I tend to turn when I'm around a bunch of machinery. I tend to turn my super strength off.
Good idea.
I just hit Alt, Alt, and it turns it on and off permanently. Because I have done that very frequently. Oh, of course, the tree is a little too far away.
And thankfully the Beaverator does have its own small capacity. So,
Well, it would have to.
yeah.
That's how that stuff just disappears.
Yeah, somebody blocked our road with logs.
We'll grab the truck and load them up. That another another dead wood. Two deadwoods. Nice. Straight up put that tree in the Beaverator. That little itty bitty tree is just like, it just disappeared. Like, yes!
Gone.
Alright, another one for the... Another one to feed. It's hungry. Yoink. Get in there. Get in. There it is. Glorious. Okay. Where am I? We're here. Alright. There's actually, like, spray paint that you can mark the trees
Yep.
for removal, and I'm like, I should get that and just go on and just mark all the deadwood so I can tell when I'm in the machine, because it's really hard to see.
And it doesn't have any foliage
damn it.
on it.
Yeah, it's really hard to see whether or not the very top has stuff on it. God damn
And
it.
that is what like the remove the marked trees and remove the deadwood trees missions are.
Right.
You have to look for the trees that are marked and.
Yep.
Come on.
You're almost full there, by the way.
Yeah, I see that. I'm just gonna see if I can get anything else, and it looks like it's not loading anything else, so I'll consider that full.
Yeah, we might see if you can grab a load of metal and take it to the carpenter.
Okay.
That way we can get
Going.
that going. Prefab walls. Yeah, we need metal for that. I want to do we don't have to have it to make prefab, but it gives us a 15% boost.
Yeah.
Because I'm sort of simulating when I have metal included in some of these recipes, I'm sort of simulating that metal being like nails or screws or bolts or, you know, whatever. So like the armoire has 25 metal, furniture has a little bit of metal, prefab walls has a little bit of metal. So it's a use for metal. It's not a big use, which is why metal, the storage is only 20K. So, you know, it doesn't actually hold a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Compared to like planks or long planks. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, we need long planks in there. We need regular planks. Shingles is fine. I can turn shingles off for now. So yeah, we need a load of long planks in there. Metal planks. Shingles is good. Wood is good. Oh, sort of good. Good-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Pallets. Pallets are fine. Floor tiles is good. I'm just trying to build up a supply of all these because if the roller coaster like wants some,
Then we can just, yeah. Thankfully, it does not require too much of the prefab walls.
right? It doesn't require much, but I mean, we don't even have a pallet in there yet.
Yeah.
Why are all these set to spawning? It's weird. It's when you, because these storages didn't exist the last time we played. They default to spawning. It's like, no, don't default to spawning. So now there's a bunch of shit spawned outside there. Which is, you know, when you have a variety of stuff, then you want to use like a flatbed to load it up because the individual pallets load and you can mix and match the pallets. That box truck, only one type can load in there. So that's the only trade-off with that. But I was tempted to mod that trailer to hold way more pallets. Like, way more pallets. Because I'm loving that trailer. Especially if we use it as, like, if we have, like, a distribution center on that, when we do Uber production, and we have trailers that have, like, all the different kinds of materials. And so it's like, oh, we need more XYZ at the furniture store, and you can just go and hitch a truck up, like if it's metal or whatever, there'll be a trailer with just metal in it, and you'll just be able to hook it up, and go get, you know, drop off whatever metal, go pick up whatever metal, fill the trailer back up, and then repark it again, and it's just like constantly having that logistics going on will, you know, it'll be, you know, keep us busy, and it'll be simple enough where, you know, just basically trucking stuff around. We've played enough games where moving of materials is automated. Might as well play a game where you have to move stuff manually.
Yep. I do like, though, how this game includes a fee for distributing and stuff. Okay, so this is not the trailer I want to use to do this, but I'll use it for now.
Oh my god, stupid thing. Come on. Come on. There it is. Alright.
Oh, Buggy, at one point, and I don't know why this popped into my head, but at one point you had signaled the desire to multiplayer Mashinki. Is that still something on the list,
Shink.
or did you not get
I'm trying to
Yeah.
picture that
Train
game.
the train game?
Oh, I must have covered that a while ago.
Yeah, but on multiplayer, I don't,
Yeah,
because they had added multiplayer, and you were toying with the prospect of doing that one.
I mean, honestly, it would all depend on, like, how much interest other people have in that. Like,
Yeah, it's probably something I should talk to you about offline, because they're more involved conversations. That
I mean, we failed hard on Astral Colony. That game, I'm still watching for that game and the game updates to actually reference, like, fixing multiplayer issues. But thus far, it's been
Yeah.
like he's just become completely ignored multiplayer issues with his updates, and it's like, okay, well, that's a problem.
yeah.
And as far as, like, I've gotten a much bigger reaction as far as, like, community and interest in this game than I've had in years with other games that we've covered.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
so-
quite shocked too.
I am not going to be quick to change it up, right? I'm not going to be quick to be like, well, we've played enough of this, let's play something else. It's like, if there's interest, you know, if we got more than one person interested in a game, then we'll look to covering it, you know, a couple times in a stream. But I think one of the things that I don't know if I've done it wrong or done it differently, but having such a wide variety of games to cover, it's like, I mean, one of the guys I watch, like, all he does is farm sim content, and he has over 200,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
And I'm just like, I've covered 50 different games, and I have 6,000 subscribers. So it's like, at that point, you're just like, oh, it must be me. Like, it must be me. So
yeah. Sometimes you do get a lot of, if you're very laser focused in your coverage, that can give a boost.
I mean, he's a part of, like, he gets, like, texts on his phone from the developers of the game, like, hey, we just put out, like, this patch or this update or these mods, blah blah blah, like, and he's invited. He went over to Germany and he was invited to all, like, the company events regarding the game and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, I'm just sitting here going, holy crap, like, I've been doing this for over 7 years now, and not once has a company been as thankful as that for covering their game. Like, so
usually it's just, here's a free copy, give us free press.
yeah, give us some free coverage and, you know, whatever. It's like, okay, well, that's fine. I don't even get that a lot of times. There have been some games that I've gotten for free, that I've covered and enjoyed, but I never let that influence, like, my enjoyment of the game.
Honest reviews.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's always like, you know, there are definitely times where I've gotten a game for free that it's like, this kind of sucks. Like, this is not a fun game or whatever.
All right, here goes 21,000 liters to the master carpentry.
21,000 liters of what?
Metal. I
Ah.
also delivered a bunch of pallets.
Well, it's going to hold 20.
Well, then I should have just kept it with the 20, but I
I think
one
it's
more
20.
pallet.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, it's 20.
Yeah. I mean, if you wait there a couple of minutes, let's turn on. Let's see what can we turn on. Let's turn on prefab wall. See if anything reds itself out. It should have wood. Yeah, it has wood. Oh, we don't have any. Oh, we're getting low on long planks there, so we're gonna need some of those. But
Well, fun fact, there's a trailer here with long planks, so
nice. Yeah, we've got roughly 6, almost 7 prefab walls now. 7 pallet. I don't even know how much quote unquote liters are in a pallet of prefab wall.
I believe it's 1,000.
How much do prefab walls sell for? Let's see what the profitability of those are.
They're decent.
Furniture is 3,400, and we're at
Ooh.
April, so it is what it is. A prefab wall. It's in here somewhere.
10,000 at Elm Creek, 8,600 for the roller coaster, and 9,000 for Silver Run Market.
So pretty profitable.
Yeah.
I can't even see them in here. I've scrolled through the list twice.
Yeah, it's underneath floor tiles, metal, paper roll, but not all the way to the bottom.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, Elm Creek. Screw that. Screw the train. Silver Run Market. Oh wow, $9,000. That's pretty damn good. Good. It's good.
I don't know how well the prefab walls go on the train. I haven't sold a train full of them because before I never had modded factories, so making a prefab wall took forever.
Yeah, considering the explosion that we had at the last train, I'm pretty much done selling shit to the train because you sell all that stuff to the train and then it just explodes at the end point and you have to go back over there again and like it's like
the way that we were able to go back and just sell it like that, you could probably do it without selling or getting the train. You could park your truck on the tracks right there and drop it off.
and just hope the train doesn't come by.
Yeah, and just hope.
Oh, I hear the lawnmower man's working again. All right. His break time is
Yep.
over. He must have gotten back from lunch.
Yeah, literally. I was actually at my PC for quite a while there, but I was eating
You're allowed to do that?
occasionally.
Yeah, no one told me.
I thought it was the Overlord that we were waiting on the permission for that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Alright, well your Lizard Logistics trailer is now emptied and ready to be filled up with something else.
Lizard Logistics.
Yeah. the
Emptied
one with
from
the
metal or planks?
planks.
Oh,
I used a flatbed for the planks because I figured it only would need so many pallets up.
of planks long, it'll hold 750,000 liters of planks long.
No, I used a flatbed for the metal.
Oh,
That held
yeah, metal.
20,000 liters perfectly, and then I threw an extra pallet on top.
Yeah. So if you just put the pallet in the grid there, it'll offload it slowly as it uses it. We are gonna need Beams, well, depends on what we need to supply. I added buckets.
I saw that. And buckets are another thing that you don't need a crazy amount of, like maybe
I
3
figured.
pallets worth.
Yeah, I figured we didn't need a lot. But this thing is, yeah. So let's get maybe a few buckets going. And then what do we have as far as wood chips? Wood chips and then pallets. Empty pallets. No, we don't want to use, well, that's a use of planks. Like, there's not a lot of recipes in the Master Carpenter that uses planks. Most of them are planks long. And the bonus you get, well, 150. Yeah, might as well do this one. We need a consumption of wood chips because, yeah, we're going to be getting a ton of wood chips out of that trailer and all the crappy wood that we're getting out of this, all the little stubs and more deadfall there. I wish there was an easy way of moving these tiny itty bitty trees. Yeah, we could probably get one of those things that you know, you can hook up like a rope and then drag the trees out, but these itty bitty trees are just not worth it.
No, they're not. You can hook up, I believe, 2 trees to 1 winch line and pull it, and then there are some vehicles that have more than 1 winch line. It'd be cool if we managed to set up that yarder thing that pulls the tree along it, and make it so it dumps directly into the beaverator.
That'd be hard to pull off.
It would be hard to pull off, and we'd have to move it closer.
Yeah, we could actually move the beaverator closer.
I'll drive it over in a minute.
Like up by this bridge. Well, let's see. Where would the best place for it be? Because the road is the limit. What just sold?
Oh, I took some of those products that had spawned by the Master Carpenter and delivered them to the roller coaster. Just to clear out that spawning area.
Ah, okay. God, I don't know. We're almost done with the land. Well, we've got some stuff back here. We can always move the beaverator over there. So yeah, let's move it somewhere over here. This is still, this whole area behind the store is the next spot. So
Oh boy.
yeah, you see where I'm standing right now?
I do. That's a lot of wood.
So right here is a great flat spot for the beaverator.
Yep.
Right where I'm standing. This is a great spot for it. Do you want to come over where I'm standing over here and
Sure, let's see where you went.
I'm
I think I see your
yeah,
arrow.
I'm swinging back and forth here.
Yep, there you are.
So let's mow this all down, this whole area, and then get the beaverator over here. And then this will be, then once we have the beaverator and the trailer set up, you guys can start cutting all the tiny itty bitty crappy trees around. Because screw the crappy trees. And the deadfall. So many little itty bitty trees around here. All these things are Downy Service Berry Stage 2. Some of those I can take out with a chainsaw, but yeah. Some of these are like... Oh, there's the hitbox. Like right... There it is. Right there. So stupid.
Yeah.
Hard to grab.
It'd be nice if some objects would have a bigger hitbox, depending on the tool you're using. Because like the chainsaw, other than trees, there's very few things that it can target. So you don't need to have, you know, infinite precision for hitboxes. Whereas I could see, you know, like a mower, it has to be able to target each individual little tiny thing and stuff.
Wait, why are these stubs on this truck? No, no, no. No, no, no. Where'd the beaverator go?
Oh, I moved it over to the new area.
Really? I didn't see it up there.
Behind the store?
Do you see where I'm standing? Right? Do you see where I'm standing? I'm rotating around, rotating around, rotating around.
I do see you. I'm a little bit south of
This is where I was standing. It is technically behind the store, but not directly behind the store.
We'll get there in a moment.
There's a nice flat area up here. Oz is clearing out all the brush. Don't go too far away, Oz. You gotta...
Yeah, sometimes it's to loop around. Because if I can take a big swath, that makes it a lot easier.
Okay, where's my truck?
Unless you want me to more focus. I mean,
Well, we're trying to move the beaverator up here, so we need to clear an area for the beaverator and the trailer and all that stuff in the immediate vicinity, and then you can spiral outwards to get more and more and more and more area. But, yeah, I wanted to clear all the brush out so we could see what we were doing with the grinder, because that's a huge thing. All right, well, oh, I need a truck. Okay. What the hell did I... Oh, freaking stump hidden in the ground.
oof.
Ugh, God. Right on the road, too. It's like, damn it.
Oh,
Come on, grab that tree. Come on. Pull this out. I don't know why the auto load doesn't see these, but it's really annoying. There it goes. Come on. There it goes. What? What? Serious? What has got me?
Huh.
That was weird. I was pulling forward and I was like, something was like yanking me backwards. Like, what the hell?
weird.
On occasion, the trees do that when they are loaded into a truck. It's annoying.
No, I wanted the big one, not the itty bitty one. What are the odds that that's going to see it?
What are the odds?
Come on, load the damn... His trailers are weird. I wonder if there's a better wood trailer out there that we're just not using. Oh my
Sometimes
god.
yes, sometimes no. The wood loading is always hit or miss.
Jesus Christ, that was... Come on, log up and in. There you go.
The biggest thing I've noticed is that if there's even a little bit underneath the trailer, even if it doesn't look like it's under the trailer, that's like the biggest cause of problems. Because I think not only is the tree actually bigger than what it looks like, so is the trailer.
Oh.
Okay, I've got this flatland area pretty well clear now. I'll start taking out the bushes.
Okay. That was a lot of trees. Yeah, I'm hoping with the map, if I edit like the No Man's Land map, I'm hoping that I can edit like what volume equals like wood, like a full grown spruce tree. But it seems to me the tonnage of the tree dictates the volume. Because those sequoias were like 42 tons. And each one of those was like 42,000 liters. Like a ton, like 1 ton equals 1,000 liters or something like that. Yeah, that entire truckload full was like 30,000 liters. Which is less than one of those sequoias. I was hoping that we could get, you know, more out of a truckload of wood.
Yeah.
But that might not be possible.
And I mean, with the base game stuff, the amount of wood that we're providing is overwhelming to the sawmill. But with your mods, it's not enough.
Yeah, a normal base game sawmill would not even care. We would. God, why is this log not? This is so weird. I don't know how this mod works. So trying to like debug it is like I don't know.
Possible.
I don't know what controls whether or not you can actually like. Why am I not able to load this log? Like, what is going on here? It's not even detecting the log is there. I don't understand. If I take it away, put it over here maybe. Yeah. So the auto load, like, because it's not a base game thing, it's like I have no idea how it works.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's the same with any of the auto-loading mods because that wasn't base game. They want you to suffer using the
Yeah, like why is it not base game? The pallet loaders, all of that stuff. I understand their points of realism, right? But they have to understand their freaking community. Like what are people using? If they have let's just throw out some numbers here. If they have, let's say, 10,000 or 100,000 or 200,000 sales of their game, and they put the autoloader mod on their website, and they have 150,000 downloads of the autoloader, Like, you have to know that the majority of your customers are using that mod. So why not be like, okay, well, obviously this is a popular mod. People are using it because there's enough realism in the game. We don't need all that much more. It's just like, because the loading pallet system is broken, it's kind of crap. So, you know, if the base system is broken, you know, we can unless, oh, it did turn it off. Okay, that's a deadfall. All those. Where's my cut? There it is. It's like, where's my cutter thing? Oh wow, I screwed this one up. Wow. Dogwood. Whoa. You're gonna get chewed up and eaten, Mr. Dogwood. There you go. What? That's a big... What are you putting... Like, how long of a tree is that? 15 meters long, like...
Yeah, I grabbed one next to it and then was like, I'll do that one too. And then realized it's bigger than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, it literally tells you how long they are. Like, yeah, this one's 6 meters. This one can go. Come on, give me green. There we go.
You're dead.
Why are... There you go. Ooh, we're up to 41,000. Holy crap. We should put the diesel, that's a good use of wood chips.
Yeah.
The diesel maker. Fuel refinery modded is the mod for that. Okay. Where's my... Oh, let's take this one out.
I think I had a physics process there.
Happens.
Game stuttered. It was funny too, because the timing of the first jitter was right when I hit a tiny bush, and I'm like, wait, that stopped me? And then it jump starts, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Alright, this is a tiny tree. This is a tiny tree.
43% on the trailer, that's not bad.
Haha! Oh, it just... There it goes. Must be a tiny trigger area for that.
It is, but it isn't, because I've had some trigger from the side of the machine. Yeah, I'll definitely use this thing sometimes to do the cut sugar beets, because the base game stuff, what it gives you to make cut sugar beets is terrible.
Yeah, you have to use the tedder. You have to cut them and use the tedder
I
to
didn't know
make.
you could use that with the tedder. Yeah, because to make cut sugar beets, I have to go to the telehandler tools, and there's a base game thing that cuts up the sugar beets for you. I thought it was telehandler. Maybe it's wheel loader or front loader.
Oh, we're bringing some order to this nature of chaos here. Come on. There it goes. Christmas tree. These are Christmas tree sized trees here.
10-meter
Oh.
tall Christmas tree.
I mean, this one's 5 meters.
That's a little better. Run, little deer, run. Home is not safe anymore. Tumble tree, look at this thing go.
Yeah. Takes up a lot of volume, but it's almost no wood. It's just
Yep.
like... Damn it. Okay, how about in here?
1,500 liters for that dogwood. I also like when you cut the tree down, all the foliage of the dogwood falls off, all the leaves.
Ah! I missed. Right, where's my machine? I lost track of my... There it is. Oh man, this thing's tipped over.
Okay, that's a weird bug. Every time I pick up a tree, it starts tipping end over end.
There we go. There's a couple dead ones over here. You want to grab these. Oh, there's a stub. I didn't think I was going to get a stub out of that one, but I did. Oh man, there's a bunch of dead ones in. Oh, come on. Really? Jesus Christ.
Oops.
Why can't I rotate? Should be able to rotate the head of this thing. These ponderosa pines are heavy. So that is another thing that we could check the difference. Ponderosa pines, because if tonnage equals liters, then the difference between the tonnage of a ponderosa versus the lodgepole, because if the ponderosas are heavier,
And they're worth more.
then there would be more liters technically of wood in those. Which means if I were to be able to find a place to edit, like how much does a tree weigh, which I don't know. I don't know if you can.
%55 on the thing, and my goodness, I think a lot of this seems so much emptier now because of all of Oss's mowing.
Oh, it makes a huge difference when you mow all this stuff out.
Yeah, those little details seem small until you start getting rid of them.
Yeah, these ponderosas seem to be much heavier than the lodgepoles. Just the way the machine reacts to them.
Yeah.
Is just like, wow, these things must be super heavy.
You know, speaking of game, what do they call it? Clutter, the foliage and stuff like that.
Flora?
Well, yeah, flora, but I mean the like term that means kind of like clutter, decoration clutter. I don't know.
Foliage?
But yeah, anyway. Oh, sorry.
Foliage? Like.
Yeah. But I always thought there was
detritus.
A more detritus, yeah, that's a good one. Isn't it funny to just kind of sit back and think of a game from, you know, our childhood or something like that, and just go, you know, you can't even get half the number of trees in those games, let alone all the ground details.
And the detail was such that the tree would just be a billboard. It would just be like two textures.
Yeah.
It wasn't even an actual, like, tree. It was just like, oh, that looks like a tree, sort of.
And then the first, like, 3D versions were two billboards set at 90-degree angle to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've come a long way.
Yeah, you would think this 23-meter-long deadwood would give you some good stuff, but not really. $1,102 liters.
Oh, those little ones are just hard to manage.
Sprites might have been the word I was looking for. But sprites are a little more specific. Usually sprites are two-dimensional objects.
Yeah, sprites are typically two-dimensional textures rendered in a 3D world.
Yeah.
Or a sprite engine is just 2D textures that make up the whole thing. So Factorio is a sprite engine. That game is entirely sprite based,
Yeah.
which is why it can be so fast. It doesn't have to render anything in 3D.
Yeah, it's amazing how that third dimension can really take a toll on a processor.
Yeah, it's exponentially more processing to figure stuff out in 3D than it is 2D.
Yep.
It's amazing how much more complicated. There's everything
It's
from
50% more, right?
everything from distance to like, because the a squared plus b squared equals c squared, the Pythagorean theorem. You can apply that in 3D space.
Yeah.
X squared plus y squared plus z squared equals the cubed root of, z or whatever. Or xyz equals the cubed root of distance or whatever. But that's way more processing for a computer to do that. Like, it is so hard.
Yeah.
The computer itself is, modern processors have actually gotten much faster at like square roots and stuff like that compared to old processors. So there's not a lot of trade-off.
The reason I started laughing is one of my nieces at one point was complaining about schoolwork, and is just like, how am I ever going to use math in my everyday life? In more of the like algebra. And she asked me this, and yeah, and actually at the time I was playing Stationeers, so I brought up a point about that, with the solar angle and all this stuff, and she's just like, "That's you." And it's like, well, okay.
Well, yeah, you can go through life being stupid, or you can go through life knowing shit. And I would rather go through life knowing shit than being stupid, because what the hell is this tree? Like, what the hell has just happened? Like, Twitter and TikTok are full of people who are going through life being stupid, and everybody else laughs at those people. And it's like, yeah, I would not want to be one of those types of people. I just would rather not go through life like that. Even though it's harder to go through the world knowing stuff, knowing how the world works, knowing answers to things, being smart enough to figure stuff out. It's like sometimes I look at people who post like just the stupidest things. I look at those people and go, man, it must be blissful to go through life so unaware of reality.
Yeah, you really do get the concept behind the phrase ignorance is bliss.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I have seen evidence of that in many, many places.
And isn't it kind of funny how when you know things, you're better at problem solving, yet problems seem to be in more places.
Yeah. 2.7.
That's pretty much exactly what you're saying. It's just different phrasing and a play on words.
Possible Pine 1.6. Yeah, it looks like the lodgepole pine, or the Jesus Christ, the ponderosa pine is heavier when you compare like the first cut, right? The thickest part of the tree, the very first cut of the lodgepole pine, 1.6 tons. So again, that's 1,600 liters in the sawmill. The ponderosa pine, the first cut, 2.7 tons. So
Jeez.
A little over, it's about 1,100 liters more for the ponderosa pine than the lodgepole pines on this map. So, yeah, much as far as like pound for pound, ounce for ounce, like you get not twice as much, but you would get much more.
It's odd because the 3D model looks the opposite.
Well, it's hard to gauge the tonnage. I mean, the thicknesses are roughly the same.
Yeah.
But it's simulating that the wood is denser, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, 2.7 tons versus 1.6 tons. And here's another stubby. So all these little stubbies, these can all go. Some trees don't give me good stubbies, but there's a stubby there. I just don't want the truck to fill up with these. Oh, did that go across? Yep.
Oh, but yeah, the whole algebra thing and how am I going to use that in real life? It was just so funny that I was the one that she asked about that, because out of many of my relatives, I'd be able to give her an answer. Some of them would be, no, not really.
Well,
not that they don't know it. It's just
it's such a common complaint when you're in school. Like, where am I ever going to use this? It's like,
yeah,
you don't really know where you're going to use it, which is why you have to learn it. Because
yeah,
if you have a job and all of a sudden it requires you to do some math, if you don't know how to do it, how long are you going to be at that job? Like, everything you learn in school is a potential job skill that you can take to an employer and say, hey, I know how to do this. You know, it's one of the reasons why I'm working on the mod for Vintage Story. Like, I want to be able to show that I'm capable of this, whether or not I get a job or not. It's like, I'm going to have that ability. So, you know, nobody balances their checkbook anymore, so you can't use that. You know, that was the number one go-to for math. Is like, well, do you balance your checkbook? Because you're doing math. But, yeah. Depends on what field she's going to. I think I've told this story on this channel before, but I'm going to tell it again because it's been years since I've told this story. And to all of 3 people who are watching, which probably one of them is Oz and the other one's probably Coffee. I don't know if you guys are in here too, but
I am.
So I was getting my computer science degree, and this was 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago. And I am in a class. It was applied calculus, which is one of the required classes to get your computer science degree. But applied calculus is different. It's slightly, it's different from like a math major. If you're a math major, and you're taking calculus, it's a different calculus, right? It's a much deeper version of calculus if you're a math, because as a math major, you have to go through calculus 1, 2, and 3, which is way harder than just like applied calculus. And so I'm in my applied calculus class, and I don't want to be braggy or anything. I really hate that, but I've never really had a problem in math, right? I've never had a big problem, but I've never been interested in pursuing math as like a career. I've usually gotten it. I've usually just, math makes sense. 1 + 1 = 2. It always does. It always has. That my brain it picks math up a lot faster. So I'm in the calculus class. I'm doing really well. And I'm just wanting to get the class over so I can move on to classes that I actually want to do for programming. But I'm sitting next to this girl, and the teacher's up in front lecturing, and I'm sitting at my desk actually doing the assignment for the day. So every day or every lecture we had a certain number of problems that were assigned. The teacher would hand that out at the beginning of the class, and then he would lecture on the what we're working on that day as applied to the work that we were doing. Me, I would look at the chapter in the book, see how they did it, and figure out how to do it. And so I would just sit in the class and do the assignment for the day. That way I didn't have to take homework home, right? Less shit for me to do at home is good. So I was sitting here doing the assignment, and the girl next to me like leans over and like whispers like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, I look at her and I was like, "I'm doing the work. I'm doing the assignment for today." She's like, "But the teacher hasn't like told us how." And I'm like, "The book shows you how to do it too. Like, you just read the book and it's like it shows you how to do it." Usually I would, okay, this is a brag. Usually I would figure out my own way of doing it as a shortcut, and I would be way easier at doing it. I got into trouble with my high school teacher doing that, where she finally just ended up like throwing her hands up and going, all right, just do it your own way. But she looks over and she's like, "Wow, like I am really struggling with this class. You know, I'm usually having to ask like the teacher for help, and usually having to look at like getting an outside tutor. Like I'm really struggling." And so this was like an applied calculus class, which is a required class for a broad range of majors, right? This is just a foundational math. Yeah, it's calculus, but it's like barely calculus, like barely. Just like there's an applied statistics class that is a broad range. So I had to take that one too. And so this girl was telling me how much she's struggling in this class. And I'm like, you know, maybe she's a marketing major. A lot of like, you go to the marketing classes at the college, 90% women, 90% women. You go to the engineering classes, 95% men. And that's not because of discrimination or any such bullshit that they want to tell. That's just because this is what people are interested in, right? Women go into marketing, especially hot women. If you're a guy and you're going to college and you want to meet some good looking women, take a marketing class. Holy crap. You better have some game, because those women ain't fooling around. So I'm just sitting there thinking, well, she's probably going into marketing or something, and so she's struggling with this. You know, marketing is not a class that you need any big amount of math, especially calculus. So I was like, I just casually was like, hey, you know, I was like, yeah, I said, it's not for everybody. I said, what's your major? What are you going into? And she looks at me and she says, engineering.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I just kind of look at her and I say, okay, that's cool. You know, I didn't have the heart, you know, I'm not completely heartless. I didn't point and laugh or anything, but I just, in my mind, I'm thinking, like, you're struggling with this and you're going into engineering. Yeah, that's going to be a rough college career right there. I hope your parents are paying, because you're not going to get much out of it, because
Boy, yeah.
going into engineering and you're struggling with like the most basic like calculus, like you're going to have a rough time. You're going to have a rough time.
I had a. Oh, go ahead.
That was my big like moment in college. I was just like, oh man.
This was high school, so you know the math was much lower. But I had something similar where I think it was a response to like complaints that the algebra classes were too difficult or something like that. So they had 3 teachers teaching the one class. They would have a group lecture where you know, one of them would get up in front of the board and show the work and, you know, talk about it and all that stuff. And meanwhile, I would always try and do the homework for the day, because, you know, I hear the teacher talk for a minute and a half and I know what to do.
Right. You were one of
I
the.
don't even-
You were one of those, like me. You were one of the smart ones who could be like, "Oh, I know how to do this. Like,
Yeah.
let's just do it." Yeah, I was that way in high school too. Really pissed off my teacher.
Oh yeah, same here. And here's the problem. I was doing that one day during the lecture, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm doing the homework," and he's like, "No, you're taking notes. You can't do your homework right now. You have to take notes."
Really? You had an asshole
yeah.
teacher.
Oh, he had his moments, but yeah, overall he was. Ugh.
That's too bad. That's really too bad. Just, anytime a teacher discourages a student from, doing something, I just see that as a complete and utter failure of the teacher. Is that the end of the story, or is there more?
A little bit more. And then on top of that, you know how simplifying equations? It just in general how one does that. You've got this a squared plus b squared times c squared to the exponent of 35 plus c, et cetera, et cetera. You've got this really big equation, and then you can break it down into two separate, smaller ones that multiply together to give the
Right, there's
one.
a word for that.
Yeah, I think there's another one. They just refer to it as simplify the problem.
Oh, yeah, there's a specific name for that. I just cannot think of it.
I can't think of it either. And those usually they tried to make them kind of complicated, and they'd have at least 3 or 4 steps where you'd have to work the problem out to find the individual pieces of it. And I could do that all in my head, and they absolutely hated that because they wanted me to write it out to make sure I know how to do it.
Yeah, my teacher, I had this, so the math, when I was in high school, I had the same math teacher both my junior and senior year. And so my junior year, I didn't even forget what math I had. Like, it had to have been like advanced. I think there was a generic like advanced math, and then my senior year was pre-calculus. So both years I had the same exact teacher. While my junior year, again, I would go in the class, do the same thing. I would look at the text, and I would figure it out. Right? The teacher would be up lecturing on how to figure it out. I would figure it out my own way. I would always come up with the same right answers. Right? I always came up with that, but it wouldn't follow the step by step that the teacher on the did on the board. But to me, my mind just would click, and I would find a way. Sometimes, whatever the concept might have been, I had to use her way, but a lot of times I came up with my own way. And it would be funny because the first month of my junior year, the first few assignments that went out, I would hand in, and then I'd get them back, and it would be like, I got them right. And then finally there was one that she wrote like, "See me after class." And I was like, oh shit, like, what am I doing here? And so class is dismissed, and I talked to her, and she's like, "Yeah, I wanted to talk to you. The work that you're showing on your assignment is not what I'm teaching in class." And she's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm just figuring out how to solve these." And I said, "The way you do it, there's just too many steps." She would write down like step 1, step 2, step 3, and I would be able to. She might have a 5-step process, and I'd be able to do it in 3 because I would do some of it in my head. I'd be like, here and here and here. And I would get to the same answer every time, but faster. And I was like, I come up with these answers, and I just, some of it I do in my head, but, I'm trying to show as much work as I can. And at first, she was just like, she was a career teacher, so she was like suspicious I was cheating in some way, and I'm like, I have no idea how you would cheat like doing it the way that I'm doing it. Like, how do you cheat by like? Anyway, but eventually, after a couple months of doing this over and over and over again, she just stopped. Like, she just stopped caring. I would figure it out even on tests. There were actually a couple times over the 2 years of me having that teacher that I had to sit her down and walk her through how I solved the thing in fewer steps. She'd be like, "Show me how you did this," and I'd be like, "All right," and I just I'd lay it out for her, and she'd be like, "Wow, that is really good." Like, probably started teaching to do it that way. But again, while I was good at math, I was never really wanting to pursue it. My older brother, he actually, when he got his computer science degree, he minored in math. So he had to take way harder math classes than I did. And he would bring them home, because I was still pretty young, and he would bring those home, and I'd be like, "Oh my God, like that's terrifying. I do not want to have to deal with that shit." Like Calc 2, Calc 3, like, oh, integrals, and oh Jesus, just awful.
Yeah, learning math is very different than learning math to be a mathematician.
Yeah.
And I don't think I even have a good concept of it, because I don't think I've taken any of those, but...
And I had a buddy a few years ago that taught himself calculus. Loved it.
Boy.
Yeah, he taught himself. He never took a college class in his life, and he knew how to do calculus. And I was like, "How do you know how to do?" He's like, "Oh, I bought a book and I taught myself how to do it." I'm like, "Oh my God!" Like, he could do integrals and the whole shebang. And I'm just like, nah. I don't think I've ever come into a point in my life where I needed to figure out the area under a curve, which is basically what calculus is for. Like, yeah, it was just like, no, I don't really need to do that. But I always come back to that poor chick in my applied calc class. Like, it was just the funniest. Like,
Oof, yeah.
it was literally the worst answer she could have given to that question. Like, what are you majoring in? The literal worst answer is engineering, either engineering or mathematics. Like, so I knew it wasn't going to be math. Like, why would somebody be struggling in calc when they're majoring in math? So I figured it wasn't going to be math, because she wouldn't be complaining about it. She would just be rocking it, because nobody majors in math who sucks at math.
Yeah.
But engineering is a very close second as far as like the worst possible answer. It's just funny.
Oh, a funny side to the story that I told earlier about doing algebra in my head, or breaking out equations. There was also a science teacher, my favorite teacher. He, fortunately, I got a few classes from him, and he had the fortune or misfortune of having both of my older brothers in class. So when I came around and I was doing problems in my head, the same way, because let's see, was it chemistry that we needed to do that for, or maybe physics, or both? And the whole show your work thing, he had that rule, except I was one of the exemptions from that rule, because he knew I wasn't cheating. That was his main thing, is just to make sure that people don't cheat on the stuff. So
Right.
even though he's a good teacher, he wasn't gullible.
Yeah, I remember the one class in high school that my junior year, I had a class that I struggled, and it's funny because everybody struggled. So this teacher was so gung-ho about his topic that he lived and breathed. So it was my physics. I had physics my junior year. And I remember that class very well because the teacher, again, was so gung-ho that he spent a lot of his own money buying the little trinkets and experiments that he would use in class. And I loved learning physics. I loved it. But the math, oh my God, the tests. So the tests in that class were at another level compared to every other class that I had. Like, I can't even describe the tests in that. Like college level physics. And I remember, I mean, I enjoyed the class. I enjoyed learning about it. I enjoyed the experiments that we did. But I remember my senior year, I sort of opted out. I'm like, you know what? I want to take it easy my senior year. My brother and I had founded a company. And so all my time was working on building and working on the company, and I was like, I don't want to sit and do physics homework and blah blah blah. It's just one of those things, and I knew how hard the class was going to be because I heard my junior year, I heard from some seniors how hard that class was, and I was like, because there are some seniors that were just like just almost to tears. The class was so hard. So yeah, I was like, yeah, I just want to take it easy my senior year. But I knew a group of kids in my class who on their senior year took the next level of physics, and there were a couple of them that were those like valedictorian style kids, you know, the overachievers.
Yeah.
And
Hi, Buggy.
well, I mean, I was on the honor roll, but I just didn't fucking care. Like I didn't do it because I was proud of it. I just did it because it was like, oh, that looks good on a resume or something. Like, but there were some kids in there that were, I mean, they were aiming for like Ivy League schools, and you know, their GPAs. You know, one of them, I think one of the kids, he had a GPA of like 4.3 or something like that, or 4.5, which is, you know, really good. And so they take the advanced physics class. So throughout the school year, I'm hearing horror stories about that class. Now, I was not a popular kid, nor was I in any of those groups. I knew who these kids were, but, you know, we were not on regular speaking terms. Well, there was an incident, like early spring, there was an incident that the class of seniors, so all of the seniors in class had one. There were not very many, so they were all in the same class. Most of them in the class were high achievers. Most of them were above 4.0, going Ivy League schools. I mean, these were not stupid kids. They were very smart, very hardworking, studied, like, you know, no laughing matter. There was a test that they all took. Not one person in the class passed the test.
Jeez.
Not one person. And so the teacher, like, I heard about this. The teacher got up in front of the class and apologized to everybody. He was literally like, I am sorry. And I am gonna throw this test away, and I'm gonna rewrite this test because nobody passed it, and I'm not gonna ruin your GPAs, you know, by giving you, like, yeah, nobody passed. Oh my God, log, will you just, the logs get sticky, they hit the ground a certain way.
Oh yeah.
He rewrote the test. Because there was people were talking about it, the people who were in the class. They were like, there was stuff on that test that they didn't even cover in class. That was just in the book, right? And so they didn't even cover it in class, and they're like, yeah, I checked my notes, didn't have one note about this particular topic, this particular thing, and they're like, and yet there were a ton of questions on it. So nobody knows really what happened, like if the teacher just pulled out the wrong test or what, but yeah, they were in a panic. Like,
I can imagine.
oh
Jeez.
man, they were like panicking. Nobody passed it. I was just like, wow. That was one of those times where like, well, I'm freaking glad I didn't take that class. Like man, that would have sucked.
Oh, man, you have me curious now, though. What could have possibly been on it?
I mean, it was advanced math regarding like rocket science. I mean, essentially rocket science, orbital mechanics, stuff like that. Like it was NASA level shit, and it's like all these kids were just like, what is going on? Like, dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, Richard a while ago mentioned they reduced the budget for clearing brush over 30 years ago, and now they're yeah. Isn't that funny about government? Like, we're gonna reduce the budget of like the oversight committee, and then they get pissed when there's not enough oversight. Just like, yeah, dude, that's kind of what happens when you slash the budget of the oversight. Like, you get less oversight. I mean, imagine the logic behind that.
Is there an area I should focus more on? Because yeah, I've just been going closer and closer to the road here, or to the train tracks. Still a good direction, or?
Depends on how thick the trees are where you're at. Like,
Trees don't seem to be too thick at the moment. A lot of
try to get
a
around
lot of
like
bushes.
where I am. Like you're working around here. I'm just sort of meandering around and
Yeah.
just talking and relaxing, and I'm not really, like, the whole reason for getting this game and streaming it is just laid back, relaxed, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, can just chit chat. There's a bunch of brush over here. Focus over here because it looks like you got that one, so no point in clearing around it right now.
Oh, it's so thick in here.
Yeah.
You want to grab the ones in front of me here?
Oh, sure.
How's the fuel doing on that thing?
Actually, really low. I was just noticing that a little bit before you asked.
Well, the service thing should still have some fuel in it, so.
All right. Let's see if I can get this on the back swing. Oh, oversteered. No, it's strange because it seems like the steering is sometimes more effective than others. Doesn't seem to make logical sense. Would be nice if it was a 0 point. No, it's supposed
Yeah.
to be. But
It was a skid steer, yeah. Maybe they'll do an update. You know, maybe the developers will be like, yeah, let's actually make it. It would be relatively simple. You could do it both with custom, like, controls, like the up arrow and W. So the up arrow would be like the right wheel, and the W would be the left wheel. And to go forward, you have to hit both. Or
yeah.
the other way you can do it is when you turn, like A or D, it's just the wheels can actually go in opposite directions and spin you, like, in zero turn. Like, that's how you would do that
Right.
as a developer. Because anytime I think of a game feature, I'm always thinking in terms of, like, how would I program this?
So it's almost like you're a programmer or something.
Right, I'm always thinking in terms of, like, how would I implement this feature? Oh my god. Because it's like, yeah, it's not enough to just say, oh, this would make a cool feature. It's like, well, yeah, but that's 400 hours of work. Like, but I think the skid steer, it just wouldn't take that long because it's not. Everything in the game is already there. It's just a matter of, you know, connecting point A to point B.
Yeah.
Oh, Bugs, you do want all this just to go to the sawmill, right?
Take a single load to the
Master Carpentry.
the master carpenter.
Okay. I got a load heading that way now.
Damn it.
For a bio break and then got distracted by the fiance and puppy.
Ah.
Why is this?
Check out Richard's most recent message.
Yeah. I mean, laid back, relaxed, deforestation.
There you go. There's a good load to the Master Carpentry. Oh, I also made another road of, or well, I put a Y on that road that we previously made since this is the direction we're going. Make it a little smoother.
A Y. Oh, there's a pause. Oh, that was a good save.
Which technically, yeah, at the moment we're deforesting, but that's kind of because of how the game works. We got to get all these pre-existing trees cut down because they're not going to grow anymore. If the smaller ones would still grow, well, yeah, we'd probably go for the old growth, as one should.
Plus screw nature. Just screw it.
Yes, screw nature.
Oh. Did everybody see the tweeted video this week? Every week there's something new. It's there's some other crazy going on in the world. There's a video of a lady walking around completely naked, walking around Walmart, like rubbing cake and pastries on her.
Jeez.
Sounds pretty normal.
And like, yeah, I responded to that tweet. See, well, I responded to that saying, "Well, that's kind of par for the course for Walmart." But yeah,
Actually, a little mild for Walmart.
completely naked, walking around like in the bakery section, and just like rubbing cake. Like,
I mean, if it was Safeway, I would understand it, 'cause the bakery section is good.
but I was just like, it's just like, you know, all the employees were just standing around and they weren't doing anything. And it's like, yeah, we can't get near, we can't touch her. The police are on their way. Like, you know, store policy literally says that somebody can do that, and the employees are not to interfere. And there have literally been people fired for trying to interfere, like with people like that. It's like, the mental health in this country is such in a poor state that it's just, oh man, I just find it
That
amusing.
No one's shocked by such a thing.
Yeah, it's like we're not concerned with that anymore. It's like, oh, here's another crazy person.
That's why there's a whole subreddit, people of Walmart.
Yeah, citizens of Walmart. Yeah, I typically only go to Walmart once a month. Because, you know, like it or not, they've
Got good prices.
got good, you know, I have such a limited budget that I can't afford, like the local grocery store. Yeah, the local grocery store is nice, but sometimes their prices are 50% higher.
I've seen some stuff that's almost double.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, Walmart has a monopoly and they're able to throw their weight around and screw other, you know, smaller mom and pop stores, but
Yeah.
anyway. Ooh, what
Yeah, I
is-
certainly don't blame anybody for having to go to Walmart.
Usually I go to Safeway because then I get gas rewards, and that makes buying gas cheaper.
Yeah.
Although it's like, ooh, I have $6 or 60 cents off per gallon of gas, and then you realize that actually means you spent $600 at the store.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, 60 cents off of $4.50 a gallon.
Ooh, that's what your gas is right there?
Yeah.
Ours is about $1 less.
Oh, pretty much everywhere's $1 less. in
You gotta get
California.
the-
We have
Before you fill the truck up, you gotta get these stubs out of there.
Oh yeah.
I've been picking up all the stubs, trying to get them out of here before you fill up the truck, because they just take up space and there's just no volume to them.
Yeah. I
Speaking
don't
of,
think there's any more big logs down. Could get the skid steer with the mulch head or the rock crusher thing.
I forget. Is it the state taxes that makes it so much more expensive, or is it
There is about $1's worth of state taxes for that allegedly go towards like highway improvement and things.
yeah? Every state has some. Well, as far as I know, every state has some.
Yeah,
Tax
it's usually
like on
less
it.
than 50 cents worth, but
Yeah. Okay, so that's a big factor why yours is so much more expensive. But I think also there's supply issues, and then of course just the overwhelming demand of the what would you even call that? The San Francisco, LA, all that stuff. How it's all just
well,
a giant city.
yeah, if you go with San Francisco, it's generally called the Bay Area. I don't know what they
Yeah.
refer to LA as.
I'm clicking my mouse and it's not. If I'm in the air and I click the mouse, it
Should
doesn't
drop it.
it doesn't drop it.
Yeah, that's weird.
I just had an image of you standing in front of a dog with a bone, just going, "Drop it."
Pretty much.
Yeah. Hey, puppy, do you want the stick? Want the stick? Well, jump into this chipper here and you can get the stick.
Oh boy, that got dark quick.
That's par for the course for streams, though.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it took this long.
I'm not a dog. There's literally one dog in my life that I've ever known that I've enjoyed being around. And that it's not because I hate dogs. I was attacked by a dog when I was like 8. Well, one of our neighbors had a dog, and I went over and I was just standing in the driveway. All the neighbors, everybody was around. Went up to the dog and I started petting it, and the dog just jumped on me, and I had gouges and tooth marks all over my body. And that stuck with me to this day. I hate dogs. I just hate dogs.
Yeah, growing up, my dog bit me on the face.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I can hardly notice the scars anymore.
Oh, hello. There's a
But
tree
to
up.
compare to the dog, I was being a stupid little kid, so.
Ah. Still strange. A lot of breeds of dogs. It's actually bred into them that they won't hurt a kid.
Well, like I said, the one dog that I actually have enjoyed being around was, I call it my dad's dog, but it was technically my little brother's dog. Purebred golden retriever, not a purebred, but mostly purebred golden retriever. Gentlest, greatest dog ever. My dad is the one that trained it. But it was the best dog, and very well behaved. Never barked. Only when you taught, like only when you said speak, or when there was another dog like threatening to come into the yard. Like the dog, Sammy was very, very protective of the yard. Like, this is her yard. Nobody else is allowed in the yard, and she was very protective of it. But the most gentle dog ever. And yeah, I love that dog. She's in age. She's actually with my little brother now. She's old. She is like her whole snout is all white, like gray. She's God, how old is she? Like 14 or something like that?
It's pretty old for a golden retriever.
Yeah. So she's
much the same way. She never barks at anything unless there's a cat in the backyard or something, and she's protecting the chickens.
You have chickens?
We do have chickens.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't bought eggs in like 3 years. And it's funny because like we'll have the chickens out of the coop and the dog in the backyard, and the chickens will walk right underneath her, and the dog doesn't care. The chickens don't care if she's trotting around the backyard having fun.
Nice.
But yeah, she never barks.
What do you feed the chickens?
We buy chicken feed from the store, and then usually like vegetable scraps from the kitchen as well.
Do you ever choke the chicken?
No, but I have lopped a few chicken heads off with a hatchet.
Oh my God.
What? They weren't being nice to the rest of the flock, so we turned them into dinner.
Farmer, yeah. Turn them into nuggets. Yeah, that's the ultimate survival, like the ultimate selective breeding. Yeah, the selective breeding. If you're an angry chicken and you're mean to other chickens, You're nuggets.
Yep.
Like, wow. Rough. That's rough. That's a rough life. There's a meme somebody posted. I wish I would have saved it. I wish, because it's nearly impossible to find after the fact, right? It's nearly impossible.
Oh yeah.
But it was a drawing. It was like an artist, like in the style of like the Far Side, if anybody remembers the Far Side cartoons. But it was a sketch, and it was a chicken coop where there were 2 rows of chickens, and one of the chickens said, you know, the little speech bubbles. One of them was like, "I'm telling you guys, they're eating us," and the other chicken was saying, "Oh, come on, that's fake news," and the other chicken was like, "LOL," and it was just like, it was so brilliant, like. Guys, they're eating us. Like, come on. Like, no, that's not. I just picture that, and it was like, that is brilliant. That is a very good summation of. Yeah, it was just great. It was so great. I wish I would have saved it though. It was brilliant. All right, some of these small bushes. Oh, I saw red. There it is. Yeah. These damn bushes. God, they're just everywhere. Look at, there's another one. There's another one. Oh.
Where's the buggy at? You want to try jousting?
Oh, there's a big. Where's that big? There's a big rock in a lake somewhere over here.
I tried it.
You did?
Yeah, the real big one right up over here by the Y.
Oh, I'm standing on one here. You can try this one. This is a rock that you can take out.
Yeah, that's one. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, this big one up by this little pond.
Yeah, I tried it.
You
doesn't
tried?
do anything.
Damn. That would have been cool. That would have been
It would have been.
that would have been a big pile of stone.
I suppose it's a good thing that the stone doesn't have like physics to fall down the side of the mountain and stuff.
Yeah, that would suck.
It'd be kind of cool though. Captain Industry physics with the gravel.
All these dogwoods are just everywhere.
Yeah.
So what's the capacity of the shovel now?
A lot. I don't know.
Decent enough that I should be able to do quite a few of these rock piles?
You just be careful because if you slope downhill and the bucket if it tips, it'll start emptying and it holds a lot. And it empties really fast. So yeah, just beware if you're gonna go down a hill. Go backwards down the hill. That'll be.
Yeah, just like you would in a real skid steer.
Yeah.
And the way they do the physics or the coding for the buckets is really interesting because when it is okay, that was uncommanded movement. When it is close to full, you can't quite get it 100% because it just pushes material around instead of picking it up.
Oh, I had it. I had it. There it is. Yeah. Damn bushes. If I could do a command to hide all of these, I would.
Aside from just taking the paint tool out and just repainting forest ground with no bushes.
No, these are specific. These are not like these are
Oh,
hand placed
those ones.
bushes. Yeah, these are hand placed like mini trees that serve no purpose other than to be in the way and to
Look pretty.
look, yeah, pretty.
Pretty annoying.
I mean, they did a great job on this map. I still am super frustrated that they locked it down so we can't. Nobody can create a map with these assets, the trees. Like I've never seen a map that somebody's made that uses these assets. I'm just gonna put these here and let other people maybe manage that. Oh yeah, there's a ton of tiny trees in here. Oh, here's another one of these stupid things. No. Are you not gonna... No? Wow. Okay. Alright, now I should be able to take out a whole bunch of trees. B? Oh, I cut that one. Oh, I think I cut that one so perfectly it didn't even leave a stump behind. So beginning of August, since my brother was here visiting, we set up a time for me to go visit him because he was only here like 2 days, so we really didn't get a chance to visit at all. And I haven't gone to visit him in a few years. So beginning of August, I'm gonna be
Buggy road trip.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going and visiting him for a few days. So, 'tis the season for trips and missed streams. Yeah, the stream that I missed was last week for my grandma's birthday thing. That was the first stream that I missed. God, almost 2 years.
Yeah.
But yeah. You know, I try to give everybody their money's worth, and
Oh, I wish picking up the rocks wasn't such a painful thing. Getting the bucket angle just right, otherwise it just doesn't acknowledge it.
Yeah.
oh, I just saw the train go by. At least that's working again. I mean, it sucks that I'm going to be... That sucks the timing of the trip, because it's literally... I may get one stream, because the joystick should be here by next Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, literally, like, right after that is the trip.
Shoot.
So I was like, oh, damn it. I'm not even going to get a chance to, like, get used to them. Because I need to... This past week, most of my effort was... pretty much all my effort was on getting the mods and stuff ready to go. Now that that is basically done... I can focus on the Vintage Story mod again.
Okay. How do you do the fueling?
It's on the driver's side. There'll be a thing that
Little engine that you turn on with like M or something like that.
yeah, the trigger for it, the place you have to park is on the driver's side of that trailer.
Yeah.
I remember because there was a truck in the way last time I tried to do it.
There it is. All right.
Yeah, I'd like to get... Yeah, see, I bought 2 pallets of launch pole pine, and that was a mistake, because now I want to plant a bunch of ponderosas, now that we know fully grown way more, almost, well, not double, but at least 50-60% extra.
Oh, you did find that out?
Yeah, the Ponderosa pines weigh, because weight turns into liters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's every ton is a 1,000 liters. So the lodgepole pines, when I cut, I compared the first cut, so the first 19.5 meter cut of a lodgepole was 1.6 tons, and the first cut of a Ponderosa pine was 2.7 tons. So the same length, 19.5, same fully grown, ready to harvest. The Ponderosa pines were not double, but close. 50% more, 1,100 more, basically liters per log. Oh, this is a dead... Oh. How do I turn this? How do I disconnect this thing?
I don't know if that one has the ability to do that.
Okay, well, I'll just cut it. It's a deadfall. Damn it, I thought we had cleared all these out.
What a difference this place looks like now.
Yeah, no kidding. It's looking from like a very full, well-made map down to like... Well, I mean, it looks like somebody took out the forest.
No.
Wizards should know better.
Well done.
Thank you.
Maybe that's a vehicle mod that we need. Can you make a Ent buggy?
An Ent? That'd make a great model for the forest, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just be like in there cutting down trees, and then you run into one that's like, oh man, that one has a face.
And then it destroys you.
I don't know if that would be possible, but... How do you get these deadwoods in? There it goes. There's a couple over here that we can take out. There's this. I'm putting a bunch of like small trees over here. If you want to start loading those into the chipper, you can take out some of these small ones, and then we can once we get the stump remover up here and just go ham on... Oh, I found another rock. I found a rock that you missed, Coffee.
Yeah, there's a few I missed over there.
I'm gonna be idle for a little bit. I'll leave my headset on though.
Where did these logs come from? There's like a sequoia thing over here. Oh my god. Pick up. Don't drag along the ground. Pick it up. Pick up. There you go. Two deadfall, those can go. Oh, there's another rock. Oh, this will make a great field in here. And let's go check. I'm in the vicinity. Let's check the roller coaster. Oh, wow. Yeah. Let's see. Metal gun. Floor tiles. Floor tile. Staircase railing. Floor tiles you need. Floor tiles. I thought for sure you had floor tiles. But
Wait, it needs floor tiles again?
yeah, it needs 100 liters. Oh.
Oh no, it has 100 liters.
I don't see it having it says storage, none. Required for next step, floor tiles. I don't see floor tiles in the storage.
I think that can only hold so many material. Well, it holds all the materials. It just doesn't actually state that it has them.
Oh. Wait, is that our
'Cause
truck?
I noticed that in my single player game is that like I had all the materials there and it did not actually show all of them. But if there's anything that it requires on the lower level, it'll have it in parentheses of what isn't loaded.
Ooh, that was nice. Oh, why can't? What is width? Okay, well. Goodbye.
Oh darn, I missed a pile of gravel. I know I missed a few rocks, but I didn't think I missed any gravel piles.
There's another rock right here. We need some lawn mowing back here by the railroad tracks. I don't know how much of this land we actually own. I guess I should look on the map.
We own past the railroad tracks, just not the parking lot of the store.
Oh yeah, we own all of that. Nice.
All right, when I get back, I'll work on that area.
Oh, a tree. Oh. Yeah. Bank shot that tree in. No, god damn it. Stupid. Sometimes that super strength is more trouble than it's worth.
True.
Yes? No? Maybe? There it goes. Get in there. There it goes.
That's a decent amount of mouse for now.
Over. And... Ah, wrong button. Well, this was a lot of trees I piled up there. There. The deer around here like, what are you doing? Our home. Yes. Wonder what happens when you leave wood on the railroad tracks and the train comes by. These are the experiments that we need to do in the game. What happens when a train hits a log? Does the physics just go what? So we're gonna find out. Where's the train? Doesn't the train like where's the train? Well, if we hear a giant crash at some point, or if you see a log flying through the air, it'd be funny if it hit it and it just immediately turned to like wood chips. It's just a pile of wood chips on the ground. That would be cute. All right, coffee. Oh, it's coming. There it is. Oh. All right. I might want to stand back a little bit because I don't know what this is going to do. Locomotive.
Crashes the game.
Save. All right. I mean, the developers had to have thought of this, right? I mean, they had to have been like, this is a forestry map. There are trees around railroad tracks. Oh, that's cruising. And boosh. Oh, it just it pushed him and then phased through it when it got caught on the signal.
Ooh.
Just phased right through it. So, but it did push them. I mean, those are two dead falls. Deadwood. Actually been to Deadwood before. You know, your center isn't down and mowing?
It is down, but this particular vehicle is not down far enough.
Yeah, we don't have... Yeah, you're going to be constantly hitting stumps, by the way.
Yeah, I went through here with a stump grinder, but I couldn't find it.
Why aren't you mowing the front?
Because the tractor won't let it go down far enough because the back is so much heavier.
Let me try.
Yeah, if I removed the rear mower from it, it would work fine, but it's just because the back part is so much heavier.
Well, this is the wrong vehicle to be using then.
Yeah, I just thought I'd try it, because that was the whole point of this truck. You can use it for a little bit of everything. If we had a slightly smaller mower on the back.
Yeah, this truck is not equipped for that. There are much better options for that. Plus, we didn't need to get rid of all the stumps first before we can get through there.
Yeah. There is one particular mower, the Vermeer. It's a pull behind sort of deal, but that one is perfect for this sort of mowing.
Yeah. Let's I don't know whether or not that's going to hit me with a like
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
what audio that's from, but I'd rather not have that play 50 times in the video. Cuz if I get hit with it, there goes the whole monetization of the entire video. And I'd rather know whether or not that's going to hit me. And the more times you do that, the more likely it is that it's going to hit me with something.
Oh, it disappeared.
Who? Did it somehow boot me?
Yeah.
You're on top
Said
of
you
a
left the
truck.
server.
Huh.
Oh yeah, it does say left the server.
I guess Buggy's voice got a little garbled there. Must have
Oh,
been
your internet hiccuped.
poor internet. That's okay, because I actually do need to AFK for bathroom time.
It's serious bathroom time.
Hmm. Oh, it's not really mysterious.
Oh, no, I said serious.
Oh, I thought you said mysterious, and I'm like, there's not really any mystery to it.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to advance a couple months to get to the point of harvesting the cotton so we can make the boat too?
I want to, before we start advancing time again, I want to get some trees planted.
Okay.
Get some ponderosa pines planted. That way, it's actually production. You know, it's
Do you
productive.
want to plant them here in the field that we already planted them before, or you want to plant them all over?
I'd rather focus on the area by the sawmill. It'd be the easiest.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that we need to just get rid of the seeds. I don't think we can sell those, unfortunately.
No, you can't. And one of the only options that I know of is using the easy dev to remove all spawned pallets from the map. If you wanted to get rid of them entirely, but yeah, as far as I know, there's no way to sell stuff like that. Which means we probably have this tree right here, or this planter machine loaded up with 240 of the wrong tree.
Yes.
I like that we still have this real tractor, though, on the game.
Oh, man. Oh, no, no, no. Don't go in the water. No.
I save.
This is not as powerful as the Mac. I'm used to the Mac's 1600 horsepower. It just laughs at whatever you throw at it. Spin it around. No, no, no. There you go. Come on.
Oh man, we have 2 pallets worth of lodgepole pine.
Yeah. I bought them thinking, you know, we already did the experiment, but didn't think about looking at the weight, just the height. And
Yeah.
unfortunately... Oh, come on. You're not going to load that log. Are you not going to load this stupid log?
Length isn't everything.
Alright. Well, if you're not going to load the log, I'm going to load it for you. There. See how easy that was, Mr. Autoload? I don't know what the deal is with that. Sometimes it just flatly refuses. Just like, nope, I'm not loading that log. I don't even see it. Don't tell me about it. I don't care.
Okay, so Ponderosa pine is the one we want.
Yes.
Okay. Then I will start planting.
Alright, I can come through here. How much? Holy shnikes, we also got 100,000 liters of wood chips in this beast.
Nice.
Oh ho, look at that! This thing is almost full. That is a lot of wood chip. Let's go down here. Oh, god dang it. Let's back way away. There. Alright, let's find any deadfall in here. That one. There we go. Oak, probably. American elm. Yeah, around this area, there are pretty much no elm trees anymore. Like, none that are left. Dutch elm disease killed the entire... Oh, just all of them.
Oh.
It would just go right through a neighborhood. Just one tree after another, dead. Oh, is this full?
For us, it's those dumb beetles.
Yeah, the pine boring beetle.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's a little over 100,000. 106,625 liters. That is a weird. That is a weird amount of liters.
Sink incoming.
Kitchen or bathroom?
Bathroom, definitely.
There it is. Yeah, when somebody asks, like, how long is the stream gonna last? It's like, if I wasn't streaming this, I would be playing it. Like last night, I played it till like 1 a.m. I have that map that I'm on. That it's sort of a test extreme map, like my Uber production sort of like test map. And I just now I'm starting to get like harvests going of stuff that I've planted. So I finally have some wheat that I can start to convert into flour. I'm just now building up, because all this time I've been working on the mods, getting the mods up and running, getting the mods going where I want them. And yeah, I've got so many fields that I need to harvest, then plow, then get the stone. Yeah, just so many.
A lot of work.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I was playing it last night, and I was like, I was just kind of thinking to myself, like, I should not be enjoying this as much as I am. I mean, it was really like, you know, doing a headlands, like taking the plow and doing the headlands around, getting it lined up, setting that up, hiring a worker, going to the next field, doing the same thing, like just doing that over and over and over again. And I'm like, why am I enjoying this as much as I am? And I'm just sitting there relaxed.
And now you know why I play.
Yeah. It's just, it was like simple.
Especially because now you're enjoying the fruits of your labor by, you know, you did all the hard work with the modding and stuff, and now you're just letting it do its thing to see how well it works.
Yeah, as you can see, I've moved now the offload spot to this advanced carpenter. And let me tell you how much of a difference that makes.
Yeah, its original spot was the big pain.
If I could figure out how to back this thing up. No, it's the other way. There's the trigger. Wood chips for all. Alright, now we can go. Oh, there's an autosave. Now we can go in here to the master carpenter, and pallets from chips are already there. And then we're getting, I mean, it's going to be like about 100,000. That'll go really fast. Don't have any planks. We could get a little bit more pallets if we include a few planks, but nah, don't really need to. Where did that come from? God damn it. Just wood everywhere. just wood everywhere around here. Alright, I want to take those trees out before I... Oh. Let me grab the thing over here. Wink. Somehow I missed this tree.
Keep getting distracted by the little patches around stumps and stuff. Should I still work towards the railroad, or are we?
Yeah, there's a bunch of trees. Just look where there's still a bunch of trees, and
Okay, around trees.
yeah, it just makes it so much easier
Yeah.
to process them when the brush is gone and to see them. And whoa, why did it just get super white? That's weird.
Might be just the time of the day and the lighting engine doing its thing.
Oh yeah, it must be the sun coming off the glass of the windshield. Like just kind of, it almost like looked like it was foggy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that flick at the end, that last little log, even when you, well, when you cut it, I think what's happening from a programming perspective and a simulation perspective, when you cut that tree, it gives you a mass, right? It's so many kilograms, so many tons, right? And so you cut the tree, and the game has that value. And I think it keeps that value. Doesn't matter how many sections you cut off, that value carries over to the very last thing. And so that last stub, it's like, yeah, it's a tiny stub, but I think it has like as far as like the physics are concerned, it has values that were carried over from like the entire log. And so it literally weighs way more than it actually should. And so when it finally lets it go, it just freaks out the cutter head because it's like, oh my god. That's the only way that I can describe it. Otherwise, I don't know what's going on. Oh my god. This is... And then, boink. Yeah. It acts like there was a ton of weight that was in a weird angle, even though it was a tiny, tiny log.
Okay, that is 240 trees planted.
Nice.
There might be a bit of a lag spike in this area after all the trees are planted, since they're not like part of the base map. I have seen that happen a few times.
Is that a deadfall? I think that's a deadfall right there. Come on. I'm sure that's not... I'm sure in the real world that would not be good for the cutter head to be constantly pressing against the ground and lifting the thing up. That would probably not be good. But it's so easy to do, like, because down is up and up is down. Hopefully, when the joysticks come, I just have to remap my brain to learn those, but those will be a lot more intuitive, right? Back.
Yes, they
Like,
will be.
it would just be so much more intuitive. That's what I'm looking forward to. Just be like, oh, that makes sense. Because you could do twist, because those ones twist. So like the little grabber arms on the cutter head, you could have the twist actually open and close those, or the twist of the cutter head itself. You could map
Yeah,
that.
it'll probably be the twist of the cutter head itself, because at least on that one, the grabber arms are automatic, but on one of the claw machine ones, those ones you would do that with. Wow. It's crazy, because now you can see the roller coaster from here.
Yeah.
Before, all you could see is trees.
Deforestation.
Yeah. Okay, now with all those prefab walls and beams and long planks, are you going to make a housing development, as one would do after deforesting?
Housing development. I don't know. Really anger the environmentalists and be like, why did you cut down that forest? It's like, oh, it's kind of fun. I bought this super expensive piece of machinery and I just wanted to use it. Like, no, all those trees. Just plant more trees. God damn. All right, yeah, there's a. We could buy another one of these machines. And really go crazy. But I wanted to get the trees directly around the beaverator. So
well, I'd say you got the trees around it.
Well, there were a couple trees that were right next to it. So I wanted to get those before I. Oh, yep. Let's not waste gas. I mean, I have my limits. I have my limits of environmental destruction.
Well, you just don't want to waste the gas because it costs.
Yeah, that's true.
Until you get your diesel production set up.
Yeah, that first load, 100,000 wood chips, went to the
carpentry for pallets.
Yeah, I went to pallets, but I'm guarantee you that we don't need any more pallets.
I don't think we'll need them for a long time. Unless you want to start selling obscene amounts of stuff like iron ore, since that's technically infinite.
Well, yeah, we haven't gone up to the iron. Have you gone up to the iron lately and seen how
I
much
did.
is?
I did after the last time that we slept, so at the moment the pile's pretty small. But after
Okay.
we sleep again, it should be decent. I can't imagine the speed that these little mine carts would pick up going down this particular hill.
Pretty steep.
Yeah, it is.
Huh.
The one that goes around the iron mine and stuff.
I haven't checked that out yet.
Mhm.
Should at some point.
Pretty cool. Oh, okay. There's more than one rural farm on the map. But they take the same stuff.
Right. No. Yes. Really? Turn. Oh, it was off for some reason. There we go. All right. Ooh, you're good at that. I am horrible at that, by the way. So,
So what you do is you stand a good distance behind it and grab near the end of the thick part of the log. And then when you get close to the beaverator and you look up, it puts it almost in the perfect position and you just have to barely adjust it. Just toss it in there. There it goes. Of course, it's not worth much wood, but...
no, but it'll be free diesel. Semi-free. It'll still cost money to process it. I did bump up that recipe a little bit. It was basically 10 to 1. And I was like, let's make that a little bit more profitable. A little bit better. That way we don't have to buy the diesel. Unable to load anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna see how this...
You can make that mod better, then oh boy, this forest is in danger.
Yeah, it's like this trailer has a lot more like capacity left as far as like the forks are concerned. And it's saying unable to load more. It's like, what? There's tons of space left. I don't know if it's by volume or by... Yeah, I would think
By
everything...
odd shapes.
Everything in this game is by volume, so it would be surprising if it wasn't.
Unless you turn on the realistic trailer capacities or whatever, then it actually goes by mass. but I know that is off by default, because if it was on, you wouldn't be able to fill up the wood chip trailer full of iron like we did.
Oh my god. I found a new fun way to do some of the lawn mowing if I need precision work.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Now that vehicles can stay on, and we have super strength.
Oh my
Just
god.
pick it up.
Yep.
You know, I did add some hand mowers and like a weed whacker. So, I mean, if you're having that much of a problem, there are solutions that don't involve.
Oh no, I just by chance found that out.
Ah.
And thought it was humorous enough to mention.
It is.
But I still may do that for some of the, getting close to trees and whatnot.
That is some serious rubber banding.
All right, this is deadfall. No, this isn't deadfall. Okay.
Yeah, I left that one there because it wasn't.
There's a stubby there that can go grind up.
Oh. I was looking for that one.
All right.
This looks like rocks in the field. Do they show on that terrain before it's actually turned into a field, or is that just kind of happenstance?
Where do you see that?
Right at your feet, actually. See
What?
the little gray bits here?
Oh, that's just because it's a forest ground paint job.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the texture of the forest ground. Yeah. You just haven't been able to see it before because
So much stuff.
all the stuff around. Yeah. All right,
Which,
dog.
I mean, it actually is a very nice looking texture. It looks kind of silly now that we've removed the forest, but...
Yeah. Doesn't have quite the same effect without the...
Yeah, because like you see all the roots and stuff that would be in there if it was still a forest. But yeah, if you look over at some of the area where I mulched, you can see the actual rocks, and they look close enough, but a little different.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, all these little trees. I need somebody to come in here and just clear these out. Pagoda dogwood. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. This is a perfect place to use the pick it up and mow thing. Is around these rocks.
Yeah,
Because you hit those and it just messes up the steering.
it really does, and it's because the way it does the zero turn-esque sort of things. Maybe one of the lawnmowers that actually has a steering wheel. Oh man. Oh yeah, it might be worth removing all thumbs button.
Oh, didn't mean to throw the tree over them. No, no, no. God damn it.
Get up the machine again.
No, no, no. God, Jesus. That is a crazy, crazy mod. If I wish I was able to pick up the trees without super strength, because I would absolutely.
Like only trees you could pick up without.
I could actually do. Yeah, I could actually. Maybe. Oh no. With super strength, you can pick stuff up closer or further away. Jesus. The opposite of what I'm saying.
Are my speaking troubles rubbing off on you?
Yeah, I think they are.
Other east? Yep.
All right.
Every time I turn around, there's another stump to make disappear.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, all these little itty bitty trees. There's a ton of little stumps around those. Because there are a ton of these trees. Come on. There it goes.
But yeah, at least we know the firewood is actually worth more if you sell it at the right sell point, which is neat. And I suppose if you wanted, you could just take that particular XML and change the multiplication value of it to make it count stupendously more if you wanted to only use the dead wood.
Oh, miss. Swing and a miss.
Oh, alright, alright.
How good you are at this determines how good you are as a lover.
Well, you.
Thanks. Thanks. All right. Any more deadfall in? Yep, there's a deadfall right there.
Yeah. But if you ever do sugar beets, I highly recommend using the beaverator to turn them into sugar beets cut for your sugar factory.
Oh yeah. By the looks of it, it would be the by far the easiest way to do it.
Aside from a production that just takes them from sugar beet to sugar beet cut. Yeah, like, there is a little bucket that goes on the front of a front loader attachment, and it has a very small capacity, and you're supposed to basically tip into that bucket and it shreds it, and out comes sugar beet cut. And it is a horrible system, base game.
I don't even know why you're supposed to cut them in the first place. They're sugar beets. Like, just load them into the plant and... Like, you think the plant would be able to, like, cut them up in a big machine? Like, why do we need to cut them?
Yeah. For whatever reason, the sugar mill, I think that's what they call it, makes like half, maybe even twice as much more from cut sugar beets than it does just plain old sugar
Yeah.
beets.
I was swimming in recipes this week,
Yeah, so
and I saw that, and I'm like, cut sugar beets, like, way more sugar out of them. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't know enough about the industry to really be like, that's stupid, but, like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
The mass isn't changing. You're not... All you're doing is cutting them up. Like, you would think that you could do that in a factory pretty efficiently.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is that it's something where if you do it on site, it preserves something. So even if you know, ship it to the factory the next day, it loses something. I don't think it would be that significant, but maybe that's what they're trying to simulate.
Yeah, but then that
My-
would be reversed because when you provide them pre-cut stuff, you get a production boost.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
the only thing I could think of was something dealing with fermentation. The fact
Yeah.
that they're cut increases the surface area, and therefore they're, you know, they would get more oxygen, and therefore you would, I don't know, like that was the only reason I could think of, like, why would you cut these beforehand? It was just didn't make any sense to me.
And then, of course, sugar beets make up most of the production of sugar in the United States. Sugar cane is very few thing.
Well, we don't have really anywhere in the climate. I mean, you could probably grow sugarcane maybe in southern Florida, but sugarcane is an extremely tropical plant and very water hungry.
Yeah, I believe they do grow it in Florida from one of the farming YouTube channels that I watch.
Yeah.
Did a little tour
Yeah.
and got invited to a sugarcane place.
But yeah, Florida is one of the probably the only states you could reliably grow it.
I think another reason for the use of sugar beets rather than sugar cane is that we've pretty much moved a lot of the sweetening to high fructose corn syrup.
Yes.
Yeah, that's super unhealthy.
Yeah. But it's subsidized. So
Oh, corn! Yeah, corn is subsidized through them. Oh my God, it's one of the worst crops. That's until or unless we get our shit together about the food in this country, we are just going to be non-stop
Corn is also
problems.
Subsidized for ethanol.
That really pays for itself, though. The ethanol, the ethanol process. What's interesting about that is, it uses a lot of corn, and corn is subsidized. But, like, one of the byproducts, like one of the main byproducts of the ethanol process, is cattle feed. Like, so there's not a lot wasted in the ethanol process. Most of the plant is actually used. Most of the crop. The big waste. There's been a lot of research that has gone into how do you take the other stuff of the plant, right? So like the corn crop, you have the stalk, you got the leaves. How do you take that and convert it into ethanol? And that is because it's all raw material, but that it takes a lot of energy and a lot of time and a lot of chemistry
To make that part do.
to make that part into ethanol. So there is a massive inefficiency there that could be improved, but you can't invent new laws of physics. So there are definitely limitations that we're not going to be able to really get around.
Oh yeah. Are you ready to sleep a month or two here and get that cotton going?
Oh yeah.
Now that we have everything planted.
You know, I've heard that ethanol is nowhere near corn ethanol is nowhere near as clean burning as they originally touted it as being.
Well, it's not.
What's that?
There's no such thing as clean burning.
Well, yeah, I know.
But
That was the promise, is that, we can replace so many vehicles, that right now use gasoline with ethanol.
let's make sure all the
Perhaps like hydrogen.
again, hydrogen isn't burned. It's passed through a energy cell.
Yeah.
All right, let's make sure there's no engines on before we sleep. So
I did it.
I turned off
Have a
all the
flying
engines.
And
All
yeah,
right.
I turned it off.
Are we ready? Go ahead and
Ready.
sleep, copy.
Yep, I'm ready.
Are you at the house?
I am now.
All right. Go for it.
Yeah, I was just tabbing through all the vehicles to make sure they were off.
Oh.
And technically, you can burn hydrogen. It's just most people talk about it in the context of hydrogen fuel cells, which is what
Right.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
And we are in May.
Ooh, look at all the fogginess. Isn't
Ooh, nice. Ooh, I like.
Fog.
Ooh,
They
look
really did a good
Yeah.
job with the game engine and the visuals on that stuff.
at the roller coaster.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, growth stage number 4 of
Progress.
8. But let's make sure to fill up our productions.
It looks like, let's see, beams is good, planks is good, planks long is good, metal is good, floor tiles still question mark.
It's going slow, but it's good.
Staircase railing is good. Yeah, from what it looks like, it's got everything. As long as it has floor tiles, and we could spit a crate of floor tiles out. Not a big deal there.
Plus, we have some floor tiles over there.
Those are shingles. Those are
Oh,
shingles.
my bad.
Those are shingles. Those are shingles. Those are definitely not floor
Sorry, the
tiles.
floor tiles look different. Yeah. And the boat is got 46 metal to process before it goes on to the next stage. So after the next sleep, it'll be ready for the next stage, and then it'll ask for fabric. And some wooden beams and some other stuff to make the mast and the sails.
Metal 32, and it has enough. Okay, good. How's our cotton? Growth stage
Stage
4 of 8.
So yeah, it needs probably 4 more months.
Now the other option with seasons, if you turn seasons off, what does that do to the crop growth? Does it just make it so you can plant at any time?
Essentially, yeah, it makes it so you can plant at any time and any crop at any time, and then the crops all have a fixed rate of growth. I just don't recall what that fixed rate is. It's probably a stage or 2 stages per month, depending on the type of crop.
Right, because I actually peeked at the a maps how a map like sets up planting seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this really weird formula where plants of a certain stage in a certain month can have a variable number of growth improvements for that month, right? So you can have it so 1 month equals 1 cycle, right? But you could have it so like the month of July gives you like a 5, right? So if it's like, if the plant is between like 1 and 3, give it a 5 boost. And then you can lay it all out so everything, is harvestable in really, really fast. Which is another one of those, like, how much am I going to mod this when the time comes sort of thing in the No Man's Land map? Because I'll be able to model that. I really want to look at, for that No Man's Land, I want to see like what we can do, what options we're gonna have. Ooh, how's this? This is stage 4 already? Is Ponderosa, is that stage 4 fully grown? Or is it stage 5?
I believe Ponderosa was only up to stage 4. It was the lodgepole that would get up to... Or was the lodgepole only stage 3? Yeah, lodgepole only got to stage 3, and Ponderosa got to stage 4, and that was it.
Alright, so we've got...
35.9, yeah, that's max. Look at this forest. It looks so cool with the fogginess.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, our sawmill is not going to be lacking in material.
Yeah, even having these trees, as many of them, as close as they are, it's still, the sawmill would still like chew through that really fast. The only time we really started overwhelming it was with those sequoias. Because
Yeah,
each
and
one of
that
those
just
was
is-
42,000 liters, and we were dropping them in like just nonstop. Like that was a lot of wood. Oh my god,
Well,
that
the
was a lot
reason
of
that
wood.
The sawmill got overwhelmed was because its output filled up.
Yeah, we were unloading it fast, but that was the whole point of modding. That is not to be bottlenecked by something crazy.
Let's see here. So cotton is harvestable in October, November. So since we do have seasons on still, we would have to go 5 months to get to the point where we can harvest it.
Man, look at all these stubs over here. We got stubs all over.
Yeah. I couldn't find them all.
So many to grind up. This is going to be free diesel. Grind all those up. That reminds me, we want to.
Would have been so cool if we could have pulverized this big rock.
I want. Yeah, the fuel refinery is a pretty cool looking thing. Come over here, coffee.
Out of the way. Get out of
All
the way,
right,
Coffee.
production. There's a lot of buildings in here now. So many, so many, so many. Fuel refinery. Modded. Okay. Let's tip this over here.
I really wish there was a way to sort that.
Due to what?
To sort the
Oh, yeah.
yeah, the store like that. Because, like, you can sort the normal store, but I wish you could sort the other parts of the store. The construction menu and everything. Oh my goodness, this mod is something else. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different outputs on
Yeah.
it. We have
This thing
We
is
have,
crazy.
biogas, so a methane-powered thing, a electric charging station, which we do actually have an electric vehicle.
Yeah. And this thing will passively let's go over here, go here. Oh, it's got to update this list. Hopefully it doesn't crap out on me.
I'm not seeing any errors in the dev data.
Well, I've tested it. It works. But when you add a production building, it has to update the production chain in the menu.
Yeah.
And this is where I've had this is where I've had problems because the game does not like it for some reason. I don't know why. But it sits and it thinks and it's like yeah, it's I know that it's like not it's not crashed. It's just damn, it's just sitting here thinking and thinking and thinking.
You can't exit out of the menu.
Yeah. All I can hope. Oh, my thing flashed. Come on.
It's not gonna do it. You're gonna have to force a restart and.
Come on. You can do it. Yeah, it's still. I mean, the menu is still responding. Well, it's responding to mouse clicks, but not mouse wheel.
Can you go to a different menu, or is it not letting you do
Yeah,
that?
it's not. That's not letting me do that.
Yeah, I haven't had the game ever recover from that. When I bought a normal production on the map one time. Because it was before you added the...
There's got to be some massive inefficiencies with this. The way that it's coded. Because the back-end engine in the game is all Lua. So Lua is, it's got its strengths and weaknesses. Efficiency is not one of them.
But hey, at least they made a majority of the modding stuff all XML, so that made that a little easier. Don't need to.
Yeah, pretty much everything. Like the game is very data driven. Oh, now I'm getting some audio. Are you guys? Did you guys quit?
No, I'm
No.
still
Yeah, well, you guys need to, like...
Quit?
Yeah, I'm not recovering from this, and now I'm getting some weird audio feedback, so...
God.
I don't know what the game is trying to do, but... I need to exit. I need to basically Alt F4 this thing.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay, now I'm out.
all right. Okay, this is going to be painful. This is, yeah, one part of the game that's just like, they need to fix this.
Yep. Pre-apologize to OBS if that's what you're using still.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Now, let my computer recover a little bit. Alright, let's just make sure that it has all the mods. 'Cause sometimes it does not like... Okay. And enter. Alrighty.
Oh, that's what that mod does.
Anybody out there have Apple TV Plus? I want to know how the second season of Foundation is. I watched the first season; it was really good. I enjoyed it, even though I got lost in a couple episodes. 'Cause there's
I had
some
Apple TV to
massive.
watch, oh, what was the one show? For All Mankind, and then I got rid of it after I finished the season. And then I got it again for the next season, but I haven't picked it up for the most recent one.
Yeah, I lost interest. The first season was good, second season was good, but I just sort of lost interest in that show. It's just wow, this area looks so different. Oh my god, these trees are back.
Which ones?
Oh wow.
Huh.
And all of those trees are back.
Oh boy,
Did-
what save did it?
Yeah, this thing isn't built anymore. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do before you guys load in.
It's all right. The game isn't showing up on the
Instruction.
server list.
And then do landscaping, painting, asphalt.
All right, it finally showed up for me. Let me know when you.
Well, what I want to do, God, save, and then let's go to production and see if this loads.
Fuel refinery, there it is. So that worked. Let me look at other production values and see just... So we were left off.
Oh, okay. It looks like it has us in April instead of May.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, we lost like all these trees on this hillside I cut down. These 2 trees I cut down. Where the hell is the trailer for
Wood chips?
wood chips? Where did
Is
I...
it over by the other factory still?
Yeah, is it across the street here? Yeah, this thing is... Yeah, it's saved literally in the middle of dumping.
Interesting.
Yeah, you guys can load in. Looks like it's stable. We just gotta redo some work.
Shoot.
I
God
don't know
dang
if that
it.
one autosave mod is multiplayer.
No, it doesn't.
compatible.
No, it's
Okay.
not. No. Yeah, the autosave doesn't appear at all while we're playing. It only saves when I...
We'll have to bug you to go into the menu every once in a while so it saves.
Oh, I can take the blocker. No, I guess the blocker was taken off. Well, damn. Oh, I think I'm syncing with both of you guys now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're out of planks, and we're out of planks long. How many prefab wall do we? 230. I think that's enough of those. It's enough buckets. Empty pallets is doing good. Chips is fine.
Oh, yep. I have to refinish my tree planting too.
Yeah, it set us back a ways. I don't know why. I could have sworn I've been in the menu and auto-saved. Beyond that, it's weird that...
Maybe it corrupted the save file and it went to the last known good one.
Yeah, I suppose that could be it.
Kinda need that. If that is what it is, that's nice that you did it that way.
Alright, let's get this. Don't forget you gotta buy a different set of seeds for that thing.
Oh no, I didn't have to restart the entire thing. It was halfway through. So, thankfully that's all good.
Just stuck that in the ground, didn't it?
Where's that other rock?
Right. Where's it?
Okay, all the trees are planted again.
Excellent.
Didn't expect
Hello,
that.
coffee.
Hello there. So used to usually just tabbing about my vehicles in my own game, I forgot that I'm trying not to do that in this.
Wow.
Yup.
What? What am I?
Which button?
One of the buttons on my mice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, my mouse has that feature because I think, Coffee, you got me this mouse, which is really nice. But it has one feature where it has 3 different programmable DPI settings. So it has like a super high DPI and then it has a really low DPI. So it's made for like if you're like a sniper in a first person shooter,
Yeah.
you can dynamically change your DPI to be less sensitive, right? But the problem is that button is really easy to hit. And so like I do it all the time where I'm playing and all of a sudden my mouse is like
Acting really slow.
yeah, it's just like,
fast.
oh my god, what the hell? And it's because I accidentally hit that button.
I forget. Did I get you the same mouse I'm using, the G502?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I really do like those two buttons that allow you to change that. And then of course there's the button down by your thumb that allows you to you hold it and it changes it to a very specific thing. But like when I'm using that machine, I'd like to turn up the DPI so the boom arm responds better.
Yeah. Yeah, I have the DPI pretty high.
But like when I'm playing War Thunder, I like using that DPI shift button so I can fine tune my aim. Oh man, all these stumps that I cut before.
Yeah, there's one game, I can't remember which one, but there's one game where it's not a sniper thing, but I use it quite often.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a game where there's like construction or something, and we just have to get a little more precise than what the mouse would typically not
Does.
allow, but
Yeah.
be easy.
And then with the one Logitech app buggy, you could adjust it so like even if you do hit that, it doesn't change it too terribly much.
Oh, I know, but that's just
Yeah.
you know I haven't installed that on this machine. I've been resisting installing all those little helper
I don't
apps, like
blame
the
you
like the
because-
keyboard that I bought. I bought a replacement keyboard, and it's a Logitech, and it comes with like software that allows you to save up to a few different profiles, and it's like yet that's yet another piece of software that you have to install, and I'm like, no, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't play like competitive shit, so I don't need like super custom efficient keybinds. It's just like I don't need it, and that's just yet another thing on my machine taking up resources. Like I don't understand, and usually that software doesn't work anyway. Like
Yeah. No,
I've never
definitely
had really good luck with that stuff.
Yeah, and I've definitely had issues in the past with specifically Logitech software, which is a pain because their hardware is pretty decent, but their software has always been very bad.
Yeah, I mean the keyboard I got it looks pretty slick. A Logitech. I actually looked up like keyboard reviews,
Mm-hmm.
and this was like the top rated keyboard, and it was like I think one of the top rated keyboards. They had different categories, but I mean it was because if you had the Thrustmaster, the duo sticks plus the Velcro straps, I had like $30 left on that gift card, and the keyboard was $60. So it was like,
Oh, which one did you get?
what keyboard?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could look to see if my mom forwarded me the order because I used her Prime. I used her Prime to do it.
Nice.
Oh, yep. K845. Logitech K845.
Logitech K.
Yep,
Wow.
K845.
I use the mouse software for macros because those sometimes come in handy.
Oh, that one. Okay. Yeah, that's a decent keyboard.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that one.
with the brown. It's got the brown
Brown switches.
brown switches. Yeah.
I forget the differences on some of the switches. Brown is tactile without the click noise.
Yeah,
That's nice.
it's since I stream, I want I want there to be some resistance to the keys, so that's where you get the you know, the tactile. But I don't want the click click click, because that just would it would drive people crazy if I did that.
Yeah, is a lot of streamers, and sometimes even this mouse in particular can be a little loud on its clicks, but I don't think I usually hear it on yours. Stream, that is.
Whoa!
Oh! I tried to pick up a thing, and it picked up that instead.
That's jarring.
It really is.
Yeah, gotta be careful around this thing.
Yeah, 'cause I was
It's
trying
too
to pick up little
too big of a target. Like it's a massive target, so it's really easy to hit instead of the wood. Wow. Oh, I don't think the
It's turned on.
why can't I get into it? There we
I
go.
was in it.
Yeah, it is on. Jesus.
Just threw it out.
Yeah. Denied. There it goes.
Nice. Back to the way it should. Sometimes I've noticed the thing when you go to pick up a log or something, it takes a moment before it actually picks it up. And sometimes it'll grab the wrong thing, you know, like the beaver.
Yeah, now this thing isn't gonna... It's not even gonna give me the option to auto-load, I bet. Yep. What the... I don't understand. There we go. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. That crisis averted. Also, Oz, you might want to double check your fuel. You might have to refuel again. I don't know. I don't know how long ago it was that you fueled that thing, but
It must have been shortly after I'd fueled, because yeah, I'm full. Thank you though.
all right. Look at this.
Yeah, I had this whole area mowed down to the tracks, and now it's all undone.
Yeah, we had a lot of these trees cleared out of here, a lot of the little piddly trees.
Oh, sorry, I mentioned hi to Alex, but I don't think you had interacted.
All right. Yeah. Hi, Alex. How's it going?
Okay for a moment.
Happy Live. Oh, thank you for the belated birthday. Yeah. Deadfall, deadfall, deadfall. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Any in here? There's one. Ooh, there's another rock. You need to be far away from this. Get in the hole. There it goes. There's another one. Is that in? Yes. Where's our mower at? Let's see. Where's the auto? Hey, there's an autosave.
Right next to the tracks. What's
Yeah,
up?
let me save it again, just for funsies. Save. Yeah. Okay. You're by the tracks.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh.
Need to borrow it?
Did I miss this log? I must have missed this log.
I think there's a couple by the lake too.
Yeah, they get lost in the weeds. I can't see them.
Yep.
This one is annoying. I might just have to. Let's get rid of that.
Funny, you always
There
seem
we
to
go.
check on me when I'm taking a break.
You just take a lot of breaks.
This one was a quick one though. I'm already done, and I had turned the engine off right before you said something. Like 5 seconds before.
Damn it! I'm paying you a good way. Like coffee. He's incognito now. I don't know what he's doing. Damn girlfriend, fiance is taking priority. Just gonna surround him with little trees chopped down. Ooh, the brush is thick on this area.
Yeah. Wish this could go in reverse a little bit faster. On the like edges, you know, typically I try to set it up so I go back and forth on a plot, but I like to make a clear cut edge, like what I'm doing here. I just go back and forth. Sometimes if I'm doing a loop, I'd try and, you know, just make it clear on the first few passes, but trying to get, you know, trying to turn and then mow the corner, you either end up getting it round or like going back and forth trying to get into the right spot to kind of square it off. Not that it necessarily has to be square, but the weird steering in this make it tough to even resemble straight, let alone square.
I've got like 12 trees, 12 little cut down trees surrounding coffee over there. He's gonna come back and not be able to see anything. There's gonna be just solid tree branches.
Nice.
All right.
Is this the equivalent to trapping you in concrete in 7 days?
Yeah.
too bad they had to go and bork that whole game up.
Yeah, and you get, it's so funny, you know, how many times they've tried to reinvent that game,
Yeah.
and you still get the fanboys like, oh, the changes they made this time are really nice. I like these changes. It's like, dude, like, have a little bit of self-respect, for God's sakes. You know, one of the, you know, as they were releasing the new Alpha 21, you know, a couple of the YouTubers did videos, and they literally had like interviews with the two guys that founded the company. Like the two brothers, Joel and I don't know what is the other guy's name, but like they're, you know, interviewing, and I'm sitting there watching this interview going, how about we ask an actual good question here? Like,
Yeah.
let's ask, like, so are you guys ever going to decide how you want people to play this game? Because every time they do a new alpha, they do a completely different, like, leveling system.
Yeah.
And it's just like, nobody asks them the questions that's like, how about we get some answers on why they keep reinventing this damn game, and why it seems they always make it worse whenever they... Like, one of the alphas a long time ago had the intuitive, like, learn by doing.
Yeah.
So the more you did a thing, the better you got at it, right? The more you shot a gun, the better you got at shooting the gun. And it was like, this is how life works. Nope. They completely scrapped that years ago, and now then they changed it to like a point-based system. They just cannot decide, and they're going further every time they do it. They go further and further away from reality.
Yeah.
And it was just like, now it's essentially learn by looting.
Yup.
You have to, in order to get better at any skill, you have to loot magazines in order to, and you have to read magazines in order to get better at something. You know, you have to read 100 magazines to max out, you know, XYZ skill. And it's like, what? Like, magazines, you can only learn so much, and a lot of people don't even learn that way. You know, they don't learn by reading.
Gives you a good baseline, but yeah.
You can get introduced to the topic and kind of get fundamentals, but getting really good at something?
I like the system in Project Zomboid. You know, you read a book and it just gives you a bonus for learning. You know, and then the more you do, the more experience you get in it. And that, you know, that's not close to real life, but it's at least a good balance between game balance and real life.
It gives you a bonus of that ability? Is it a permanent bonus?
It gives you a percentage bonus. So yeah, it's like a 2-3 times multiplier. Deeper it is, the more it gives you. But of course, the higher the requirements are. So it just encourages, you know, early game. Yeah, you can use a book. It's going to speed it up quite a bit. But late game, if you want to specialize in a skill, you really want to find a book for it. Otherwise, you're screwed because it's going to take you 10 times longer.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. There's
Yep.
trees surrounding me.
Yeah, you got some foliage around you there.
Did you at least trim the bush?
Oh yeah.
We were debating what we wanted to do for dinner.
Oh, it was a debate? Who won?
Both of us. Because we decided on sushi.
Oh,
No, everyone wins in that situation.
not me. That would never be my vote. I can't eat fish.
You can't, or you don't like to.
Well, let me put it this way. Whenever I eat it, I usually see it again within about 40 minutes.
Ooh. Yeah,
So-
that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got something weird with like seafood. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it to both of you guys, but since the topic came up, what I remember the most is that I went to a Chinese restaurant and they have an option for like a side dish, and I tried the crab rangoon, which I took a bite of that and I'm like, wow, this is really tasty. It's pretty dang good. I take another bite and it's still good, and then I take a third bite and I'm like, nope, I'm gonna puke.
Oh,
It's just so weird
Yeah, it is.
because the actual flavor of it just completely changes.
yeah, I tried lobster once. Ugh, that was just gross. Like, and I was like, this stuff is expensive. Like, I was eating like, I had a lobster tail, and I was like, I had a little bit of butter, and I put the butter. I was like, it was like I was eating rubber. Like, it was just like,
Oh, then that was not cooked right if you were eating it. Tasted
What?
like or the texture was like rubber.
yeah, it just was like, oh, what is this? You know? And so, yeah, ever since then, I was like, why do people pay for this?
Yeah. Well, once upon a time, lobster was considered to be prison food until the big companies decided they can market it for fancy food. Because, I mean, a lobster is a bottom feeder.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially an insect. When you eat shrimp, that's literally like eating a grasshopper. It's the same. It's the same like family of creature, crustacean. Oh my god,
Yeah,
dude!
I'm sorry. I grabbed the tree and it did that.
Yeah,
That tree is not cooperating.
it was taking its time. It was doing it. It was just taking its time. You can't rush the beaver.
Oh, the jokes.
I was gonna make it leave it to Beaver reference, but I don't know much of anything about that show.
Fair. I'd say could always go with the How I Met Your Mother beaver references.
Man, I'm drawing a blank on that. I've watched
Yeah,
that show.
or the Naked Gun. Ever seen the Naked Gun?
Oh,
Yes.
a while ago.
That was so great. This woman walks up a ladder in her office, and Leslie Nielsen looks up and he's like, "Nice beaver," and she's like, "Thanks, I just had it stuffed," and she hands him a stuffed beaver. It was great.
Yup.
I remember seeing that as a kid, and I did not understand that at all. Like, I
Yeah.
watched that and I was like, why is this funny, right? And thinking about it years later, I was like, oh yeah, like,
Oh.
yeah, there we go.
Alright,
Yeah.
folks, you want to pass a month?
Let me turn the
I
engine off.
was going to say, depending on what we do here, we could plow this land right here, add some grass, and then I could put a little sheep farm in if we don't want to wait for the cotton to grow.
Well, I mean, I'm just. I want to get this goddamn place clear cut here, and let me save it. So you want to park it and turn off the engine?
Forgot to turn it off. There we go.
All right, saved. All right, I'll go. I guess.
Unless you want to drop what wood chips off, or we have off here real quick to let the diesel production do its thing.
No, that's plenty fast. We don't need to
Yeah.
We don't need to artificially worry about how fast production is. I made sure production would far outpace supply. I triggered it. Is everybody not? There we go.
Yeah, I did pretty much right away.
Rubbery lobster is overcooked. Yeah, I mean, if it was overcooked, it was overcooked. But I'm not going to spend $40, $35 learning that. Like, give me a steak, medium. I'm happy.
Medium rare, and I'm happy. Medium's okay.
Medium rare is too. It's too much.
Well, that's fine. If you ever make it out to this wonderful state of California, I will gladly throw some steaks on the smoker, and you'll have some good steak.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, there we get the weather effects again. Nice.
Mm-hmm. So
Nice.
cool. They do such a good thing with that.
so is that one of those like wood chip grills or wood pellet grills, or is it an
Yes.
actual smoker? Okay.
It is a pellet smoker / grill, because you can go up to the temperature of a grill, or you can keep it low and slow like a smoker,
Yeah.
which I like.
Yeah, those are fantastic. No,
Yeah.
I've never done it, but I heard it was really popular for people to throw a pizza in one of those.
Yes, I have also not done that, but Papa Murphy's had a whole thing where with Traeger they would include instructions for how to do it on that smoker.
Interesting.
Because, I mean, in a way it's wood-fired. It's just, compressed sawdust pellets.
Yeah.
But yeah, I took a top round roast that I got from the store, put some seasoning on it, and threw it on the smoker the other day, and let it go for a while, and it turned out nice and tasty. Okay, so we own up until the point of this road right here. Cool. I think I'll take a swing at mowing for a little while.
All right.
Although, do I want to use that one?
That's up to you. I mean, getting in this area where Buggy's working, that's probably your best option.
Yeah.
That big tractor one would be great for what I just got done with, except that there was stumps.
Yeah, if we could figure out stumps, do an easy stump removal.
The best option for stump removal is going to be the easy dev thing, because it will take a while to do all of the stumps otherwise.
So how does it determine what a stump is?
That is also another good question. I'm assuming it determines it by the fact that it is still rooted to the ground, but it is not a full tree, like the tree hasn't been cut in any way.
So yeah, because we could mow pretty fast with like a tractor mower, like the mower you tried with the Unimog, but it wasn't gonna work.
Yeah, it didn't work out well.
Like
Even the even bigger version.
get one of my Vesa tractors or whatever those tractor brand is,
Mm-hmm.
and do a mower setup. Because we can remove some. I'm not too worried about that. There's just stumps. I'd rather us be a little bit more realistic with the mowing than the stumps.
Yeah, because the stumps are just going to take forever. But yeah, if you want to do that, I would recommend a save before, just in case.
And you might want to go around and hide or try to chop the stupid bushes. These big ones here, like this big one right here. This is one of the ones that is really hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
They're usually very specific, if any, like chainsaw location to get rid of it.
Nice.
Unfortunately,
for
with
the most part, that seems like that's like one of the only ones of that type over there.
yep. I was actually just gonna say too, and unfortunately, it's hard to tell whether there's more of them. Usually, they're quite a bit taller, thankfully.
Yeah, they're quite a
So
bit
they're
taller, and
easier
they
to
usually
spot.
have multiple stems.
Ah, here's one.
Ah, yes, but you don't have to worry about that area because we don't own this triangle right here. Everything to the
Ah.
right of this road is not ours yet, but to the left of
Fair.
it, it is.
Should I let that message Kenny's come through?
I am not seeing a hidden message.
He said the S word.
Oh,
That's about the only.
I mean,
Let it through?
if it, yeah, I mean, if it contributes to the discourse,
A
It's
little
just,
bit.
holy carp, you deforested that entire patch.
remove stumps.
And the
Boom.
thing that looks
Done.
kind of like a crane, that's the Scorpion King, right?
Yes.
It's a damn, what
a
is it called?
logging
again?
machine.
Yeah,
Logging,
it's a timber cutter.
I will go
Automatic.
and get the lawnmower set up.
All right.
Are you sure you don't want the spiked wheels on the case tractor?
No. We don't even need the case tractor. Like, that's too big of a tractor for the lawnmower.
Yeah,
The tractor I'm talking about,
it's the Voltra.
yeah. Is it I think it's a medium,
It is.
and it is this one. And my design is crimson, red, and white. So I'll buy the tractor here.
Oh, you're buying another one?
Oh, you already have one?
Yeah, you had one that we used for the farming
Oh,
part.
all right.
When we were doing the cotton.
Sweet.
So I'm bringing that over. Whee! And all of our new trees, or all of our planted trees, are set up and ready to go again.
Yeah.
Isn't Scorpion King in the third Mummy movie, not the second?
Oh boy, I don't remember which one.
Let's see. The first one was Egypt. The first one had, I think there was a really bad CGI version of the Scorpion King in the first one.
Yes, I do.
Like a really bad CGI. I remember when I first saw it, I was like, oh my god, that is horrible. Because they sort of modeled it off of, what's his face? The Rock.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked so bad.
Yeah.
I just remember seeing going, Jesus,
Oh
like,
my goodness.
No, and
That
he
was
is
some
right.
lag.
It is the Mummy Returns. Because yeah, the first one is the
the third one is in China.
Yep.
Yeah, third one is in China.
But yeah, Kenny, the carp. Unless Coffee thought of that independently, I think that originated with me. I had a typo for the other word, and I'm like, nope, I'm gonna keep it, and I've done that ever since.
Yeah, that's where I picked it up from. Was you?
Okay. Excellent. I've corrupted everyone. Oh, I got a bio break. I'll be back.
didn't mean to hit that button. Jeez.
Yeah, I think something we could do to speed this up.
Mm-hmm.
Just- Um, any tree that's under 20 meters tall, we can cut by hand and quickly trim. Like, I can so easily. So any tree that's under 20, we can cut by hand. But any tree that's under, like, I don't know, somewhere between 8 and 10, we throw in the chipper. But like those trees that are like 11 point something, blah blah blah, we could really easily, I could really easily cut these, and then like that's 23. Oh my god, get rid. So much wood. So much wood. Trying to organize all the wood.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh. Yeah, like this one right here. 11.6. Easily cut that. Trim it down. Pick it up and drop it over here.
It's storming here. I doubt I'll have any internet troubles, but it's a possibility.
Man, I missed a good thunderstorm.
Yeah?
You never get them here.
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. I mean, we usually would get thunderstorms like almost every weekend, and we haven't. It's been years since we've had a really big, like, the weather. You know, climate change. It's really affected how often we get thunderstorms here. The last 4 years, 4 or 5 years, it's been just crazy how rare it is. All right, and so we got in here this. And this is a stub that can go over here. There's another, yep. Oh.
Yeah, what is this all about? Is this Canada, eh?
Wow.
That bad?
Where did that come from?
Oh, from chat. Kenny said, "Is this Canada, or what is this Canada?"
I don't know where this map is supposed to be. I mean, I would guess somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, certainly.
Since you have those redwoods.
Yeah, the Sequoias. I mean, the Sequoias put it firmly in like Oregon or Northern California, because that's the only place on Earth they appear. So yeah, that's where I would put it. Probably Oregon.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
One more log and it's full.
A lie. You can stuff some more in there.
Yeah, we could.
It just doesn't want to do any hard work.
Oh, that's sticking way out. Okay.
I'll get it.
The truck just flies across the... Oops. Yeah,
My
here's
bad.
15 point something.
Still take this to the sawmill, or do we need some more at the carpenter?
No, sawmill is fine.
Alright. Trees, glorious trees.
There we
Well, looks like the grass grew here again if we wanted to get money from that.
Whereabouts did it grow?
Next to the tree farm.
Oh, nice.
Oof,
That's
lot
interesting.
different. Lot different driving the semi than that mower.
Yes.
Yeah?
Not saying it's bad, it's just really different.
A little bit of difference in mass.
Yup.
I didn't even notice the game hitch when you cleared all the stumps, Buggy. That was nice.
Oh, that's 17? Yep.
It's herbicide. Oh, that's why the puppy's snuggling up with me. Storming.
Thunderstorm?
Yep. I was like, you know, she's got a bed real close to my feet, but right now she's actually snuggling up with my feet.
Oh.
And it didn't
Except
occur
for the
to me
smell.
till just now.
Yeah, I don't even know how my cat would respond to a thunderstorm because
Haven't
we
had
didn't
that
have one at all last year, and we haven't had anything this year. Like, it's been such a... I love thunderstorms. I used to go out... The first car I had when I turned 16, very first car that I got was a Royal POS, like Mazda 323, and it was like an 89, oh, it was an 88, and I got my license in 96, 95, and literally this car, right, it may not have been super old, but this car, the engine on it was a 3-cylinder, like, I think it was 0.9 liter engine. So any gearheads out there that know how to translate that, yeah. 3-cylinder, 0.9 liter, 4-speed manual transmission car, and the top speed of that car was 55. Like, I could not go any faster. So of course my parents are like, "This is the perfect first car," because you can't, you know, go fast. Even though I've always been a responsible driver. But yeah, it was such a POS, like, but it was built solid. So I went out storm chasing in that car for years and years and years. I mean, that car got hailed on, and not like it was like stainless steel, or at least steel panels. Like, it was built pretty tough. Yeah, that car got beat up and beat up and beat up. But yeah, I used to go storm chasing every summer, and like vicious thunderstorms, and we haven't had thunderstorms like that in years and years and years, which is super sad because I love thunderstorms.
We've had some storms. It's been a while since they've happened, but you know, I can't necessarily say global warming because they're not very consistent. But some years we would have a rainstorm that there's so much water, and of course, since there's a lot of farmland, they try to distribute it to get it away from the crops. But then that pools it in certain areas. Later, Kenny. And
Yeah, later.
there have been a few times where it's actually washed the road away.
Oh yeah, I remember the house that I grew up in was sort of at the bottom of a hill by the college, and when it would storm like really bad, the water, the rain gutters or the street gutters couldn't keep up, so the water would come off the college and run down the streets, and the street that we were next to just would flood, just completely flood. And that happened when I was growing up maybe twice. And just that amount of rain was super rare. But yeah, it's been so many years. We had a decent amount of rain in May. We had one storm come through that dropped like 5 inches of rain, which is the hardest. It literally rained all day on like a Tuesday, all day, as hard as I've ever seen it. Like, but there was no thunder. It wasn't a thunderstorm. It was just crazy amounts of rain. And thus far this summer, it's been relatively dry. We haven't had really a big rainstorm since.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah. It's just like, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Look at how, like, look at the change in this area. Yeah. Here's another tree that's probably, oh no, 23.
The road washing away, you know, like the first time it happened, that was legit. It was kind of out of the blue. But then they redid the road. And when they redid the road, the oh man, the bureaucrats in charge of that were idiots and wouldn't listen to anyone. And people told them, you're putting in a tiny culvert here. You have to put in a bigger one. They're like, nope. Bigger costs more.
Yeah. I think they
cost more.
we had a flood here in 2011, like a massive one of those 500-year floods. And the city got millions of dollars in flood aid, and so there's a ton of flood control stuff around here.
Yeah.
What the hell does this get caught on? There we go. All right, come on, you stupid. Let's go this way.
I think I can get him through the tree.
Okay. Oh, there's a deadfall.
But yeah, the washout happened. You know, they put and then they put in a slightly larger culvert, and it's like, oh come on, guys, that's still not going to do it. And sure enough, a few years later, that part of the road washed away again.
Of course.
And then they went overboard.
Oh,
Not criticizing them. They did what they should have done in the first place. And it's like, do they not live in the area? Do they not
probably
know
not.
what happens? Well, it was the county people who did it, because it was a county road. Because it wasn't the construction company that was making the calls. I think they would make suggestions, of course, but yeah, it was like the county commissioner or commissioner's office that made those decisions, and just completely bonehead.
Yeah, the amount of corruption, even in local politics, is people pay attention to like national politics and the corruption in national politics, and there's debates and there's awareness and stuff like that. The local politicians get away with unbelievable levels of corruption because nobody's aware of it.
Yeah.
Like imagine you're on the board, right? So imagine you're on a board of a relatively big city, let's say 200,000 people. And you're on the board deciding where to build the new schools. Now, the possibilities of making money off of decisions is extremely high. And anytime that happens, guess what? Huge amounts of corruption can happen. So that is exactly what happens. These people on the board who decide what neighborhoods or what areas get new schools, before they announce the decision, they buy up huge sections of land around those schools. This happened where my dad lives. He attended a school board meeting, and they did just that. And they buy up all this land and then announce, oh, this is a new elementary, or this is a new high school, or this is a new junior high, or mixed. You know, some school districts do mixed ages. And then if you actually look at like land records, you'll see that the owner of a lot of this land is the people making those decisions. And most people living in the city are completely unaware that you know why like the question would be like, why would you want to get elected to your school, like school board, you know, local school board? Well, that is why. The incentive of making money is extremely high, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
Now just imagine you're also on the city council determining where a new hospital goes up, where a new shopping center. Like, anytime you have, you know, people making decisions where there's potential for a lot of money being made, you're going to get just obscene levels of corruption. But locally, people don't really, I mean, nobody really cares. Like, oh, this is, like, oh, this new school is going in here. It's like, oh, that's cool. But little do they know that somebody just made, you know, $600,000-$700,000 turning over land right there. And sometimes they even buy the land the school is going to go on, so the city then pays them for the land, and they upcharge it because they're the ones making the decision on whether on how much money to spend. It's crazy. Like, it's so funny when people complain about corruption. Is like, you know, I'm kind of a student of human nature, and I know how human nature works, and it's funny to me that people think that it's even possible to deal with any level of government and not have corruption. Like local, regional, county, like, if it's going to exist, shouldn't surprise anybody. What's surprising is when it doesn't exist, when you actually have honest people in those situations. Like when there's somebody like actually like trying to fight against it. It's like, oh wow.
Yeah.
They're the ones that get demonized in the press because nobody's able to make any money. God forbid they decide where a school needs to go based on where it is most useful.
Something being decided based on merit?
Yeah, like, God forbid. It's like, oh, this neighborhood needs a school. Let's actually build the school there. It's like, no. Where do we own all the land? That's where we need to build the school. But hey, to each their own. I mean, hey.
I've heard this from people talking about the corruption in other counties as well, but the county I'm in, it's a well-known fact, because I'm not into drugs, but I know people who are into drugs, and it's a well-known fact that if you want drugs, your best source is the police.
Ha! Nice. Yeah, that's nice.
And like I say, I've heard other people say that about their county too.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, police forces are notoriously bad, and that's the worst. That's the kind of corruption that I just cannot. I hate hearing about corrupt cops, because it's like, it's the one job that you're supposed to have that actually tries to protect people and is actually trying to like do good and make a difference. And if you're like, I don't think there's any more lowly type of person than somebody who is in power, and then somebody who just takes advantage of it. And there's infinite number of TV shows and shit about that, and movies, and doing the right thing is usually it's so what's here's the hypocrisy I love about the cops, right? And this is like shown in numerous TV shows, and just it's crazy. So one of the biggest parts of police work, one of the biggest things that they do is they use informants. Otherwise they don't know what the hell is going on. And so they largely use a lot of informants. So that's people, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
That's people and yeah, CIs and stuff like that. Without and so if something goes on, they reach out to the CIs, and so they're constantly using people that are basically snitching. Well, what happens when a cop turns in another cop for being dirty?
Yeah.
Right, to like EIA or whatever, internal investigation, professional responsibility or whatever it's called. That the cop that turned them in is a snitch. They're ostracized. They are kicked out of every buddy group. Like, they are demonized for actually like pointing out corruption. But it's the cops themselves that use that exact mentality to even do their job. So it's like, it's just like catch-22. Like, oh, like we're gonna need this, but we, God forbid, you actually do it yourself. It's just one of those like, oh my God, like really. It's just the hypocrisy. It's the number one thing I can't stand is hypocrisy. I just can't. Yeah. It's it should be a deadly sin, right? It should be a deadly sin.
Yeah, I don't know why it isn't.
Oh, I'm not allowed to cut this. Because there's so much evil done by people who believe the exact opposite of what they're preaching. Think of the senator who is super religious and talking about family values while hiring a prostitute, on the side. Like, that's like the thing. And you see that in the world, and you're like, God damn, like the hypocrisy of that is just painful to see. So that's my number one thing is rooting out hypocrisy, because I think it's a great evil. Look at somebody like look at somebody like Nancy Pelosi, like responsibility, fiscal responsibility. Meanwhile, nothing but insider trading. And I was a senator who makes 200,000, 300,000 a year worth 100 million. Like, how is that possible? Well, damn. I wonder how. They know what new regulations are going to get passed. They know what industries are going to be affected. Like, you and then you turn around and you talk about taxing the rich, and it's like, well, how much did they pay last year? I hate hypocrisy. Hate it. It's one of the, as far as politics go, it's one of the greatest evils. Anyway, I don't want to get too preachy. I know it's too preachy.
Yeah.
It's just like,
What do you think? How did not? Oh, I suppose it's just a little too far away to pick that one up.
holy cow, we have clear cut this whole area. This is crazy.
Oh, I don't know if you caught, but Coffee said dinner time.
Hmm.
That's why he logged out a little while ago. Interesting. This trailer is being far more sensitive than it had been before. Because I know it should
Maybe.
pick that one up.
Maybe it got some counseling.
Fair point.
Why are you so sensitive, trailer? I'm sorry.
Pick up the tiny log, that's right. Yup. Is it this terrain over here or what? Because yeah, this in that clear, or that field that we cleared, the first log farm, it was so easy. I'd just get close to something a little, you know, parallel or even a little bit forward or behind where I am, and just hit the auto load and it poof, pop right in.
Yeah, the inconsistency of the auto load is very frustrating, because it's like it doesn't tell you down in the bottom what the load of the trailer is. So you don't know how many liters are in the trailer because of how the wood actually how it reports if the trailer is loaded or not. And so it's like, how do you, oh my god, every time I cut one of these thin ones down, every time it flies in my face and I gotta stop cutting. 11.6, yeah. $23, 36, 11. There we go. That makes things.
Oh, there they go.
Since Coffee had sushi, that means he didn't have to cook for supper.
Fair.
Ugh.
I've never had sushi. I'm curious, but I'm also nervous to try it since, you know, fish and seafood in general kind of repulses me.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, and also the fact that I live, and I know you live nowhere near the goddamn ocean. It's like whatever you eat as far as seafood is gonna get, you know, it has to get flown in from quite a ways away, and there's nothing good that can be had by that. As far as like raw, like if it's cooked, then fine, but raw, no thanks. And now, so I heard somebody say like, not all sushi is raw fish. Like, I thought that's exactly what sushi was. Period. Like, I heard somebody say during the did my freaking thing? There we go. Anyway, yeah, I thought all sushi was raw fish. Like,
yeah, I thought that was kind of the definition.
but yeah, I think somebody was like, no, not all sushi is raw. Like, then it's not sushi.
I think there's some variety where you don't cook it in over like heat, but you like mix lemon in there or something like that, and somehow that cooks it. I think that's one variety. But yeah, I thought, you know, at the very least it wasn't traditionally cooked, you know, through heat.
When you're filling up the truck, you want to sort out all the little stubbies. We want to grind those down. So all the tiny little like stubs. There's some of these trees leave them, some of them don't. But you want to just check the piles before you. Yeah, all these little itty bitty stubs we want to clear. We want to filter those out.
Actually, I think I'm gonna load them and then I'll just zip by the.
It's going to be really hard to unload them without picking the truck up.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to do it. Got one more here. There it is. Oop, one fellow. Knew there was 3.
$50 stumps.
What's that?
Oh, I just removed
Gotcha.
50 stumps. I didn't think I cut that many trees down, but holy shit.
Wow,
A lot of stumps.
Yeah. It goes by quick.
Oh. Even though I'm using the mouse, I got pretty damn efficient with that thing.
Yeah. Would you consider this one a stump? To your left.
My left.
Yep.
How long is it? 11?
10.
No, that's not a stump. A stump is like this right here. This
Yeah.
like a little thing here, that's a stump. Or it's a stubby.
Sometimes when you're looking at it on the ground, it looks a lot smaller.
There we go.
That one's closer, but it's 8.2. That's good enough.
All right. Wow. Oh shit, there's one right here. I missed a tree.
Thought I missed a little lump. Oop. Got to unfasten. Come on. Jump up there. There we go.
Stubby, 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 stubby. Stubby. I don't like pine. Pine trees suck.
Should have one more here somewhere, I think. No, I either fell out or I lost it.
No. Oh my god.
Whoa! Shoot!
Why is it every time I look over here, somebody's picking up the damn beaverator? Leave the beaver alone. Quit touching the beaver.
Definitely targeting the log. Ugh. Just the...
Yeah, can we? I think I can. For some reason, I can cut these trees down with my chainsaw, but not the machine. Because we don't own this land right here. This tiny sliver of land is just...
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, you can... I think you can cut any of them down with the chainsaw.
yeah, but not the machine. I can't harvest it
Yeah.
with the machine because it's like, you don't own this land, but yet I can grab the chainsaw and be like, zip.
Yeah, it's so weird. Why would they let you do one but not the other?
All right, and this plot of land right by the store, we own this too. But I think, yeah, we own this, but I don't really want to. This is like not worth it.
Maybe all the people that own this stuff are nearsighted, so they can see a big machine coming up, but they can't see a guy with a chainsaw. Suppose they'd have to be deaf because they couldn't hear the chainsaw too. Yeah, keep hitting it, forgetting to hit L before I almost.
Come on, you can do it. We.
Nice, there it auto-loaded pretty darn good.
Thread the needle. There's crops of trees here.
Somehow I recovered. Semi. What the heck? I think it's the load is unbalanced so much that it's trying to tip the semi.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it almost tipped on me because I was turning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes again.
Yeah, I've had it flip. You can't go very fast when you got a full load of wood, that's for sure.
It's that it's unbalanced. The wood is mostly loaded on the left side. And it's not even a steep incline here. It's I think the physics are going a little overboard. Yeah. Dang it, what's the button for the brake? I think I might have hit it.
You talking about like the emergency brake? I just hit back when I want to brake.
Yeah,
Instead of forward.
I think there's an emergency brake or something because it's not moving. Can't remember.
All right. Now.
Have you saved recently?
Good idea. I smell that. She's not even looking at me. She's just like. God, whoever did that, like, this is a mod. Can you imagine? Like, I could not imagine how much work one of these goes into one of these. Like, I could not imagine.
Yeah.
This is a really hyper detailed 3D model, and then textured, and then all of the XML stuff, all of the animations, everything, like all of the really heavy lifting is all done in XML, with triggers and nodes, and I just.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling how much work people will put into stuff and expect no compensation.
Yeah.
Which, who knows? Maybe they.
I mean, I don't want to encourage that because I'm working on a mod myself, and I really want to be compensated for it because it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot of work. So some of these modders do. I mean, do people get donations and stuff? I know, like 82 Studios is one of those modders that.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that he might have a patron.
Yeah, a lot of modders, a lot of big modders for Giants do, but it's just amazing to me that these, like, almost every piece of equipment we have right now and we're using is they're all mods. It's insane.
Yeah, it's in park right now.
We need a wash. Boink. There's a wash. Almost ready to plow this field.
Nice.
I wonder if I can declare this experience if I ever tried to apply to a job for a wood like forestry company. Be like, yeah, I've got like 60 hours in a in a timber cutter thing. Like,
Well, getting a pilot's license, you have to do some flight sim.
yeah, I mean, this is
Yeah.
essentially like a timber chopper, whatever these are called, simulation. And it's like, yeah, I was able to use one without actually. But it would be great if they had like you go to apply to a job like that and you're like, yeah, I've used those machines before. And so they're like, all right, let's see how good you are, and they take you into a room and there's literally like a setup like this, or like, let's see you use it, and it's like, oh shit, like the joysticks and everything, you're just like, and they're like, wow, you have used one of these. Like, yeah, you know.
Yeah. Then, of course, in the simulator, you accidentally, jerk it too quick or something, and it smacks the foreman. Whoops.
Yeah, the log flips and it hits the machine, and it's like, oh, that, like, well, it's not exactly realistic physics, is it?
That reminded me of something. I think my brother had told me about it. A construction company would keep getting, new recruits, and these are college-trained guys that they trained for construction and all this stuff, and they'd want to impress the boss, and they're like, okay, your job is to just measure the sides and holler down to the people cutting the panels, how long the siding should be. And the guy, and this became a running thing where the person would shout down 27 feet, and there'd be a pause, and the people cutting the siding, zip, cut it right at 27 feet, and then the guy goes, and 7/8. You're fired. Just right on the spot, you're fired. Because they wasted that entire
Yep.
piece of siding.
Yeah. That could easily happen if somebody isn't aware of, like, oh yeah, it go. Part of that is experience, like part of that is
Yeah.
common sense. Like you don't separate them by that much. Like, yeah, that's crazy. I very briefly had a framing job. Yeah, since I sucked on ladders and I had like a mortal fear of ladders, I was the one on the ground and they would yell out measurements to me and I can do. But yeah, being up on a ladder.
Yeah, I'm not good with heights either.
Yeah. I'm okay with heights if I feel secure. It's the not feeling secure. It's the rickety unstableness of a ladder that I cannot handle.
Yeah. For me, it depends. You know, safety can be a concern, but there is just a height factor. You know, if I can't remember where I was. I think it was an old windmill. I don't even know. It was so long ago that I can't. All I get is just like a couple images from it. You know, I'm looking out in the distance and I'm fine. Then I look down and, you know, in movies how they have that camera effect where, you know, it both
it's a field of view
area. Yeah,
the field of view, like, yeah.
And it felt just like that. So, you know, whenever I see those scenes, it doesn't actually happen, but it definitely captures that feeling, and you're just like, oh god, vertigo, almost. You know, where you look down and you feel completely unsafe. Vertigo, you know, you tend to wobble around and stuff, but I still cannot find this parking brake. I know Coffee had helped me with it one time. He found it, and it's buried way in the key commands. Oh, now that I think of it, I think it's backspace to disengage. No. Damn it. Who knows, maybe I did some other fool thing. Ah. Semicolon, there we go. So weird, I'm quite certain I didn't hit semicolon.
Worker.
Oh. Sorry. Wrong button.
It doesn't hurt us. It's just like worker thing pop. I was like, what?
Yeah.
weird grip on this tree. Right here. Why aren't you...
Oh, that's okay. It's not giving me the commands for the trailer now.
You can switch back and forth with G.
G, okay.
Yeah, if you look up in the upper left, you'll see an icon for your tractor and another icon either in front of it or behind of it or both. And G will switch between all of them.
Okay.
That's controlling what attachments you have or the tractor, which is the vehicle that you're in. Yeah, that took me a while to figure that one out.
I think I had heard about it before, but especially when you're getting used to a game, stuff like that doesn't always sink or stick right away, sink in. Don't you hate that when you have one phrase in mind, but another one pops in and they cross? Maybe it's just Osprey.
Trigger on that needs to be bigger. None of this.
I know I can fit more into this, so I'm just going to do it manually.
Woo, 37,000 wood chips.
Nice.
Oh, you've got one attached to there.
Oh boy. Fasten. Thank you. That was weird. I imagine that wouldn't have caused any troubles at all.
Well, a lot of these were shorter than 20 feet. There's another one.
Ah, maybe that's why it wasn't loading them.
Oh, it should still load them. It's just, for some reason, it's almost like it's like counts them by the log or something like that. So the shorter ones, I don't know, fill it up faster. It doesn't seem to be really much rhyme or reason to how it decides how many logs to put in there.
Yeah. what? Oh, come on, I gotta be close enough. Ugh. What's wrong with you, brain? Do things right. There we go.
Wood. No.
There we go. For a minute there, I was really struggling trying to load. This one we can toss in the words.
Shove it in the beaver.
Yeah, I was trying to be careful not to say something wrong. Which we probably said worse on this stream, but oh well. It's a good default to have. It's much more difficult to unsay something. Thank you. Struggling trying to get this one. There we go. That might not be a full load, but I'd say it's close enough. I'll pick up a different task. Yeah, here we go. I'll just set this on cruise control and go and make myself a coffee.
With that much wood, be ill-advised.
Yeah. Oh, that's a reference to I think I've mentioned it before. There was a rather infamous case where a guy put his brand new Winnebago on cruise control, and
Oh
went into the
yeah,
back area.
he went back to go to bed. I remember that. Yeah, that's Darwin at work right there, baby. Yeah.
Oh no, he survived and then sued the company and won
Oh Jesus.
because they didn't have a disclaimer that cruise control.
Wow.
Yeah,
You have to be
Cruise control.
yeah.
you have to be an utter moron in order to think that cruise control. It's not like this is the first car you probably had that had cruise control. Like
wouldn't imagine. Yeah.
Jesus, I mean, it's been around since like the 60s, maybe. Like, it's been around a while.
And this
Hold on.
this was well
Let me
before
Google.
stealth. What's that?
I want to find out when cruise control was invented.
Oh, good question.
Because it was originally analog. Like, yeah, you would set it, and it would literally like.
That's adaptive.
But yeah, that case was well before self-driving cars were coming out.
Oh yeah.
You know, they had the concept, but
I just like how the thing that get pisses me off about stories like that, and there are a lot. The thing that pisses me off is the jury, right? Like, yeah, the guy was probably like, "Hey, I'm gonna sue for whatever reason, greed, stupidity." But then the people who are sitting on the jury, right? You've got 8 to 12 people sitting there agreeing with the fact that there should be a disclaimer. That is why you buy a hairdryer and there's a label on it that says "do not use while showering," right? Like, it's, to me, the stupidity is like the juries that award those big settlements. It's just like you're setting a precedent of greed that is only going to hurt the consumer, because what happens? In order to pay that shit, they charge more for their product, right? Every time, the money just doesn't come from nowhere. The money comes from somewhere, and usually it's other consumers that fit the bill. Oh God.
Okay, so modern cruise control was invented in 1948 by a blind inventor, Ralph Tidor.
Why did you put the moniker modern on it?
Because there was older versions that would have a finer control over the throttle of the engine, so technically that's a cruise control, or like the governors used on some engines. But no, the one that works like our current ones do, that actually read the speed of the vehicle, not the speed of the engine.
Oh. Synchronizing with Skynet. Oh shit.
Yes, but apparently the inventor designed the system because he was tired of being frustrated by his butler or driver's habit of speeding up and slowing down while talking.
oh,
Well, yeah. The mother of invention and all that.
It's annoyance, not necessity. Oh my goodness, there's even more trees gone. What have you done?
Oh,
Did a
A lot.
wildfire sweep through here? And as I get closer, all the grass and stuff disappears too. Someone's been busy.
yep, that we has.
yeah.
It might have been you guys that
Whoa.
I,
Jesus.
I was in the conversation with, but it might have been at home. I can't remember. Somebody was saying, I remember back when vehicle manuals used to tell stuff about the car, not disclaimers on what not to do.
I think I caught the tail end of that conversation when I got in at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, stupidity. It's either stupidity or greed. Either one.
Yeah.
Pick your poison. They're both toxic. They both should not be tolerated in any aspect of life, but unfortunately, personal responsibility kind of has gone out of fashion. Like, you buy a Winnebago, you put it on cruise control, and you go back to fall asleep. Like, literally
That's a
within
great idea.
seconds, you're gonna know the shit has gone wrong. and instead of being an idiot, instead of feeling like an idiot and going, "Wow, I shouldn't have done that. I just blew $200,000 on a Winnebago that's now totaled." You should be happy that the thing saved your life, because the fact that he survived a crash with that tells me, yeah, Winnebago should have come out and used that as a press release. Hey, some idiot put on cruise control and went back to go to sleep, and he survived. Like, that's something to be proud of.
Yeah. Considering those things are typically made of just a bunch of fiberglass and aluminum.
Right. Yeah, the fact he survived was the most surprising thing out of all that. You know, and I've heard the justification for the whole McDonald's coffee in the lap lawsuit, and why that managed to get that person so much. But again, it's like, yeah, I understand the justification. I understand the reason. That doesn't mean it's okay. The coffee is going to be hot, whether you know it or not. It's just the lawsuit was because the coffee was so hot. Like, yeah, McDonald's coffee at the time was like really, really hot. And that is what the lawsuit was. Like, oh, your coffee is too hot. And I was like, okay.
I've also heard that there was they didn't provide one of those cup holders. Yeah,
I remember
those
hearing
trays.
it was because they improperly put the lid on the cup as well.
No,
Yep.
it was the temperature of the coffee is what it boiled down to. The coffee, like when you brew coffee at home, and I'm just throwing numbers out there, but when you brew that coffee, it's like 160 degrees, right? That is and this is American Freedom Units, 160 degrees. Well, the coffee from McDonald's, and of course the attorney doing the lawsuit, like, did all the thing. That coffee, we just went to a McDonald's, got the coffee, and put a thermometer in it. That coffee was like 230 degrees. Like, it was near boiling hot.
Wait, no, 212 is boiling.
212. Like I said, I'm just kind of tossing numbers out, but it was damn close to boiling, and that is what it came down to. Was like, yeah, there's an expectation that it's hot, but the damage that it did to the lady, like, it burned, it gave her like massive burns. It was like, this coffee is too hot, and that's why the jury awarded, I mean, it was like millions of dollars for having coffee that was too hot.
Who couldn't get out of the seat fast enough.
Right. I just, whatever. Like, yeah, it was hot, but I'd rather have hot coffee than cold. It was probably It was probably that hot because McDonald's got a bunch of like whiners talking about their coffee cooling off too fast. And so they're like, oh, we'll make our coffee hot.
When I drink it.
Yeah. It's like, by the time I get to work, my coffee is cold. It's like, all right, we will make it hotter, and then bam. Not anymore. Now, I'm sorry, Oz. I just went into McDonald's on Thursday because I eat there once in a while. It's like the cheapest, like, eating. That's a treat for me.
Cheap.
That's the treat for me, is eating out, and that's where I can afford. Anyway, no more cash register attendants. No longer can you go up to the front desk or the front and order your food. You have to use the kiosks to order your food.
No, they have it set up like that there already.
Yep. No more.
Even here we haven't done that yet.
And I was like, oh shit. Like, what are high school students gonna do?
Yeah.
Right? Well, that's just another reason for people to complain that people don't want to work.
Yeah.
It's very satisfying mowing all these reeds down.
But yeah, as far as it goes, that person probably deserved some compensation. But yeah,
Well,
for how big that got, that was too
Yeah.
much.
Because I do believe that the person wasn't actually seeking like a crazy amount of compensation. The jury decided to award that because of how publicized and everything else the case got.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, a lot of juries. Here's how I think this goes, and why these juries are so stupid. Okay, and other people might be like, "Oh, you're full of shit," and that's fine. But I think when a jury is sitting down and they're facing a case like this, what's on their mind is not what is fair. What's on their mind is this is a giant corporation that can afford to pay this person, because next time when I want to sue, I want a jury that awards me $50 million for burning my crotch. Like, that's,
Yeah.
in my opinion, that's what goes through their minds, not what is fair, what is right, but how much money can I get when I sue somebody. And it's that mentality that is toxic. It's like, oh God.
And yeah, you're probably right that's why.
I need some
Sorry, coffee?
I need some Mo
Just running
service
over.
over here.
Phone service, right here. You also could take that weed whacker buggy and make its area of effect just massive.
Oh, that'd be
Make
funny.
quick work of it.
Oh, be like the weed eater in 7 Days.
Yeah, yeah. Like your, that.
Oh,
Oh, that game.
yeah. Oh yeah, we got on the subject of 7 Days earlier too. Yeah, that was another area where it's just like, come on, why is grass such an issue? Why can't we have a lawnmower or something? Some
Yeah.
way to get rid of it?
Well, the best part about that with that game and those idiot developers, right? The best part was years ago when we first got into it. I was really trying to absorb and learn everything I could about it, and so I was watching live streams and I was watching all this. And so we had been playing it. We had streamed it a couple times, and the new alpha was due out, and everybody was like looking forward to it and stuff like that. And I remember watching a live stream, and during the live stream, somebody asked, "Is there anything that you're adding to make it easier to clear grass?" And they literally, the head of the company, one of the brothers, Joel, is the guy who's like, he's the guy like probably who has final say. He literally said, "No, we are happy with how much work it is to clear the grass. So we're not ever gonna introduce a way to do it faster."
Yep.
And I'm sitting there watching this, and I'm going, that was my first indication that these people did not give a rat's ass about their customers because of how he worded that.
Like,
Yeah, it was the first time I was like, wait a second, like this isn't right. Like, this is like, really, he even mentioned that it was a big issue, a big complaint. A lot of people have mentioned it, and he's like, "No, this is how we want it." And it's like, wow, you have a bunch of people asking you like to change this, and you're just like, nah, screw you guys.
yeah.
That was my first like, wait a second, this company doesn't really care about its customers.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with one of my co-workers about that, and he's like, "Yeah, I've been waiting for them to update the console version," and I just started laughing.
Oh yeah, the other
Poor guy.
that was the other thing. The other news that came out here a little bit ago. So they finally got the rights back to the console version, and they found yet another company to port the current version to console, and they told everybody you're gonna have to buy it again because it's a different company. So whoever owns the console version right now, when they finally update it and get the most recent version ported, you got to buy it again. And I'm like, I watched this and I went, do they honestly think, you know? And they were like talking about like we may be able to work out something where, you know, current owners of the console version will get a discount or something like that. And I just thought like, oh my God, they are so detached from reality if they think that that's like an okay thing to do. Like, oh, we'll just give them a 25% discount. It's like you're literally making them buy it twice because the company that had it like went out of business or whatever the hell happened to them. I even forgot at this point what happened.
I just saw a post on one of the gaming website article things, and it was talking about this game that everyone said was absolutely horrible, and the game dev was like MIA for like a year and a half doing personal stuff, and he came back and he's like, I realize how bad this game is. I'm going to make a completely redone version, and it'll be free for everyone who already has
There you
the
go.
original.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how you
I
do
bet
it.
you that'll still get, more people interested in it, even if you put the new version at a higher price, because that might get people to buy the old version.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I just hit the mysterious button. Okay. Yeah, the 7 days guys, there's literally no incentive for them to finish the game. There's no incentive. Every time they come out with a new alpha, there's a ton of sales for the game. And so there's no incentive for them to keep it going, to finish the game, because hey, we'll just put out a, our money is low, we'll just put out a new alpha, and boom, you got a bunch more sales. Like, that's all it takes. Which is why it's Alpha 21.
Yeah.
I've never seen a game in history go as long as that game has gone in development. Literally, Skyrim did not take as long.
No,
Like-
but it's been re-released even longer.
Yeah, like the original I feel really bad for like the original Kickstarter backers for 7 days, because this was back in like 2011 or something when the Kickstarter was posted, and they had the estimated release for the full release of the game 2013. So you imagine being an original backer of the game, and it's like, oh yeah, we're now 10 years beyond that deadline, and nobody is holding these people accountable. Nobody is stepping in and going, can I get my money back? Like, it's ludicrous how long this company has taken to finish that game. And now, if you look at the screenshots of it, it's so dated, it's so aged.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, they'll be releasing more tree textures soon.
Yeah, and a lot of the features they're doing now are done in mods. And so when they announce like what the features of this next alpha are, people were responding going, this has been in mods for years. There are mods that are adding these features that have existed for several years now, and here they're adding it to the base game, announcing like there's a new feature. And it's like, at least give the credit to the mods. At least these mod authors like contributed, but no. What the biggest feature the biggest added features of the new alpha, aside from the massive like like learn by looting system they added are doors. They added like 300 different kinds of doors.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
And like all sorts of doors, like 3x3, big doors, small doors, you know, like just all these different styles of doors and animations and how to open them and blah blah blah, and a few different quality of life features, like you can shoot through doors now. So like the hole in a door, when a zombie is breaking the door down and there's a hole in it, you can actually shoot him through it. You know, a feature that probably games 15 years ago had. 7 Days is now getting it. And it's one of those, like, I'm really snarky on Twitter, like really snarky, and I saw Joel tweeted out a couple months ago a little like teaser. He's like, Alpha 21 coming in Alpha 21. We redid our cloth simulation, and it showed like the main character running, and it showed a little bit of cloth movement, right? Like his jacket and like a scarf or something, like moving. And I remember I saw that and I was like he sounded really proud of this. I was watching this and I wrote back and I said, congratulations, it took you 10 years to get cloth to look like cloth. Like I just don't understand how many different trees have we seen? Like, how many different videos of like, hey, here's a new tree texture. There's been at least 3 alphas that was like the main, like, here's a new tree, new environment, new random gen. That's been an ongoing thing. Like, they can't finish the game and lock it down. And it's been at least 3 or 4 alphas now where they said this is the last alpha. So it's like, and how many alphas has it been since Bandits were rumored? Like, oh, this is going to be the Bandits episode or the Bandits alpha, and it's like they're still not in. And again, this time around, they're like, Bandits coming in Alpha 22. I'm like, holy shit, they're still going. Like, it's not going to stop.
I wonder if they use variables for their press releases. So they release the same document and they just have a counter for the data.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it's just so funny. Like, you're literally, it's a joke now. It's like a parody of itself. It's the game that won't
die.
won't finish. Like,
Can we give it 7 days to die?
can we give it like 10 years to live? And oh my god, no, let go of the Scorpion King. No. Hey, it righted itself. Thank you. Yeah, I remember somebody commented soon after that new alpha came out, and they're like, hey, you're gonna cover the new alpha? And I just sat in my chair and went, oh god.
No.
I think I responded to the comment. I mean, I read all the comments on the videos. I read every comment.
Oh my.
But I think I responded and was like, no, I am pretty much done with that. Like, even though it's like the most popular videos on my channel.
Yeah. Get in there and hear a grinding noise.
Yep. Oh, coffee bot the #1. Nice. Oh, that looks cool. Wow.
It's got a winch on the front. I was about to pull a tree.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
cool.
Yeah, anything under 20 feet, cut by hand.
Or dogwood.
Right, yeah, whatever. Dogwoods are never going to be over 20 feet anyway. But yeah, some of these younger ponderosa pines are like 17. There's some There's some lodge poles that are tiny.
And just a disclaimer, anybody thinking that we're just criticizing that game because we think it sucks. We once upon a time very much liked the game. That's
Oh, I love that game. And they've
Yeah.
removed literally every feature that I loved about it.
yeah.
This obviously
what-
is not the best vehicle to do this with, but
Wow.
I could just see
Wonder
their
how it's-
group deciding on new projects, and they just say, okay, what does our game do well? And what do we need to do worse?
Yeah. Well, they're like DJ. They're seeing how the community is playing it, and they're changing that aspect of the game that they don't agree with. And so
Yeah.
it's like
yeah.
that's why like Fortress Craft 2, if he does it the way that he says he's going to do it, that game is going to suck ass. It's going to suck so bad nobody's going to play it, and DJ is going to be standing around going, why is nobody buying my game? Or why is nobody like covering my game? And it's like he literally wants to take all the features of Fortress Craft that were fun and remove them.
Because your game sucks, bro.
Like, because people were not playing it the way he wanted people to play it. That is why. And I'm just like, okay, so he's taking an open world game that, you know, has tons of potential for replayability, and he literally wants to turn it into a linear game, like forcing people to play certain ways. That's what he wants to do. And I'm like I've tweeted him, and I'm like, you making snarky comments, and you know he doesn't know what I'm talking about when I'm saying you're gonna remove all the fun elements of the game. He's like, what are you talking about? And it's like, I've read your design document, dude. I know what you're planning to do.
Oh, coffee!
What?
I just saw him flipping through the air.
Oh wow, this one. Oh yeah, that looks fun. I definitely want to try to do a go-kart track. I think that'd be fun.
This cart may be a little much for that.
No way. Perfect.
Oh, were you dragging this?
Yeah, I'm
No,
trying
I
to
was
trying to
not.
grind
I
it.
think Buggy
Oh.
was.
Oh, okay.
Go toss it in the.
Woo!
Sure.
Boys with toys. So I watched. There was a video. It's just, you know, YouTube randomly suggested this video, and it was one of these guys who like knows how to do like metal work and like creating all of his own stuff. Like really good at that. And he took a Power Wheels. You remember the Power Wheels, like the
Yeah.
plastic Power
Oh,
Wheels.
yeah.
So he took a Power Wheels and he put a 2-stroke engine in it. Like a powerful 2-stroke engine. And then he took a little like kid's boat and he rebuilt it with metal. You know, instead of plastic, it was all metal. And then he put a jet engine, like a jet ski system in it. And so it's this tiny boat, right? Literally just barely big enough for him to get in. And yet that thing can go like 40, right? Just fly down the like crazy. And then the video I watched was him making a frame and a trailer for the boat to hook up to his Power Wheels, because the last trailer they made broke because his Power Wheels would go too fast. And so he had to make this super like tough iron custom frame for this boat to sit on. And then he could like it looked like literally the most fun any person is gonna have. Like it was crazy seeing him out there, like crazy.
That's the YouTube channel I'm thinking of. He's also in the process of making a tank. A small little tank that can be driven around.
I think it was something. I think the channel was something plumbing or something like Metalhead Plumbing or something like that. Like
Oh, and maybe not the channel I'm thinking
he was
of,
in.
but-
I watched the video and I saw that he was in Idaho. So, but yeah, his shop is like out in the middle of nowhere. Like he's up in the forest, literally like the area that he's in looks like, going to the top of the hill in this map. Just like it looked beautiful where he was at. And I'm like, wow, that. I mean, that's one of the things I never took when I was in school. I never took any welding, mechanical. Like I wouldn't know the first thing about how to fix an engine. I mean, I know how they work. I could guess. I don't know how to fix an engine.
They didn't offer welding in my high school. They had wood shop until they got rid of it to make room for a bigger weight room for the wrestling team.
Beefcake.
Yeah. Well, we always had a joke about the wood shop teacher because of the way he would say mahogany.
Would it sound like he's saying a bad word, or?
He would always put a lot of emphasis on the last syllable of the word, and he would just go like, mahogany.
Hmm.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right, Oz. All that grass has regrown. We'll have to cut down all the trees and then mow it up.
Yeah. Oh, you mentioned, oh, what's that?
Oh, I was gonna say, my goodness, the lake looks so different with all the reeds mowed out.
Yeah. You mentioned, I don't think you said automotive class necessarily, but it reminded me of that. Now, keep in mind, everyone, this was some years ago, but there was a friend of the family. I mean, she was practically a sister. She went to automotive class, and the teacher, at one point when they were alone, straight up said to her, "Don't take my class. You're a woman. You have no business being here."
Wow.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
A teacher would be fired today.
he'd be lynched.
No, he
By
wouldn't be
people who think
lynched,
that-
but he'd be fired and canceled.
Okay. Well, Buggy, have you been over to where the boat is?
I have not. I have been cutting
It's
wood this
outside.
whole time.
Yeah.
All right.
Boat has moved on, ready for the next stage, and so it is outside. And it just requires 36,000 or 3,600 liters of fabric, and it'll be ready to go. And the roller coaster has everything it needs.
Oh shit! Look at that! It's a boat.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. Why does it say it needs? Why does it say it needs floor tiles, wooden beam, and fabric? Weird.
So the wooden beam is going to be for the mast, and of course the fabric is for the sail. I don't know why it needs additional floor tiles.
Hmm.
But,
That's sweet. All right, we'll go over to the roller.
and that should only take 24 hours to complete once it has all the materials, but it does work while it has some of the materials, so that time will go down.
Beam, length, length long, metal, floor tiles, staircase railing. God, it's so slow. It's so slow.
I have a feeling it has everything it needs, but the best way to tell is let time pass and see if any of those particular ones, like staircase railing, doesn't go down.
Yeah, let me save. And then what I'll do is quickly go 320x, 360x. Floor tiles are going down.
Mm-hmm. And staircase railing is metal. They're all going down.
And it's almost done. Bingo. I need 7 floor. Oh, no, 6. Why is it using floor tiles so slowly?
I don't.
4,
Weird.
3, 2. It's so slow. And bingo.
Oh, is the beeferator off?
Yeah, I turned it off because I left the area.
Ah, okay.
I didn't want to have the motor just running constantly. I don't know what updated on this thing. I mean, it finished the step.
It did. It might not show all the things that it did complete. It might be one of the next steps that shows more stuff. But would you look at that? It's all the same stuff.
Wired for the next step. Planck's law is metal is fine. And floor tiles is unknown. Staircase railing is fine. So the only unknown there is floor tiles. The fact that it uses one of those every 600 years, it's just like, oh, it's great.
Yeah. In the later bits of it, it stops requiring floor tiles, so it goes by faster.
Roller coaster. Ooh, there's like a... Wow. This must have been really fun. It's a very unique feature of this map. Must have been a fun thing to program and put in place.
Yeah, of course, and then throw in all the 3D model, or well, not 3D, but all the modeling required to make it go stage by stage.
Oh yeah, I mean this was this alone was a lot of work. This is what an expansion pack should do. Like this is, but the fact that it's all locked down and you can't, like, I just don't like how they implemented a lot
of people thought that this expansion pack wasn't enough stuff. Like, I understand the things they did took a long time, but they just went all out on the forestry stuff, and people have been just asking for more crop types, like carrots and onions, to be harvestable from the fields and not only from a greenhouse and things like that.
Yeah, that's the next expansion. The next expansion is going to be carrots. Jesus, what are the next? Carrots and 2 others. And they're going to add a bunch of machinery and stuff like that. This is the next expansion due out in a month or 2.
Yeah, but here's the catch. That was in the game via mods about a decade ago.
Sure, but they actually have to get the licensing and approval.
Yeah, which
to use sense. All of that. So it's not like they can just be like, "Oh, we're going to put in all this new equipment." It's like, no, they need to pay for all that stuff, which is why expansions aren't free.
Yeah.
All right,
of all the vehicles that they use, they are trademarked and stuff. There's very few vehicles in the base game that are actually just Lizard. Mostly that's done by modders. Pickup truck. That's it is based off of a real life truck, but they just decided to do that because can you imagine them trying to get like Chevy?
Oh Jesus, no way.
Ooh, yeah.
That's safe, right? Yeah, that's safe.
He's insane.
I tried to do that before, and then I made a turn and it jumped out.
You just got to be gentle with it. You can't do coffee extremes.
What, like I was doing with the dune buggy thing?
Right. Can't do that.
As for the electric vehicles in this game, it's pretty much limited to like 2 tractors, a forklift, and a front loader. And then the methane vehicles also very small amount. But the methane, one of the methane tractors looks really cool, and it's useful in the orchards.
Yeah, all that is superficial. Like the electric stuff is just, again, it just acts like a resource, like potatoes, wheat, or rock. It's just a how much do I have? How much do I hold? It's really not. It's not made in a way that's like, it's not actually done in a way that, oh, that's how it actually works. No, it's just supply, like how much do I hold? How much do I produce? So it really is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. All right, were there other rocks? I know there were other rocks around. A lot easier to see. There's one.
There's one by the Scorpion King. I don't know if you're in that area, but since I'm next to it, I thought I'd shout it out.
Whoa.
Once you're done breaking those rocks, Buggy, you should try one of the rock breaking contracts.
I'm not really worried about contracts right now. It just doesn't progress our progress. Like,
Because we have plenty of
it's literally like a couple grand. Like we could drop off a load of furniture or a load of armoire, and like we would make a ton of money if we did that. So the point of this map and this stream is not billionaire. The point is just cover, play the game. There's really not an end goal to this map. There's something I'd like, and that's cut down every goddamn tree in the map, but this is what progress looks like.
I do enjoy, I haven't really looked too closely at it before, but how the plots of land that you can buy are pretty much outlined by the roads and stuff.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing is a lot of them are like super small and thin, and they don't really connect. So you couldn't make a field out of that. And it would be nearly impossible to grow anything because they're too tiny.
Yeah, that's what you get from these types of maps.
Ah, darn.
What,
Woo,
did you try and get the big
YOLO!
rock again?
Yeah, I tried to get the big rock. I even drove up on top of it. Didn't, no dice.
At least you tried. But you're on top of the world.
Whoa. Sorry, can somebody grab the Unimog truck?
Oh, I'm using it at the moment. What do you need it for?
I need to dump all the stone in here.
Oh, I was
Oh.
just about to take a load of iron.
Oh, well, just finish that.
Yeah.
But I need somebody to basically drive it around so I can just quickly drop off. Well, I guess this thing should hold pretty much all of the stuff.
I don't even think I got to like 10% the last time I went around and did a bunch. As long as you don't dump it accidentally.
Is that different than the one that we were tinkering with that other day?
Yes, he modded it so it can hold a large amount without having mass update.
Excellent. Cause yeah, that was a little funny the way we did that.
Yeah, that was fun though. It worked.
Yeah. Damn. Flipped it.
You messing with the buggy?
Nope.
Oh.
The truck.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you should check out the license plate on the buggy.
Ah. Next time I'm in the area, I'll do that. Or will I?
I parked it next to the sleeping bus.
Planks long are almost full, as are wood chips. Well, wood chips are red.
Wood
out of
chips,
10.
you can grab the truck with the trailer on the beaverator. Go and fill wood chips up in the trailer, and then dump them off at the fuel refinery on top of the hill.
Okay. All right.
And that should then we'll be able to kickstart our own diesel production.
Let's turn that off.
Interesting. I don't know how we'll get money for that, but the fuel refinery modded has a buying point for diesel. Like you can sell it there.
Huh.
It's a little backwards. A buying point in the game means you can sell there. A selling point means they sell it.
Interesting. It's reversed.
It's frustrating.
What's that, Bugs?
Oh, this bucket is. It's just, you can't simulate
A good scoop.
a couple hundred thousand rocks individually, so you have to do it like abstractly, and it's just kind of frustrating. That's why when people talk about simulation theory, I just sort of laugh, because you would literally need a computer or some way of simulating individual atoms and the number of atoms just in your body is like you could take all of the computing power in the world, and it would take it lifetimes to simulate just one human body worth of atoms.
Yeah.
And we don't even know, like, there's randomness to it. Like, we don't even know how some of that stuff even interacts with one another. So I just sort of laugh, like, yeah, there's a computer out there capable of simulating life at that level. Like, there's no way.
Not only that, but like simulating it, okay. How about programming it to simulate it? That would take lifetime.
Yeah, what language do you use to simulate the universe? Like, you know,
Binary?
yeah, there's no way that's binary.
It would take several lifetimes to begin even doing like 1% of that simulation code.
Yeah, there's just no way. Like, it's too detailed. Like, subtle fluctuate, like, you know, like chaos theory, right? Subtle fluctuations. Look at the weather system just on this planet, and how intricate and crazy it is. You know, the littlest things impact it. Like, to simulate that on a universe scale. You know, what's the simulation of Jupiter's clouds? Like, what does that look like? Like, yeah, there's just no way.
Considering we still can't seem to, you know, cohesively agree on the weather simulation, overall forecast, and everything. Climate change. Where's the bugs out there? He's down there. Excuse me. Yep.
Look at that, I'm up to 3% of this thing.
So spawning the wood chips, is there any special thing I should use? It says round bale. Will that auto load into the truck, or how does that work?
What we're doing.
Do what?
Well, you wanted me to load the wood chips, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
How?
come over here. With the
Yeah, there's an icon that looks like a
Oh, okay.
container with an arrow pointing into it. That's the load. That's the load center. Load icon. When you drive over that, you'll get a prompt. I think it's R. You'll get a prompt to start to fill. And then sometimes, depending on the factory, it may ask you what you want to fill if there's more than one type.
Oh
And-
man, that was fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Zipped right on in there.
I mean, I think either that one is either 50 or 100k, or no, 50 or 25k per second for those modded ones.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I wanted to make sure, because when you know, the thing stores a lot, so especially if you add the secondary silo to it, that's another 10 million.
That's it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! He's going speed racer up that hill. He just plowed. Oh, I gotta. There's some stumps left over.
Yep, that's what I had hit.
Well, not anymore. I love how simple that was.
Alright. So,
I realized
this,
I customized the license plate on that buggy, and it actually doesn't have one anywhere. Yeah. So you're gonna want to back your rear end up, but right where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a dump icon. That's the unload spot.
And there's like 7
Dump
different
style.
loading spots.
Yeah. First time I've been to this really. Passed by it earlier, but I didn't really take a good look at it.
Let's see if I can unload this directly in here.
Bugs, what is
I
the
can't.
electric charge air?
That's the wind turbines on top. It's
Oh.
just a passive. It's a passive, producer. It'll
Okay,
just
that's
sit and
neat.
produce a little bit at a time, and yeah, kind of simulates the solar and the wind. It actually, when you engage that, it actually spins those things.
Neat. I like that.
So if we enable this and then enable wood chips, that's gonna get us diesel.
Woo.
Yeah, so electric charge will start to build up very, very, very slowly. Yeah, I think it's. Well, I bumped up all the production of these.
That's stuff cool.
You know, I think I'd be a lot better at this if I could actually look over my shoulder to do it rather than.
Oh, I know,
Rotate
right?
the
Buggy was
camera.
saying,
Oh,
Yeah.
if you play the game enough, you get pretty good at it.
yeah. I've
Like-
always been really bad at this in games, but yeah, doing it in real life, I think I wouldn't have anywhere near as hard a time.
Well, if
Yeah,
you
I'm a
get
pretty damn good backup
Right.
driver in real life. It's just when you're outside the vehicle, you're looking backwards, like your brain just can't. That's a whole lot of like changes to your brain. It's just like, nope, you have to just practice it. I'm getting better at it, but I'm still pretty fucking bad at it. Like, it's still really tough.
Yeah.
But you're gonna like fly over that corner if you don't at least back up some. Like, just
I am-
gun it backwards. You got plenty of space.
I'm just making sure I don't get confused on the directions, because my cab's not straight. It's
Going-
crooked. Okay,
Towing
there
our
we go. I
aircraft
should be
and
able
doing
to
a
straight.
pushback is a nightmare if you aren't familiar with how it works.
A push. Oh, one of those. Yeah.
Because you got 2 points of rotation, the nose gear, and then of course where the tow vehicle is hooked up to the tow bar.
And there's the diesel pouring in.
Alright.
Woo!
Self-sufficiency. Alright, should I get another load?
Yeah, fill her up. I mean, Jesus, if we have the wood chips.
I think so. Is there any way to check remotely?
Yep.
Yeah, from the production chain menu.
Yeah, you hit escape, and it looks kind of like a conveyor belt with a couple boxes on it, and that is all the production that we have. So we have sawmill.
68,000.
Yeah, we have another like 7 loads in that thing. Woo, babies! I'm glad we can store a million liters of wood chips in the diesel factory. So
You could
plenty.
also take the Unimog over there and fill all that up in one load.
Yeah, that could work too.
Yeah, I did like the keeping that at the 3 million instead of going for the standard 5 on the really big trailer stuff.
Well, you can get also the option for less. Like, I wanted there to be an option for just a little bit, just like I did the diesel tank. So like the tanks, I changed all the different types of tank. The diesel, like the water tank holds like 5 million, but the diesel tank only holds like 250,000 because it was like filling that tank full of diesel would take a while.
Yeah, it would.
All
Oh, wait,
right.
it can carry milk. So the food one is for the milk, right?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
150, or I mean, 1,500 meters squared. Yeah,
That's 1.5 million.
yeah, that'll do.
Yeah.
And then of course there's also a 3 million food.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, there were just I tried to sort of spread it out, and not just be uniform with all the amounts.
Mm-hmm. Add some variety. Oh, random log over here. Hiding in the bushes.
Where's the Unimog? I thought I saw it over here somewhere, but I'm not seeing it now.
Right here.
It's
I
got
mean-
stone in it. You gotta unload the stone first.
Okay.
Here, I'll go up and do that.
Ah, okay, that's what it was.
I haven't cruised around in this in a while.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tell me what you think, what it feels like when you let go of the accelerator.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah.
It makes it a little weird to drive, I feel like, but maybe it's just because I'm used to how it drives normally because of how long I've driven.
I don't like how it reverses. I really hate how it reverses. It is.
I think part of that is the way it like lets off the accelerator to switch gears.
Yeah, it's. Why are you switching freaking gears driving backwards? That's just. It's nearly impossible to drive backwards. It's like. It's just. It's like you can't. Oh, I hate it.
And I understand that on some of the big trucks, like of course those are going to have multiple reverse gears.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Like even that Mack truck doesn't have gears for backwards. Like, yeah, you don't need gears going backwards. Period. Well, that was a crazy amount of stuff taken out of here.
Oh no, that Mack truck does have 2 reverse gears.
Does?
Yeah, the one that you were using for the logs. It's just the first reverse gear is so slow that it automatically shifts to the second.
Speed racer. Speed racer.
Looks like it's adding just tiny amounts in here. Even though it's hundreds of thousands already.
Oh, maybe that's because it's Buggy's version.
Nope.
No, I was thinking more along the lines of the passenger mod. The old version of the Unimog, you could have 2 people in, but I think Buggy's modded version, for whatever reason, isn't letting it.
Huh.
I didn't edit any of that. So don't blame me. Don't blame me.
Well, that's it for the wood chips. There's none left in there.
Yep. I'll get on the move in a minute here.
Alright, Beaverator has been moved.
Did you drag it over?
No, I drove it.
Ooh, that was a fun drive. Might have to do, like, for the final video, start up a fresh map and do a before and after comparison.
Yeah. Because yes, this looks very different. Jeez.
I suppose that'd be more difficult to do on a stream, but if you could basically follow the same path and then have 2 video recordings up at the same time of before and after.
Airtime!
Yeah, there's a little bit of a bump there.
A little. There we go. Can already unload it, but I want to get it a little closer, make it look pretty.
Oh. That was a lag.
Oh, right
Well-
when you said that, I started unloading.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that was game was like, oh.
Just all like, damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, 866,000 wood chip. Nice.
Excellent.
It's about a 1/3 conversion. So every 100,000 wood chips is going to be roughly 30,000 pieces. So yeah, that's going to be a couple 100,000 diesel.
Never gonna need diesel again.
Never say never.
Yeah. Unless you want to take the lime mine, or the lime processing to make some iron ore as well.
Yeah, we need more iron. There's two main draws of diesel for sort of my, if you want to call it, my mod pack. One of them is the iron, right? This is the only place to get iron outside of this map. I don't think there's, well, there is, you can place the iron mine in other maps for 250,000, but it's a passive.
One of the things they added.
Yeah, it's a passive generator. So if you're using a lot of metal, you're going to need more than one, which sucks. So I made this, which uses diesel to produce iron ore. And the other one is a water source that uses diesel to generate water, as in like pumping from the ground. But those are 2 sinks of diesel that.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't require anything other than the diesel to make iron. Neat.
Oh, that's a tree. Ah, I thought that was a bush. Oh, there's some more deadfall. There's another rock. I like that the lawnmower is quieter when you're in first person mode. Because you're
it's like
you're
treating it like
yeah, it's like a cab, but you're like closer to it and it's like quieter. It's like, oh, that's nice. Look at all the big bushes. Holy Moses.
he's trimming bush again.
Yeah, sometimes the bush just gets out of control and you gotta trim her down.
Well, I think if I'm gonna go much longer, I'm gonna need to go grab some food. It
Okay.
is about 9 though.
Oh, wow, 9 o'clock? Oh my god.
Okay, that would be why.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't explain it to everybody. I don't know why, but I thoroughly enjoy just sitting back and playing this game and just relaxing. Like, time just disappears when I'm playing this game.
Yeah.
Even the simplest things, just like setting up, getting plows in the field, getting harvesters going. Like my test map, I kind of want to give you guys an idea of what that map looks like here. So let me get this back to somewhere that we know where it is. If I just leave it out in the middle of nowhere, I'll never find it.
Where's the license plate on the buggy?
You know, I was looking for it before, and I realized that there actually isn't one, even though it allowed me to customize one.
Okay. Fair enough. I was worried that I might be missing it somehow. Where do we want the Unimog?
I'm gonna put all the equipment down here by the wood farm.
All right. I like this vehicle. It's not very tippy. It's could
Oh, the
maybe,
Unimog?
yeah, could maybe go a little faster on highway, but
I
Jeez.
bumped the max speed up. It goes faster than it does by default. Because it went only going like 42 or something like that, and then by default, I was like, it's kind of sucks.
yeah, let's get it going 50.
Okay. Yeah, this whole area up here, I think we'll probably plow all this and then plant grass or something. Because I like the idea of testing animals out.
Animal testing.
Are the flashing lights on the top always on?
Hit the home key on your keyboard.
Okay. That was end. That explains why it didn't do anything.
Oh, I hear a vehicle going. Unimog is going.
Oh, did I not turn? Thought I turned it off, but I turned the volume down so low that sometimes it's hard to hear.
Here we go. I brought this over.
Oh, nice.
That's a funky looking vehicle.
It's the rear end of the Beaver Eater.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. You use it when you transport it, so you can, because the thing only has a max speed of 6. So if you want to go on the highway, you're gonna want to hitch it up to something.
Transport it with that.
Nice.
Um,
Guess it keeps you out of trouble.
Nothing can keep us out of trouble.
right. All right.
That's true.
Go ahead and exit. And I don't know if you guys are watching the stream or not, but I'll load up my test world and show everybody
The madness.
the madness of my test world.
The madness.
So I'm gonna, even though that's just auto saved, I'm gonna save it again. Quit. Yes. Here. Save 3. Ooh, yeah, I might wanna. I added the Beaver Raider, so maybe I should just wonder where that is. Oh, there's that one. I'm doing tons and tons of testing. Where the hell is the Beaver Raider at? There it is. Alright. So, yeah, this map is the Michigan 4X map. Prairie, I think Michigan Prairie 4X. Basically, it's like pretty much a perfectly flat map. But this is a 4X version. It is unbelievably big. Like, oh my god, I can't even. Whoa. Okay, so loading in here. You can see there's the store that you're spawned next to. Here's like, I just bought 3 more tractors. I bought a bunch of like I have $12 million in this, and it's not even cheap. I didn't even technically cheat any money in. This is just me selling this massive amounts of stuff. So if we look at the map, so you can see worker. I got a worker over here. I got a worker over here. I've got a combine ready up here because next month this is going to go harvestable, right? This here is canola. So these two I'm just prepping now. These are rock pickers. Picking rocks here. There's a plow there. There's a rock picker there. Like, I've got so much stuff going on here. And I haven't even gotten to animals yet. Like, got a bunch of trees planted and like just you know, I got all the things, all of them factories. There's the lime, there's the sawmill, there's the factory, farm factory. Over here we got the beekeeping, which has, by the way, 51 million liters of honey. Because yeah, there's the fuel refinery. There is the modded Master Carpenter. This was going to be a largely unused one, extended oil plant. This one we don't really need because we have this back here, which is the old grain mill, the old general mill. This can do a ton of stuff and it looks awesome. Like, it looks so cool. Here's the water thing I mentioned that holds 50 million liters of water, and you feed it diesel and it gives you water. And here's my water tank thing here that I'm starting to color code like the tanks, so water is like red and then diesel is yellow. So I got a yellow tank around here, over here I think. Yeah, there's the diesel. So this actually has 7,000 liters of diesel in it already. But yeah, we're just testing all of this. This here is farm supply. So the farm supply is similar to the farm factory, part of the same mod that I went in and modded. But this is a great mod. This will produce silage, mineral feed, TMR. Like, this thing is awesome, and I modded it so it's awesomer. This is the bakery OP. And this back here, oh yeah, this is Buggy's Chocolate Factory here.
Oh,
Buggy's
boy.
Chocolate Factory. Yep. And these silos are the... Oh, this is part of the same chocolate factory. Thought for sure, yeah. Thought for sure those were... Nope, those are part of the same building. There was... Oh yeah, right here. These are the fertilizer production. So I took the fertilizer production mod, and that, for whatever reason, that mod is 4 different buildings. 4 different exact, like, silos like this, and each one of them has a different recipe. So fertilizer is like manure to fertilizer, then there's like liquid manure to fertilizer, then there's like digestate to fertilizer, and then there's like, I think there's one that's liquid fertilizer to fertilizer. Right? And so I was like, why do all of that? Because the recipes are pretty generic. So what I did is I used the production revamp mod and basically go to fertilizer factory, fertilizer production. So what I did is started changing these to include some subtle differences, and it's really obvious some of the recipe changes I made. What machine was it? No, it's not fermenting silo. No. Right here. So total mixed ration. This. So you have to give it grass hay as a base, right? You have to have that. All of these other ones are modifiers. You don't have to have it, but they increase your output by a lot, because there were so many recipes in here that basically gave you the same thing that I just merged them all into one, rather than, and the output is basically the same if you do all of the ingredients. So adding them all up gives you the same output, but it's all done in one recipe that you can look at a glance.
So much better.
Yeah, so it's so, you see this and you can immediately, if something is red or grayed out, you can immediately see that it's not there, but it's not going to stop the production. It's just going to not give you as much. And so it's up to the player to manage that and be like, all right, well, I've got 4 million silage in there, like, right? I need now a bunch more straw, and then I need some grass hay, and then I need a mineral feed. Well, the mineral feed is soybeans. I don't have any soybeans yet, which is why I could turn this recipe on right now. It wouldn't do anything because I don't have any grass hay. Well, I could feed it grass to get grass hay, but yeah, for me, it's just like the fewer number of these recipes, the better. I almost did the same for all the silages, but I didn't want to make too many changes because I wasn't sure if they were going to take, like how many problems I was going to have. But yeah, like the wheat seeds, in order to generate your own seeds, usually the recipe was the grain plus water equals seeds. And I just changed it so water gives you a bonus. So you can still make seeds if you don't have water, but giving it water gives you extra. And I have plenty of water. So, but now I've got my own seed generation, and I've got 500,000 seeds, 500,000 liters of seeds. So I don't have to buy seeds anymore. Which is great.
Because seeds get expensive.
Yeah, and these fields are unimaginably large. Like when I first got into here, I was like, "Wow, this is a big map." I didn't even comprehend how big this was. Like this field 5, I think is ready for harvesting. Yeah, it's ready to harvest, right? I think it's oats. So if I come up here and I zip over to field 5, this will give me an estimate of how much yield. And now I've tweaked the yield factors a little bit, but not by much. But yeah, this will tell me potential harvest 3.5 million liters of oats. 3.5 million liters of oats from this one field. This field is enormous. Like, I'm standing right here, and I'll go. It takes so long for even the Colossus Combine to do one line through this. It is amazing how big this map is. It's still going. Yeah, it's huge. So just driving to different places. You know, if we ever use this map, and I'm not saying we are, like, I've got a bunch of straw that I need to pick up on this. This is another project I need to work on. But yeah, this map, while big and crazy, it's not visually fun. It's not. There's nothing to look at, right? There's literally nothing to look at. So I'm hoping that at least we can find a map, whether it's No Man's Land or something of the something similar, to use, because yeah, if I could get, you know, if I could get a map that has the same stuff as that Silver Run map, like the trees, and I would love that. I would love the look of that map, only bigger, like way bigger. You know, having, even if fields are like going up and down hills or stuff like that, it would be more visually like fun. I would still square everything off, and, you know, the fields and stuff. That's the one good thing about this map, is the fields are relatively square with the world. So it's pretty easy to set up like the vehicle control and just zip, you know, northeast, south, or west, and harvest, set up a harvest. But yeah, this is my test world, and it is massive. I got 2 of these massive cedars. These things are modded DB120s. And I realized, Coffee, the problem I was having, these tractors work just fine.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a weight on the front, but what was happening was when I would unhook these from the tractor, they were anchoring themselves to the ground. And so when I'd back the tractor up to hook back up, it stayed anchored to the ground, like it was glued to the ground.
Go nose up.
And that's why your tractor, because I did that with the Big Bud. It was like that tractor is 42 tons, and that thing nosed up when I tried to connect it. And I was like, there's no freaking way. Because the thing at the time weighed only...
It was a mass problem. I thought there was some weird glitch, but yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, when this thing drops on the ground, this hitch, like, hits the ground and, like, anchors itself into the ground really hard. Which sucks. In my opinion, when you unhook it, these wheels should come down to, like, at least lift it up a little bit. But anyway.
Yeah, it should. I'm thankful that we haven't encountered the problem where a pallet does that, because sometimes a pallet will partially phase through the ground, and when it does that, it's impossible to remove.
Yeah, I had one log while we were streaming today. The little nubbin at the end, when you kick that out, I had one of those that launched out of that harvester like a missile and went right into the ground and embedded itself into the ground, and I could not move it. And I had to, like, hide it. I had to, like, basically destroy it with a chainsaw. Like, I couldn't.
Yeah, that happens.
This should have, yeah. I don't have nearly as much wood on this because I don't have everybody helping and stuff. So it's been very hard to have, like, enough wood to feed my sawmill in this one. So I don't have nearly as much products on this. Plus, this doesn't have sequoias. It doesn't have the lodgepole pines. It doesn't have the ponderosa pines. Sucks.
Well, actually, if you felt like it, because you have the easy dev thing, you should be able to spawn those in.
No, you can't.
Oh,
Just watch. I'll do this. Go to this. Spawn. Add log. Spruce, stone pine, pine, birch, American elm, shagbark, hickory, oak, maple. That's it.
okay. Then yeah, I was wrong. I had done spawned them in that map, and I spawned it in Silver Run Forest test map. So yeah, I got my maps mixed up there. Oh, that's a pity.
Yeah, I wish I would sit here and spawn sequoias all day, baby. I would just be like pop, 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 just because that would be awesome.
You can spawn them at like, I think it's 39 feet or something pretty.
No, it's
decent.
72.
It's not the size of the full tree, but
Yeah, I've actually done that when I'm trying to test. When I was trying to test like the sawmill and all that kind of stuff, I would sit here and go, all right, spruce, 78 feet, and I would just sit here and do this. 78 feet, 78 feet, blah 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 blah, and I would just be like, all right, that's good. Let's load that in, and that was only like 200,000. Like, what? Come on, 200,000. That's nothing. But it's enough to test. Like, I need to get testing, and then this field back here, I just bought this field, and I plowed it again, even though it was cultivated, and the rocks all grew in size.
yep.
So these are the third tier of rock that I get out of here. So here's the cultivated size, and then I did it again, and there's the bigger size, right? So that's tiny, and it just replaces it. So yeah, I'm getting twice as much stone out of this field after cultivating it twice. But yeah, all my harvesters, my plows, these plows run they're so fast that I've had to slow them down because they start wiggling. They're going through the ground so fast. They even though the vehicle control is controlling them, they're going so fast that they sort of bounce back and forth, and it causes like waves in the thing. So I've had to, unfortunately, tam that down. But
Just a little bit.
yeah. But anyway, that's going to do it for the stream, everybody. We went 10 hours today. That's pretty damn good. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. And yeah, consider being a patron and joining us on these lovely streams whenever we have them. We are going to be streaming again on Wednesday, which I don't even know what day of the week it is. I don't know like what's coming up. So Wednesday 26th, we're streaming then. We're going to be streaming again on the 29th. And we probably will be again on the 2nd. Probably. But the 5th of August, I'll be out of town. Possibly on the 9th as well. So the 5th and the 9th, those two will probably be skipped. But we still have, three or so streams left before I take a trip out of town. But yeah, I'm still thoroughly enjoying this game. It's super relaxing, chill, laid back, fun to play. And yeah, I thank everybody for taking a ride with me. And hopefully next Saturday, Wednesday, maybe not. Hopefully by next Saturday, I'll have the joysticks and I'll be able to, maybe, I'm hoping, to get those up and running. Yeah, I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. All right.